Please, no, I pleaded softly, my best friend Emily holding me tightly with tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry, Ace. Jameson pauses and looks at me heartbroken. Get on with it, Jameson, Alpha Tylon orders. Both our fathers are present, making certain the bond we share is severed. I, Jameson of the Red Forest Pack. Stop wasting time and say it right or I'll kill the girl, Alpha Tylon roared. I could see fear flash through my father's eyes, pulling his wolf forward momentarily, but he recovered quickly. I, Jameson Lake, future Alpha of Red Forest Pack, reject you, Ace Harbor, as my mate and future Luna. Pain hits me and spreads through my body like a fire. It drops me to my knees, and I bite my lip until it bleeds to keep myself from screaming. My father steps towards me, and Emily steps away. He pulls me from the ground. Accept it, Ace. Let's be done with this, he says sternly. I, Ace Harbor, accept your rejection. Slut, I breathe out through the pain, never looking up. I just watch the blood from my lip trickle into the snow, turning its color. I hear Jameson struggling against the pain as I'm quickly pulled from the scene by my father. Don't look back, Ace. It will only hurt more. He whispers with a bit of empathy bleeding into his voice. It's going to be okay. I nod as he leads me back to the pack house. As soon as I step into our family's suite, my mother rushes over and clings me tight to her chest. Oh, sweet girl, you are so strong. You will get through this. She repeats over and over, running her hand over my light blonde hair. I just stand there empty, wondering why the goddess would do this. Only days ago, my life was full. My only worries were getting to training on time and making good grades. I had amazing friends, my family was happy, and I had even been on a few dates with the beta's son Felix, and now everything was different. Everything was changing, and if it hadn't yet, it was going to. All because of the stupid mate bond. I don't know when, but I eventually fell asleep in my mother's arms. Get up, Ace, I hear my father calling from outside my bedroom door. I've given you 5 days. It's time to pull yourself together and move on. I expect to see you at breakfast, dressed for training at 600 hours. Yes, sir, I reply, still feeling broken and exhausted, but I know it's for my own good. I get a quick shower, tie my hair back in a loose French braid, then throw on a black sports bra, matching tights and tennis shoes. Before I leave our Gamma suite, my father stops me. Ace, keep your distance from Jameson. He orders. Yes, sir. I reply, my heart winces at the mention of Jameson. Need I remind you? He begins, our alpha is cruel, but our pack is strong. Stay out of his sight and blend into the background. Stay close to your brother. I nod in acknowledgement and let myself out. Hey, Ace, I hear Emily's voice call out to me, laced with concern. I nod, letting her know I heard her, while grabbing a serving tray in the breakfast line. Please don't hate me, Ace. I never wanted this, she says in a low, quivering voice. I don't. I reply. I stop for a moment and grab her hand, but refrain from looking at her. It's all the reassurance I can give her for right now. I don't hate you, I really don't, but I can't talk about it either. Please understand. I do. Please come to me when you can, she said in an almost pleading voice. I nodded again and left to sit with my older brother Aaron. Ace, my brother calls as I take a seat with him and his friends. I shoot him a quick, plastered-on smile. Thankfully, everyone left me alone to push my food around my tray. I'm sure they were all well aware of what took place, and I'm grateful to them for giving me privacy. I partnered with my brother for morning training, then attended my classes as usual. The difference was the whispers that surrounded me at every turn and my inability to do anything about them right now. Even with my head held high and a mask of indifference plastered on my face, I was a house of cards on the brink of collapse on the inside. I took my lunch to the school roof, that way I could avoid seeing Jameson. I sat against the door when all of a sudden, it pushes into me. I move away and see Felix come out. Hey, I thought you might be up here. He lets out a little laugh, moving over to where I'm now sitting. I came here to check on you and hit you with the door. How ironic. I've been through worse. I let out a half-hearted laugh. About that, you haven't called or texted me back, he says, sitting beside me, stretching his legs out. The sun catches the deep red in his auburn hair. Honestly, I haven't even turned my phone back on since my disaster of a birthday party. I look down and fiddle with an orange peel while he studies my face. Well, how's that social media detox going? I hear it does wonders for the complexion. He laughs. On a scale of 1 to my birthday party, I'd say it's a solid 2. I let out a real laugh and push my shoulder into him. I'm really sorry, Felix. He leans his head against the wall. It's not your fault, Ace. He says matter-of-factly, it's a part of who we are, well, what we are really. He pats my leg with his large hand. Let's get going. I know you don't want to be late for gym. He gets up and extends his hand out to me with a warm smile. Thanks, Felix, I say. Anytime, Ace. I've always got your back and sometimes your front. He winks playfully at me and I smack him on the arm. After talking to Felix, the rest of the day was okay. I at least didn't feel like I was on the brink of breaking down at any moment. And that was enough. I still couldn't bring myself to turn on my phone. I'm actually just going to ask my mother to replace it and get a new number. I know it's extreme, but I just don't know what I would do if Jameson had tried to reach out. It's better not knowing. This isn't any of our faults. Emily and Jameson were promised to be mated to each other practically at birth. Our pack had strength, and Emily's pack had wealth. Even as a child, Emily attended our pack schools. She always played our Luna at recess. I was her Gamma, as my brother was 2 years older and had a different schedule. Felix, of course, was Beta to Alpha Jameson, and little Max, our future Delta, is a year younger, but he played with us when he could. We all became best friends. Now Jameson and I can never go back to being the way we were before. I knew what it was to love him and be loved by him, all because of the mate bond. Not physically, but wholly, unconditionally. For 2 days I was his, and he was mine. My heart longs for him, even with the bond destroyed, but acting on that impulse would cost me my life, and possibly the lives of my family. I don't hate Emily. How could I? Her life had been bartered for before she could speak. As much as it now makes me physically ill to think of them together, I know she will be a great Luna. I'm just conflicted. Every day is the same for now. I am not to have any time unaccounted for. Although it's strenuous, I know my father is keeping me close for my own safety. I avoid contact with Jameson at all costs. I can sometimes feel his eyes on me at school or in the dining hall. Even though everything inside me calls me to him, I feign ignorance and walk away. Felix and Max have brought some semblance of normalcy back into my life, and I am grateful for that. My father is not keen on me still speaking with the future Luna, however, because I have done everything that's been asked of me, he lets it slide. I've found that my brother is an amazing confidant, and opening up to him about how I feel, and having a shoulder to cry on during difficult days helps a lot. Felix makes flirty passes at me, teasing me like he always has. I flirt back, but it takes real effort now where it used to come naturally. A piece of me still wants Jameson, and wanting anyone besides him is the farthest thing from my mind. My brother's advice was, fake it till I make it. At the time I laughed at him, but from a psychological standpoint, it may actually help. I do love how fun and playful Felix is. He's also really patient, understanding, and handsome. I have always loved his dark auburn hair and emerald green eyes. I'm grateful to have him in my life. I'm glad he has remained by my side even after I hurt him unintentionally. I could not help but run to my mate as soon as I smelled him at birthday party, leaving Felix, who escorted me, standing alone. He's more than forgiven me and has played a major role in me getting through the last few months of school. Actually, he's always been a good friend to me. I really don't know what I did to deserve him, but I have no doubt he is a blessing from the goddess. Are you ready? Em squealed excitedly. Yes and no, I said and chuckled. Felix walked up beside me and slipped his hand around my waist. Who's ready to never have to read again? He raised his hand. Oh, come on, don't pretend like you're going to purposely read after today, Em. He jokes with her. Hey! She slaps him playfully while I cut in. Unlike you two, I will still be required to read, among other things. I laugh. I can't believe you'd choose to keep going to school. Have fun with that. Felix teases. I notice Alpha Jameson and Max have joined us, and my heart jumps into my throat. I immediately notice Jameson staring at Felix's hand on my waist, so I move closer to Emily, out of Felix's grasp. Hey guys, it's almost over. Em squeals again before I can make an excuse to leave. Anyone has any plans after this? Max asks, while Jameson's eyes still linger on me. Actually, Felix answers. Ace and I were going to go to the lake house if you guys want to join us. My dad got permission for us a few weeks ago. I panic a little at the realization that he just offered for everyone to join. Jameson surely has better things to do, though, right? Anxiety is now creeping inside me, and I need to leave before my parents see me, or worse, Alpha Tylon. Well, congratulations, everyone, I cut in nervously. Felix gives me a concerned look. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to head to the ladies' room, then find my chair. I say, walking away before anything else can be said, getting me at least out of this conversation and away from Jameson. I go into a stall and breathe deeply, pushing the need to cry to the back of my mind and start to wonder if all these intense feelings will ever really go away. After having to take pictures in my cap and gown for what seemed like hours to satisfy my mother, Felix drives me home to get dressed and grab the bag I made up for the lake. I put on a dark green string bikini and throw a white see-through cover over it. I hear Felix let out a low whistle as I walk into the living area. I feel my wolf pull forward at the pleasure, and a pang of guilt courses through me, reminding me he's not my mate. My parents will be home soon, I remind him. He groans into my neck. Fine, I do get you to myself for almost an entire week. His green eyes full of lust. He scoops me up in his arms and heads towards the door. Wait, Felix, my bag, I squeal. He just laughs. I'll come back for it. I'm getting you into the car before you change your mind, he teases. He places me in the passenger seat and kisses me as he reaches across to buckle my seatbelt, and I smile. He runs back in to get my bag. I take a deep breath and try to convince myself that I deserve a shot at happiness. When we pull up to the lake house, I go quiet with nostalgia, remembering all the fun we had coming here together as kids. Felix opens my door for me. I take a moment to take in my surroundings, and I smile up at him. You ready to have some fun, beautiful? Yes, I sigh. The honestly in that is momentous. I take a deep breath, then I shove Felix backwards. Race you inside, I call, running. I can see his eyes illuminate and his wolf peek through as he grins at me. Cheater, he growls playfully. I rush into the lake house with Felix following close behind me. After a few minutes of chase, he finally catches me upstairs, and I squeal as he pins me against the wall. I can feel his warm breath against my neck, and he breathes deeply. You've always smelled so good, Ace, like jasmine in spring. I laugh. We turn to head downstairs to see who just arrived, and Jameson is standing in the stairwell staring. His eyes a luminous dark blue, and a low growl escapes him. Don't fucking touch her. His eyes are fixed on Felix, who puts his hands up in surrender. Being a beta, it's literally in his blood to be able to placate the alpha. Okay, Alpha, I won't touch her, he says, stepping away from me. Mine, Jameson growls. I knew I shouldn't have come, I whisper anxiously to myself, but Felix picked it up. It's okay, Ace. I'll fix this, he promises. I can feel Jameson's eyes on me. Just stay put, okay? I nod, looking down at the wooden floor. Leave, Jameson commands Felix. I can feel fear and excitement course through me at the thought of being alone with him. Focus on the fear. Felix's mind links me. We don't want to excite him. He finishes. Alpha, I can't leave yet. I'm sorry. Leave now. You touched what is mine. He roars and lurches forward, grabbing Felix by the neck, pinning him against the wall. I move towards them, but Felix's eyes catch mine. No, I'm okay, is all I hear him say to me through the mind link. Alpha, he chokes out. You're scaring her. You can sense her fear. Let me down. Jameson looks at me intensely. I take a step backwards, and he drops Felix to the floor. Jameson walks in my direction, but Felix recovers quickly and steps in between us again, averting Jameson's attention back to himself. Just let me call Emily to come take her home, okay? Jameson is silent, and I start to feel his gaze searing my skin. Mate, he calls to me gently. I squeeze my eyes closed, and a sob escapes me. Alpha, please, I hear Felix say. Your father will kill her if you touch her. Please let Emily come get her. He ignores Felix. Ace, you're my mate. I choke out another sob and move my hands to my heart in a futile attempt to protect it. I hear him start to move towards me again, and Felix mind links me. Go into one of the bedrooms and lock the door, sweetheart. Everything's okay. Felix is still standing in front of Jameson, so I back up to the nearest bedroom. I slip inside and quickly lock the door. I hear growls, wood being broken and things hitting the walls, then a whimper, followed by silence. I quickly push the dresser in front of the door, then run to the balcony to see how high up I am. I hear a small knock on the door. Ace, I hear Jameson call. Please open the door. I just want to talk to you, he says in a mellow voice. Please, Ace, just hear me out. I can't live without you. I love you. I'm unable to stop the tears now, and I slip against the far wall and hug my knees to my chest. I faintly hear Felix speak. Jameson, what you're doing right now, is dangerous. You need to consider the consequences for her, Alpha. You know how ruthless your father is. I can tell he's in pain by how hard he's breathing. Felix, I call through the mind link. I'm still here. You're doing great, sweetheart. He reassures me. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I let my emotions settle for a moment as silence fills the room. I get up and move towards the balcony again. I might be able to make it in my wolf form, but I'm afraid if I turn, I'll be more drawn to Jameson. Mate. I hear Jameson call out to me again. Felix again tries to talk him down. Alpha, please, he begs. You just want her for yourself. Jameson roars. She's mine. I hear the door being ripped apart and look back. My green eyes catch Jameson's dark blue ones. I hesitate only a moment, then jump. I shift mid-air, hitting the ground hard, but I'm able to shake it off, with the exception of one leg that caught the ground harder than the others. I force myself away from the lake house as quickly as I can. Although I'm fast, it wasn't long before Jameson's large gray wolf catches up to me because of my limp leg and circles me, making me submit. I would have been much less visible at night, as my wolf is a silky black with only one white paw. I shift back quickly, knowing my wolf will give in to him, and close my eyes tightly. I hold my bruised and swollen wrist to my chest as I hear him shift and then feel a hand caress my face gently. Tiny tingles prick where our skin touches, and I'm surprised by the pleasant sensation. Ace, please look at me. I hear Jameson plead, please. He pulls me into his lap now. The light tingles spread and I gasp. They are much weaker than they once were, but still there. You feel it too, don't you? You're still mine and I'm still yours. Yet another sob escapes me. Hearing him say that is devastating. I want him so badly, but the price I would pay for giving in is too high. He gently pushes my head back on his shoulder and strokes my neck, creating a line of sweet, sensual tingles. It's soothing, almost making me forget why I was worried at all. I can't keep fighting. I mind link Felix. I can't feel him there, but I continue anyway. I'm sorry, Felix. I'm so sorry. I tried. I really tried. I call through the link. Jameson growls, and I can feel his wolf coming back to the surface. He must have felt me linking. He lightly pinches my chin and turns my head to face him. Come on, Ace. Please open your eyes. I feel my wolf pull forward. I know the moment I look at him, I will lose my resolve, and I whimper, knowing I can no longer resist. I gaze into his deep blue eyes, and his smile fills my heart. I won't let anyone take you from me again, he promises. My heart melts, and my mind becomes overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. He stands and walks with me in his arms back to the lake house. Jameson gently lays me on a bed, then turns to lock the door and drags both dressers in front of it. Did Felix leave me here? This is the second time I've heard him, but I tried to run. I really did try. I need to find a way out again while I'm thinking clearly. I look around the room as Jameson kneels by the bed, takes in the damage to my arm, and places his hand on it gently. His light touch immediately helps relieve some of my pain. I need to leave, I remind myself internally, and his voice breaks into my thoughts. All this time, he breathes, the tears threatening to fall from his eyes, tugging at my heart. All this time apart from you has felt like hell. I have been going insane without you. I study his handsome face and find myself longing to touch it. How could you let him touch you? He chokes out. You're mine, Ace. How could you stop loving me so easily? I stare at him silently, my heart bleeding internally at his words. Please say something, Ace. I say the only thing I can, the same words I've repeated to myself every time I feel the overwhelming need to go to him, every time I feel his eyes on me, and every time I even dare to think of him. I have no choice but to push forward, otherwise my family and I will die. I reach out to stroke the dark stubble on his face. He moves over me on the bed and touches his forehead to mine. No, they won't, Ace. I can fix this. I want to believe him. It would be so easy to just let go and believe him. but I've seen the control his father has over him, over this whole pack. I feel him breathe into my neck, and he growls, "I can still smell him on you." He sneers. I woke to a loud growl, slamming, and the sound of things breaking. "Go to the balcony now, Ace." I hear my brother's voice boom through the mind link. I panic and wrap my naked body in a sheet, then freeze when I see Jameson holding Felix by the throat and watch as Max sticks a second needle into his arm. "Fuck." Jameson growls out in pain. "No," I whisper, then overwhelmed by the situation I yell out, "Please don't hurt him. It's not his fault." Jameson lets go of Felix, who I now notice has bloody gashes all over his body. Jameson walks towards me. I see his eyes start to change, and he nearly stumbles to the floor before he reaches me. I grab his arm and set him down against the base of the bed. "I'm so sorry, Jameson," I say as I lean my forehead against his. He brings his hand up and caresses my face as I lean into him. "I'm so sorry. I never wanted any of this to happen. I wish it could all be different." Tears start to fall, knowing that this is the end. "Please don't leave me," he pleads. I can see his pain both from the wolfsbane and from my words. It was never easy to be apart from me either. I confess, I fought against wanting to be with you every day. I just had a daily reminder of what being with you would cost me. I love my family, Jameson. I don't want to lose them. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I whisper to him and feel someone pulling me away from my rejected mate. "Let's go, Ace." I take one last look back and see that Felix and Max were tending to their alpha. "Now!" My brother pulls my arm and says sternly, void of emotion. I climb down the ladder perched against the balcony, and my brother hurries me into his car. "Do you realize what you've done?" he yells, and his words cut me deep. He has never yelled like this before. I hang my head, feeling defeated, and take it. I failed Jameson, I failed myself, and I failed my family. I try to pull my thoughts together. The farther I get from Jameson, the more clear the consequences of my actions become. How could we possibly ever be together while his father is still the alpha? Why am I still so weak? I get lost in my thoughts until I feel the car stop and realize my brother drove all the way to the nearby human town. I look over and see his eyes have let a few tears escape. "I'm so sorry, Aaron," I say in almost a whisper, heartbroken. "You have to leave, Ace." He pauses and wipes his eyes. "I don't know if it's just for a while or for good," my brother admits. "You have to leave. If Alpha Tylon finds out, he will kill you, me, Mom, and Dad." I sit silently, knowing I brought this upon myself and there is no reason to fight it. Aaron continues to speak softly. "Grandma Jean had one of her close friends from her pack book you a room here for the night." He motions past the windshield, and I realize we were parked at a restaurant next to a hotel, probably to avoid cameras. "Felix is going to try to meet you here later. If he's not here by morning, leave for Grandma's regardless." His voice broke while giving me the details. He hands me a black cotton pocket dress and some flats to change into quickly. "I got some essentials packed in the trunk, including your personal documents. Felix and I went and emptied our accounts out. It's not much, but we got $2,500 together for you, just in case." I don't think I could be more broken, scared, and ashamed of what I've done at this point. I am just now realizing all the people I've hurt by giving in to Jameson and being selfish, and how serious this situation could be. "I love you, Ace," my brother says and pulls me into a hug. "I'm sorry I yelled at you. I didn't mean it. I don't want to lose you." I sob in his arms and he rubs my back. "It's okay, I promise everything will be okay." He soothes me. "I'm so sorry," I say through my tears. "It's okay, Ace, we will see each other again." "All right," he says, and I nod. As much as I don't want to leave you, I have to go back to help Max and Felix control and cover up everything as best we can. Mom and Dad don't know anything, and I think it's best we leave it that way. I nod. "You don't have your cell, do you?" he asks. "No, it's at the lake house." He sighs. "Well, that's probably for the best right now." I reach for the door handle. "Ace," my brother calls, and puts his hand on my arm. "I love you." "I love you too, Aaron." I give him one last hug and exit the car. I grabbed the sheet I was wrapped in that still smells of Jameson, folded it and shoved it into one of the 2 suitcases my brother packed, and headed to the hotel. I wake to the door opening. I roll off the bed quickly and stand in the dark corner. I pull my wolf forward, see the silhouette of a man, and then the light flicks on, blinding me momentarily. It's just me, Ace, Felix says quietly, and I run to hug him, but stop right before I reach him. He has every right to be upset with me, so I should give him some space. I'm so sorry, Felix, for everything. He moves towards me, wrapping his arms around me tightly, and puts his chin on top of my head. It's not your fault, Ace, he says and kisses the top of my head. Guilt begins to consume me, for not being strong enough, for what I've done to Felix, and for seeking comfort in a male besides my mate. My life has become a bigger mess than it was after breaking the bond. Are you okay? I ask concerned, then look up to Felix with my puffy eyes. Of course, I was quite literally born to be able to take a few hits from an alpha. He chuckles. Let me see your arm. I heard you may have jumped off a balcony tonight. He gently takes my now healed arm and looks it over. How'd you know about my arm? Did Jameson tell you? I look at him curiously. We will talk about all that later. We have a long drive starting tomorrow. You should get some rest, he says as he walks me back towards the bed. I repeat his words. Are you coming with me? I ask, as Felix pulls the sheets back and I crawl in. I'm going to be driving you to your grandmother's pack. It would seem suspicious otherwise. I nod a little, relieved that I won't be all alone. I'm just going to hop in the shower really quick before I get in bed. He leans over and kisses my forehead, sending another pang of guilt coursing through my soul. I fall asleep quickly, exhausted from today's events. Ace, I hear my name being called softly. Ace, baby, it's time, get up. I wake up and look through my puffy eyes at Felix lying next to me, propped up on his elbow. Good morning, beautiful. He smirks at me. I take some time to study his face. His expression never gives anything away, and it can be frustrating. Felix, are you sure it's okay for you to drive me all the way to my grandmother's? He reaches over and tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Yes, why, don't you want me here? He smiles softly, and I shake my head. That's not it. I am so grateful not to be alone, but I also feel guilty. I really don't deserve to have you here with me. I look over to him and search his eyes. He gives me a gentle smile in return. I would do anything to make sure you're safe, Ace, he admits sweetly. Also, I'm easily bewitched by beautiful, intelligent women. A teasing grin slides across his face, and he moves to get up. I reach for his arm and pull him back. Felix, please tell me the truth. I sit up and grab his hand. Are you really sure it's okay? I don't know what happened after I left, but my life is a complete mess right now, and I don't want to drag you down with me. And why aren't you furious with me? I made so many mistakes. I choke out the last part, guilt beginning to consume me. He pauses a moment to collect his thoughts. Ace, he sighs and reaches out to touch my cheek. I promise it's okay. I want to be here, and I have permission to be here. Everything at the pack is taken care of for now. Alpha Tylon is none the wiser, and Jameson has agreed to keep everything that happened a secret. It would be best if you don't return until after Jameson and Emily. He pauses a moment. You know, when everything's secure. He finishes. Does Emily hate me now? Will you tell her I'm sorry? I plead. We decided it was in everyone's best interest not to tell Emily everything, he says, clearly uncomfortable speaking about what information they withheld. Also, it would be best if you stopped contacting her for now. He touches my face, giving me a bit of comfort. Then he continues. I called our parents and told them we decided to go see your grandmother instead of staying at the lake. They were fine with it. Oh, here's your phone, by the way. He unzips the front of his duffel bag and digs around. Don't worry, Jameson still doesn't know the number, he says, handing it to me. He sighs and continues. Also, I'm not mad at you, Ace. He gives me a pained look and touches my face. It does hurt me to know you still have feelings for Jameson and are still attached to him in some way. I thought things were going back to the way they were between us. Felix pauses a moment. It also hurts to know. He swallows back the sadness in his voice. That he had you. He drops his hand from my face. I think that hurts the most. All of your firsts were mine. He says almost in a whisper. Tears I didn't know I shed hit the comforter as my heart aches hearing his words. I'm so sorry, Felix. I've been so selfish and confused. He grabs me and pulls me to his chest, resting his head on top of mine. How can I get upset when I put you in that position? I invited them without even considering your circumstances, or that any of them would actually come, especially not just show up without even calling. He kisses my blonde hair and continues, I thought he had moved past everything already. At least that's the way it seemed to me. He sighs again. Everything that's happened aside, he moves me so that he can see my face. Do you think, he looks down for a moment, do you think we still have a chance? He asks sincerely. His eyes search mine, and I notice an emotion I've never witnessed in him before. My heart races, and I'm immediately pulled in different directions. So I take a breath to steady my racing thoughts. I'm not sure why you're still willing to put up with me. A small, hollow laugh escapes me. But as long as you don't find your mate before we decided to choose one another, I wouldn't mind trying. His eyes gleam with unshed tears. He embraces me tightly and kisses the top of my head. I do need time to work through everything, and I need to communicate better. I admit to him. We can take as long as you need. He whispers into my hair. We stay like that for a moment until Felix's voice breaks the silence. We need to get moving, though. Let's get packed up and head out. I nod and move to get up, but before I do, I say a quick prayer to the moon goddess, asking her to allow me to move forward with my life. I also ask for her forgiveness for breaking her sacred bond and for betraying Emily. I plead for her to give Jameson peace and to bless Felix for being so gentle with me. I take a deep breath, knowing this will not be easy, but nothing since I've turned 18 has been. Being an adult sucks. It takes almost a week to arrive due to Felix's frequent detours. It was definitely fun letting our wolves out to explore different places along the way. He also stopped in a few small towns for food or photo ops. I was glad when we finally made it across the northern border. We drove through a beautiful little town that looked oddly familiar, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. Felix grabs our bags from the trunk, and I follow him inside a quaint little hotel. The room is a little outdated, but warm and inviting. You can see a snow-covered mountain range out the window. Felix moves behind me and wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me into his chest. It's beautiful here, I say and look up at him. I'm glad you think so. He bends down and kisses my cheek sweetly. Every day I'm with Felix, I feel a little better. I am meeting someone for dinner tonight. Would you like to join me? He asks nonchalantly. Who are you meeting for dinner? I turn in his arms, now curious. He chuckles a little. Your grandmother. My eyes light up at his revelation. Really, we're here, I say, a bit louder than I intended. I haven't seen her in person since I was a child. Although we did video chat often, and she's always sent me postcards from her travels and to wish me a happy birthday. That's probably why the town looks so familiar. Of course I'm going to go, I say excited. He smiles and kisses my lips gently. Good, because I'd love to take you. He kisses me again, longer this time, then tells me to go get dressed for dinner. We enter a little Italian restaurant. It's beautifully decorated and the lighting gives the illusion of privacy. Felix releases my hand and speaks to the hostess. His hand then moves to the small of my back, and we follow the young lady to the back of the restaurant. There in the corner booth, I see her. Grandma, I say, nearing the table. She slides out of the booth and gives me a hug. It's been too long, my dear, she says, pulling away. Her delighted green eyes study me. I've always been told we look just alike, and I can definitely see the similarities. You're more beautiful than the pictures your parents send me. She laughs with joy, then looks up at Felix, who I am just realizing is standing right behind me. Hello, young man. He moves to offer his hand to her. Felix Levine, we spoke on the phone, he says in a business voice. She swats at his hand and moves to hug him. I know who you are, but last time I saw you, you were about yee-high and a little firecracker. A laugh escapes her. Still chasing my granddaughter around, though, I see. She winks at him, and he smiles but says nothing. After the waitress took our order, we chatted a bit about how our families were doing, until the scent of sauce and garlic from our food made our stomachs grumble in anticipation. You're probably wondering why I didn't just have the both of you come straight to my house. It's simply because my alpha likes to greet our guests personally, and he was busy tonight. She smiles. That's kind of him, I reply. It's unique for sure. Felix says, looking a little concerned. Most alphas aren't so personable. Did you by chance let him know the reason for our visit? Felix asks. I did, my grandmother says, taking a sip of her lemon water. Ah, that makes more sense, Felix replies. I look over to him. Is it okay that he knows? I ask Felix. I don't think it'll be an issue. Don't worry. He leans in to kiss my forehead and I blush, knowing my grandmother is watching us. To be young again, she chuckles, snatching the check from Felix and handing her card to the waitress. I will see you both tomorrow, she says with excitement in her voice and a smile on her face. Felix pulled up to my grandmother's pack house. It was a large and luxurious wooden lodge. The windows at the A-frame entrance gave a clear view of the inside, where a large chandelier hung over a U-shaped reception desk. Last night's light snow remained on the roof and the surrounding pine trees, giving it the perfect winter woodland aesthetic. Ready? He asked, opening my door. Yeah, I'm a little nervous, though, I admit. It's going to be fine. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Felix comforts me. I see my grandma standing right inside one of the many glass doors, and she hugs me as soon as I enter. We're just waiting to be called back to the office. She gestures to the leather love seat for us to sit. Across the way, I see a beautiful she-wolf come into the room. It looks like she walked straight out of a fashion magazine. Her heels click against the tile floor, and she's draped in beautiful gold jewelry. She has two women beside her, dressed eloquently, but not nearly as well as her, and one man in a suit lags behind them all. As the woman walks out of one of the glass doors, I start to feel a little self-conscious in my skinny jeans and plain long-sleeve shirt. At least I wore my leather riding boots instead of tennis shoes, I guess. Felix must have noticed me picking at my clothes, and he pulls me to his side. You look fine. Stop. He whispers into my hair, then leaves a quick kiss. Grandma must have noticed my fussing as well and starts, Oh, don't worry over such materialistic matters. She's the only one here who dresses like that. Don't pay any attention to her, honey. She gives me a reassuring smile, then continues. That is Amelia, our alpha's mate. She explains to Felix and I. Oh, did he recently find her? Felix asks. No, she's been around for about 3 years now, Grandma tells him, and Felix looks at her confused but says nothing more. So she's the Luna of Winter Moon then? I cut in, too curious to let it go. No, dear, Alpha Chi hasn't appointed her to Luna, she states blandly. Oh, I say and ponder. I've never heard of such a thing, but there is a first time for everything. Just then a woman's voice breaks into my thoughts. Alpha Chi will see you now. A woman in a navy pencil skirt led us to the elevators and down a hall to an open door. Here you are, the woman said, gesturing towards the office. When I walked in, the man sitting behind the desk was much younger than I expected. He was maybe the same age or a little older than my brother. He had jet black hair, strong broad shoulders, and when he looked up, his ice blue eyes seemed to pierce right through me. Welcome, Jean. It's good to see you, the alpha says to my grandmother, standing up and coming around the desk, pulling her into a quick side hug. I realize how tall he is seeing him stand next to her. Did you bring any of your famous banana bread for me? The alpha jokes, her hands clearly empty. Not today, but I'll be sure to make up a few loaves now that my granddaughter's here. She responds with a warm smile, patting the hand he has on her shoulder. I look on, not knowing what to do or say. This is unfamiliar territory. Alpha Tylon would probably remove my entire arm if I so much as touched him. Alpha, my grandma starts, I'd like you to meet my beautiful granddaughter, Ace Harbor. As soon as she said beautiful, I felt Felix pull me closer to him, eliciting a chuckle from my grandma. I shook the alpha's hand, and Felix did the same, as she introduced him as my special friend and future beta of Red Forest. Wonderful to meet you both. Welcome to Winter Moon, Alpha Chi started. You're probably well aware, but my name is Alpha Chi Linden. How was your journey here? The alpha asks, his deep voice both cheerful and soothing. It was fun, and your pack house is beautiful, I say as he motions for us to sit and returns to his desk. I was surprised to hear your grandmother had family coming. She doesn't often get visitors. His cold blue eyes find mine, and I feel a tinge of guilt for not visiting before this. Felix, who is standing behind my chair, places his hand on my shoulder and responds. Our alpha doesn't allow the head families to leave pack grounds without prior authorization. That includes their children. Do you have permission now? The alpha retorts, Yes, Alpha, we do. I look up at Felix and mind link him. I didn't know we got Alpha Tylon's permission. He smiles down at me. I did, he says out loud with a reassuring smile. So, Alpha Chi begins. Your grandmother has given me a little background for the reason you're both visiting. I would like to speak to Ace alone for a moment, if I may. Felix squeezes my shoulder tight, feeling uncomfortable with the situation and not wanting to leave me. It's only for a moment, young Beta. My grandmother reassures Felix, plus, the alpha is already mated. She pats his arm, and he reluctantly follows. I'll be right outside, he says before they slip out the door. Are you certain that man isn't your mate? The alpha chuckles, and a shy smile appears on my lips. As much as I wish he was, he's not my goddess-given mate. He leans back in his chair. Don't give goddess-given mates too much credit. They aren't all they're cracked up to be. He admits, and I gaze at him curiously. Anyway, I spoke to your grandmother. I heard you were mated to Alpha Tylon's son and were forced to renounce the bond. He adopts a concerned look. I'm very sorry. That must have been painful. It was. I let out a hollow laugh, but it was best for everyone involved, considering the circumstances. I say truthfully. He considers me for a moment, then asks, and the situation that led to you having to leave, do you believe it can be resolved? I think about his question for a moment. I really haven't had time to consider my circumstances. I realize that things between Jameson and I are awkward and messy. If this attachment we have doesn't go away, even after he marks and mates, I bring my hand to my chest to help ease the pain in my heart at that thought. It could become dangerous for me, Felix, and Emily if this lingering bond remains. But I wanted to go to college in the human town, so I could live there for a while, right? But I don't want to stay there forever. Ace, I hear a deep, gentle voice call. I didn't mean for you to try and figure everything out right now. The alpha breaks me from my thoughts. Just take some time to think things through while you're here. You're welcome to stay as long as you need. I nod, but why do you even care what happens to me? I ask sincerely, but immediately realize the way I asked was disrespectful, so I bow my head to him. I'm sorry, Alpha Chi. I spoke without thinking. I didn't intend to be disrespectful. Lift your head up, he said, laughing. It's fine, Ace. Please speak freely in my presence. I would dislike it more if you didn't say what's on your mind. I look up and see he doesn't look angry, nor does he sound sarcastic, so maybe it really is okay. And to answer your question, your grandmother is one of my own. I take care of my pack members in whatever ways I can. I look at him a little astonished by how close he seems to his pack. Thank you, Alpha. Will that be all? I ask. Yes, that's it for now. Will you send Felix in for a moment? Then you're all free to go. Enjoy your time here with your grandmother, Ace, and if you need someone to talk to, stop by anytime. I nod in appreciation and slip out, telling Felix to go in. I wonder what he will talk to Felix about. He's a great alpha, isn't he, Ace? My grandmother says joyfully. Yes, he seems nice. Too nice, honestly. I chuckle. You'll get used to it. She replies and pats my hand. Felix meets us in the hall when he's finished. Ready to head out? He asks me. Yes, I say with a smile. Then to grandmother's house we go. He chuckles. We follow my grandma's green Nissan to her little wood cabin. It's so quaint and the air outside is crisp and fresh. Come right in, kids. She can't hide the joy in her voice. It is nice and warm inside due to the fireplace that's burning. Is that a real bearskin rug, Grandma? I ask, crouching down to feel it. It is. It's from one of my hunts, she says proudly. That is an incredible catch. Felix joins in. Isn't it? She laughs. Let me show you the room you'll be staying in. She leads us through the kitchen and into a little hall with 2 doors. Here's the bedroom. She opens the door so we can see inside. It's a cozy little room, decorated with black bears. Feel free to settle in, and the bathroom is just through the other door there. She motions to the bathroom. It can get a bit chilly at night, since it's the farthest room from the fireplace, but I have extra blankets in my closet. Thank you, Grandma. I hug her tight and sweep a stand of gray hair from her face. Thank you for letting Felix and I stay, my eyes filling with unshed tears. Oh, honey, I couldn't be happier that you're here. If it were up to me, you would stay with me forever. She chuckled. Thank you, Mrs. Jean, Felix tells her. Call me Grandma Felix. Most everyone here does. She smiles. Now you two get settled, and we can go for a run together. Her eyes glisten with joy. Now I know where your playful side comes from. Felix mind links me. His wolf is only slightly darker than his hair color. There are so many rich red colors in his fur. Honestly, he's breathtaking. My grandmother's black wolf is dodging between trees. We can't mind link her, but it's obvious she is having fun, which makes my heart happy. It's beautiful here, isn't it? I say, listening to the crunch of thin snow patches beneath my paws. It really is, he links back. I prefer the warm weather back home, though, he finishes. I take a deep breath of cold air. I think I actually prefer the cold, although it is still summer and it's in the 30s today. I wonder what winter is like here if it's this cold now. I see a large patch of melting snow and I jump on it. I imagine how big, fluffy, white winter mounds of snow must be here, and how fun it would be to go chasing little white rabbits around. I hear a growl come from behind me, and I stop running. I see two large wolves, who are definitely not my grandma and Felix. I look around and don't see them anywhere. Shit! I smell the air and can tell the wolves approaching are a part of my grandmother's pack, probably border patrols. I can't link them, so I lay down with my ears back in submission, hoping they understand I mean no harm. They stand directly in front of me, and I watch their eyes glaze over a few times. I lay still and consider shifting so I can explain myself, but before I do, the biggest and only pure white wolf I have ever seen emerges from the pines. My flight or fight kicks in, but I remind myself that no one has hurt me yet. Then I feel someone break into my mind, causing me a slight headache. Ace. I hear the alpha's voice through the link. I let out a breath. I'm not going to die today after all. Yes, Alpha Chi, I link back. Now all that adrenaline turns into anxiety. It's my first day here, and already I'm causing problems. I'm sorry, Alpha. I got distracted and got separated from my grandmother and Felix on a run. I admit. You're fine, Ace. My men just needed to verify who you were. I'll get you back to your grandma. He sounded amused with my predicament, which is a little embarrassing. Don't get lost now, he teases. I roll my eyes and follow as he takes off. He is really fast, but I feel like I might be able to take him, so I rush beside him. Still dodging trees, I start to pull ahead a bit. Was that a grin? Did the alpha's wolf just grin at me? All of a sudden, he bursts past me. Unprepared, I fall behind, but I make a quick recovery. I almost pass him completely, but he comes behind me and nips my tail. Caught off guard, I trip and roll a few times. Luckily, I didn't hit any pine trees, and once I get back up, I realize I'm in a clearing. My green eyes scan the tree line in detail. I see a flash of white and then take off in that direction. I catch the flick of his white tail disappearing behind a tree to my left and turn running full speed. I hear the crack of a limb to my right. When I look over, I catch the hind end of a deer and crash right into the pure white alpha. I roll a few times and a tree catches my chest, knocking the wind out of me. Once my breath comes back, I get up slowly and see Alpha Chi sitting in front of me panting, with his pink tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth. I laugh internally at how adorable he is. I'm sorry, Alpha. Are you okay? I link him. Why is it that every conversation you have with me, you apologize? You don't have to be sorry. That was the most fun I've had in a long time. He tells me through the link. Oh, well, in that case, you're welcome then. I tease. I feel a pull in my mind. Excuse me, Alpha. Felix is linking. He nods. I break my link and let Felix in. Where did you go, Ace? Your grandmother and I have been looking all over for you. Are you okay? He asks, worried. I'm fine. I'm with Alpha Chi. He was helping me find my way back to you. I'm not sure if I want to admit to falling behind because I was daydreaming about snow. Just stay put. I caught your scent. I'll be right there. He cuts off the link, and a few moments later, him and my grandmother come into the clearing. I see Felix's eyes glaze over, and he's not linking me, so it must be the alpha. Only alphas can link outside the pack. Before we part ways, I give Alpha Chi a quick nod to thank him and head back to Grandma's little cabin. Goddess Ace, you scared me today. Felix admits while getting dressed for bed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just got distracted and fell behind. I shrug. He came up from behind me and pulled me tight against him. His body is always so warm. I didn't like you being with the alpha, he says into my neck. He leaves soft little kisses down to my shoulder. He already has a mate, Felix. I laugh at his possessiveness. He turns me in his arms to face him. He does have a mate, but I noticed when speaking to him in his office that he doesn't have a mark. He kisses me gently, pulls my bottom lip into his mouth and lightly bites it. I didn't notice. I mumble against his lips, then kiss him back. I only have eyes for you. I giggle as he pushes me on the bed. I like it when you say things like that. Felix had to leave almost a week ago now, and it's been hard. The reality of my situation has really hit me head on, and the loneliness from being in a different pack feels suffocating. I have been pushing myself to still be active, but in all honesty, every conversation I have right now is a challenge. Plastered smiles and synthetic excitement are exhausting to maintain. I push my scrambled eggs around on my plate while my grandma finishes her coffee. Hey Ace, I am going to go over to the community garden today. Want to come? My grandmother asked cheerfully. Realistically, I didn't really want to, but I need to push forward, as my dad would say. A smile tugged at the corner of my lips at the thought of my family. I'll go, Grandma. Let me get dressed. She was full of glee when I said yes. All right, dear. I'll just finish my coffee, and then you can meet me at the car. I nod, then go change into a pair of ripped jeans, a black off-the-shoulder crop top, and black Converse. I tie my hair in a loose over-the-shoulder braid, then grab my jacket and head out the door. We pulled into a parking spot in front of the 3 massive green houses sitting side by side. The gated playground off to the right already had a few pups playing on the equipment and some she-wolves watching them from the benches. I watch them for a moment and wonder if I'll ever get the chance to become a mother. I feel guilty for hoping that Felix mates and marks me before he finds his real mate. Ready? Grandma asks, breaking me from my thoughts. I nod and open my door. We walk into the 3rd greenhouse from the right like always, and it's incredibly warm inside, so I remove my jacket and place it on the table next to the door. Why do we only ever come to this greenhouse? I ask her. Because this is my district's greenhouse, she tells me. District? I ask. I've never heard of dividing packs into districts. I can see some of the pros and cons, though. Yes, dear. Although we aren't the biggest pack, we do have quite a few members. Some things we do together, some things we do by district, she explains. Interesting, I reply. We spend the day mixing soil, watering plants, and talking with the other pack members, mostly older ladies. I harvested tomatoes, peppers, and eggplant for the first time in my life. Who knew gardening could be almost fun? We split the harvest into 2 baskets. One basket goes to the community center so everyone in the pack has access to fresh produce. Everything left over gets canned and sent back. The second basket goes to the pack house to use for community meals. The pack house dining room serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. Grandma always has breakfast ready before we leave. And we usually have leftovers from the prior night's dinner for lunch, so we rarely ate there. But it was fresh and delicious the times we did. Grandma Jean pulls up in front of the community center, so I grab the basket and run it inside. Hey, Ace, the young receptionist at the community center calls. Hey, Callan, how's your adorable little pup doing? He is trying to kill me, I swear, she laughs. Do you see these bags under my eyes? He won't let me sleep. A laugh escapes me. Well, if you'd like a reminder of what it's like to sleep at night, just let me know. I think I could stand to pull one all-nighter. I wink at her. Don't go around saying things like that, Ace, she laughs. I might just have to take you up on that. Please do. I lean closer to her, but do keep this between us. I can't have every new mom seeking me out desperate for sleep. She laughs. I'll call you after I talk to Tyler. We may be able to squeeze in a date that night, too. I can hear the excitement in her voice. Already trying for another pup, I see. I tease her, and she playfully slaps my arm. Don't jinx me. Ace, I hear a voice call from behind me and hand Callan the basket before I turn and see Mitchell. He's a junior athlete at the Pack High School. Hey, how was your game last week, Mitchell? I'm sorry I couldn't make it, I say, walking closer. No biggie, we lost anyway, he says, defeated. You know, losing is essential for success. How else would we learn? When's your next game? I'll be sure to watch and cheer you guys on. I say with excitement, hoping to extend some encouragement. It's tomorrow night at 7. We're playing at the Pack High School this week. It's a home game, he says with a little more light in his eyes. How convenient. I can't possibly miss it then, I laugh. Where's Felix? He asks. He had to go home, I tell him, sounding a little disappointed. That sucks, he answers flatly, then continues. Hey, I've been wanting to ask, how old are you, Ace? Mitchell, I hear the Alpha's deep voice call out from the community center office. I saw your mom at the Pack grocery store just a bit ago. You should get home and help her put everything away, he says, walking up to us. Yes, Alpha? Mitchell sighs and lowers his head slightly in respect. I'll see you tomorrow, Ace. He calls back to me. I give him a quick wave, then turn my attention to Alpha Kai. I didn't know you were here, Alpha, or I would have said hello. To be completely honest, I've been kind of hiding out back there, he chuckles. I get stopped a lot when I make my rounds, and I wanted a moment to myself. I almost laugh at how guilty he looks. I can't imagine what that's like, nor do I want to. A laugh escapes me. I like being able to move about freely. Do you now? Alpha Kai asks with his eyebrow. I look at him confused. Well, it was nice running into you. I should let you get back to hiding, I say and move towards the exit. Let me walk you out. Alpha moves in front of me and opens the glass door. Thank you, but you don't have to walk me out. My grandma's right there. I gesture to her little green car, where she's sitting in the driver's seat, reading a book. I want to, he says, then continues. It seems like you've gotten to know everyone here. Far from everyone, Alpha, and I've been here for nearly a month now. Wouldn't it be odd if I didn't know anyone? I laugh. You'd be surprised. There's some who have been here for years like that. I see a flash of sadness in his eyes. Well, maybe those people just take more time to warm up to something different. I say with an encouraging smile, then continue. Hopefully they will find some like-minded individuals here. I pat the Alpha's shoulder, then withdraw my hand quickly. Oh, Goddess, I'm so sorry, Alpha. I was just trying to encourage you. I shouldn't have done that. I ramble. Ace, calm down. It's fine, honestly. It's not fine. He's mated and an alpha, whereas I am an unmated she-wolf of beta blood. But my family serves as gammas, and I'm technically a kind of runaway right now, so I'm definitely ranked way below him. I nod and move towards the car, but Alpha Kai grabs my arm. Ace, why do you always get so nervous around me? His ice blue eyes search mine for an answer. That wouldn't have been tolerated at my pack, I say nervously. You aren't at your pack right now, Ace. He sighs. Let's try to work on this, yeah? Yes, Alpha, I respond. Where are you and your grandma headed next? He asks. The Pack House. I look at him curiously. Good. You think I can catch a ride? A laugh escapes me. You really want to ride in my grandmother's car? I look at him like he's crazy. Yes, it's getting cold and I walked here, he says seriously. Let's go, he calls to me while I stare from the sidewalk. He opens the passenger side door. Jean, could you give me a lift to the Pack House? He asks. Of course, dear, she replied as I slipped into the back. That must be a good book for you to bring it with you everywhere. He teases my grandmother. Don't you start, Alpha, it's my granddaughter's fault. I hear her statement and find myself at a loss as to why she's blaming me. My fault, what did I do? I say louder than intended and sit forward waiting for her answer. Alpha Kai chuckles. Every time we go to town, it takes her longer and longer getting back to the car. She complains. That's because I get stopped by your pack members everywhere I go, I exclaim. Do you now? Alpha Kai says with his eyebrow arched. I thought you liked to move about freely. I remember our prior conversation and reply. I do, it's just not as freely as it once was, but still more freely than you. Unable to save face, I decide to make up a childish excuse. None of this is my fault. I sit back and mumble. Actually, I sit forward again. It's Alpha Kai's fault. My fault, Alpha laughs. How is it my fault? He moves the rearview mirror to gaze at me and Grandma swats his hand. Alpha, would you like us all to get into an accident? I'm driving. She scolds as he rubs the back of his hand, laughing as she fixes the mirror back. If you weren't hiding in the office earlier, everyone would have been too busy talking to you to even notice I came by. I say matter-of-factly and sit back again. I'm getting double-teamed here. Alpha Kai laughs again. Well, lucky for you, we're almost to the pack house, Grandma says to Alpha Kai. I should ask you for rides more often, Jean. This is fun, the Alpha says with a grin. You have a car, Alpha. Have Delta Brad drive you around. I have enough trouble getting this one back in the car. She points at me while he chuckles. Once again, it's not my fault, I say nonchalantly as my grandma pulls up in front of the pack house. Now both of you go on, get out of my car. She shoos us out, picks up her book, and I get a glimpse of the cover. 50 Shades. Grandma, what are you reading? I snatch the book from her. You can't read this. She snatches it back. I'm old enough to read whatever I damn well please, child, and this is nothing compared to the sounds I heard coming from your room while Felix. All right, I'm getting out. I cut her off defeated, and she grins at me knowing she won. I grab the basket of produce and climb out. Alpha, stop being nosy and close the door. It's cold, she says sternly, finding her page in the book. I can carry that. Alpha Kai says, reaching for the basket as we walk through the pack house. So can I say, moving the basket out of reach. Ace? I hear one of the chefs call out as we approach the kitchen. Oh, and Alpha, what a pleasure. He bows his head respectfully. How is your mom doing, chef? I ask as I put the basket down on the stainless steel table, close to the vegetable boxes. She's feeling much better, thank you for asking. He replies as I help him sort the contents of the basket into the correct boxes. I'm sorry, Alpha. Am I keeping you from something? The chef asks sincerely. No, just here, existing. He replies. A small laugh escapes me, but I do my best to ignore Alpha Kai. While on the other hand, the chef looks at him concerned, but eventually concedes and helps sort again. I got to pick the vegetables today. Who knew there was different techniques used to pick things? I start, drawing attention away from the lingering Alpha. Amused, the chef replies, You must be new to gardening. Very new, I admit. A laugh escapes me. If you would have asked me where a carrot came from a month ago, I would have said the grocery store. The chef chuckles. I noticed Felix hasn't been around, he asks. He had to go home. A little sadness seeps into my voice. Well, as long as you don't go anywhere, Ace, right, boss? I hear another voice call from the back of the kitchen. Hey, Emilio, I say surprised, seeing him walk out of the freezer. You look good today, Ace. I give into a little laugh. It's only because you haven't seen the soil packed in my nail beds, I joke. There's nothing wrong with a beautiful woman who's not afraid to get her hands dirty, Emilio says and winks at me before returning to the freezer with a large box. Are you and the wife going to the game tomorrow? I ask the chef, dusting my hands on my pants. It's supposed to get cold again tomorrow night, so probably not, but be sure to have enough fun for the three of us. He smiles kindly. I will be sure to give it my all before I succumb to hypothermia. I joke, grabbing the basket. It was nice talking to you, I say. Yes, same to you, and tell your grandma I said hello. Will do. I turn to walk out of the kitchen and notice Alpha Kai is still leaning against the buffet table. Don't you live here somewhere? Why are you still in the kitchen? I ask in almost a whisper. Am I bothering you? He asks, amused. No, but well, actually, yes. I stop walking and turn to him. Why are you doing this? I eye him suspiciously. Doing what? Like you said I live here, he replies. You know what? I say, still waiting for an actual answer. Are you that bored? I ask, and he laughs loudly. Why are you being so loud? I say, starting to walk again. Why are you being so quiet? He retorts. Because it's quiet in here right now. Read the room. I gesture to the empty hall. You're amusing. I look at him, my face void of emotion. So I've been your source of entertainment for the afternoon, is that it? I turn and start walking towards the car again. What did you want to go to college for? Alpha asks. What? I stop to look at him again, and a grin slides across his lips. I pinch my nose, pretending to be annoyed, but a laugh almost escapes and gives me away. Why? I ask, now unable to keep myself from laughing at his childishness. I'm just asking questions. It seems like everyone in the pack knows you better than I do. I stand there dumbfounded. Why would an alpha want to get to know me? Well, you're going to have to ask harder questions than that, because I've already told nearly everyone I wanted to be a teacher. His grin stretches further, and his eyes begin swirling with mischief. Okay, let me think of something harder then. He taps his chin, then asks, "Are you going to choose Felix as your mate?" I blush and walk a little faster to the front lobby. "That one's too hard," I mutter. I clear my throat and change the subject. "You're trying to get me in trouble with my grandmother, aren't you? That's why you keep stalling and distracting me with questions." "Well, too bad, Alpha. I've caught on, and I'm actually leaving now." I jogged out the door and to the car, leaving Alpha Kai and his questions behind. Felix calls as we pull into the drive, and Grandma leaves me in the car. "Hey," I say tentatively, my heart racing hearing his voice. "Hey, sweetheart, how was your day?" "It was pretty good, actually. I worked in the greenhouse some, sir, then stopped by the community center and the pack house." "How was your day?" I asked. "It was a day. Lots of things have happened, but nothing worthy of mentioning," he replies vaguely. "Do you want to talk about it?" I ask, a little concerned. "No, I'd rather just focus on you," he says sweetly. "I miss you," I admit, and my heart sinks. "I miss you too, Ace. I really do. I think about you all the time." His words bring my heart both joy and sorrow. "When can you come back?" I laugh, knowing it won't be anytime soon. "I just left, baby, but I know what you mean." "I don't know, honestly, but I promise I'll do what I can." I sigh. "Have you considered—" "Never mind." A little laugh escapes me. "I don't think this is the right time to ask him about being chosen mates. I can't believe I let Alpha Kai's words influence me to this extent." "Considered what, baby?" Felix asks. "Nothing. Alpha Kai just said something today, but it's not important," I tell him. "Why were you with the Alpha?" His tone changed immediately. "I just happened to run into him at the community center is all," I explain. "And what did the Alpha say to you, Ace?" His voice tells me he's now aggravated. "Well, it's my fault, actually. I told him to ask me harder questions because I told people I wanted to be a teacher, which looking back was stupid." I start to ramble. "I don't like when Felix is upset with me. I want you to stay away from the Alpha. Can you do that for me, Ace?" he asks, his voice returning to normal. "Yes, as much as possible. I mean, I can't outright refuse him, but I promise not to seek him out." I say. "That makes me feel better. Thank you, baby. I just don't trust him around you." He explains. "Okay, but there is really nothing to worry about." I say, a little defeated. This isn't how I wanted our conversation to go. I hear some yelling in the background of the call. "I got to go, baby. Call me tomorrow," he says. "Oh, and send me some pictures of your day. It would make me feel better to see your face," he tells me. "All right, I'll try. Talk to you tomorrow." I look at my phone, disappointed. I wish he would tell me what's going on in the pack. He's been so vague since he returned. I open the car door and enter the cool night air, praying that everyone I love at Red Forest is safe. I borrowed my grandma's car to take to the game. I really need to look into getting a job, or maybe look into colleges. It seems I won't be going home anytime soon, judging by how Felix avoids the topic altogether recently. A cold breeze sends a chill down my spine. I even wore fleece-lined leggings to try and keep the cold out, with a long-sleeve Winter Moon High School shirt I got from the store in town that you can't even see underneath my jacket. I also brought the thickest blanket I could find at Grandma's. It's only in the low 40s, but I want to be comfortable. I found a spot on the bleachers where the wind couldn't hit me as hard and settled in. "Hey, Ace, you made it," Mitchell's mom calls, walking over. "Yes, and I came prepared," I reply, motioning to my blanket, and she laughs. "Can I sit here?" she asks. "Of course, climb under," I laugh, lifting my blanket to share. "Where's your mate tonight?" I ask just for conversation. "Oh, the Border Patrol just had their quarterly shift swap, so he's on nights for a while now," she answers. "Huh, that's unique," I say, considering how beneficial it would be if our pack was to do the same. "Yeah, nights are my least favorite. The bed is cold without him." She laughs. "Shared body heat is the only survival tactic I've heard enough times to remember," I say with humor. "That's probably because we're wolves and we like bodies and heat." I gasp dramatically. "Gloria," I playfully swat her. "Hello, ladies." I look over and see one of the young warriors from training walking up. He comes and sits on the other side of me, picking up the blanket. He snuggles under it. "I hope you don't mind?" He grins at me. "I'm so glad you asked," I say sarcastically and laugh. We've become more friendly recently due to our similar outgoing personalities. He's definitely handsome, with his light blonde hair and toned body, but he's not my type, and I don't seem to be his either. More people started showing up, and we all talked while the game got started. We ended up taking up 3 rows, mine, the one below me, and the one above me. Those who had blankets sat next to those who didn't, sharing warmth. Is this what it's like every cold summer night? I chuckle and look to Gloria. No, this is a first. She laughs, but I have to admit it's much more comfortable this way. She pats the blanket and I nod in agreement. So why do they still have games even after school lets out? I ask, and the warrior next to me answered, it's basically for strength and conditioning. Plus the packs who participate really enjoy the games. He tells me without peeling his eyes away from the game. Makes sense, I guess. And it keeps the hormonal teen boys busy and out of trouble. I can imagine. I think out loud while Gloria adds, also our schools are year-round, so they don't have one long break in the summer. They get longer breaks for holidays and get days off more frequently. She explains. That's pretty cool. Do all the other schools here do that? I ask, then I hear a deep voice cut in. I could have guessed you had something to do with this community of blankets. Alpha Chi says, walking over, each pack member greeting him respectfully as he passes. To what do I owe the pleasure of you gracing us with your presence, Alpha? I say sarcastically. Move over, please, Alan. Alpha asks the warrior, ignoring my previous statement, and Alan scoots closer to me. Not that way. Alpha Chi chuckles. Move the other way. Sorry, Alpha, the warrior says and moves to the other side. Alpha Chi snuggles in between Warrior Alan and I. Stop moving the blanket so much, you're letting the cold air in. I complain. Well, I'm trying to get comfortable too. Would you like me to sit on your lap instead? He retorts. The audacity of this man. No, I was here first. You need to find a way to get comfortable without moving the blanket. I complain. Gloria busts out laughing, and I just look at her confused. Why are you laughing? Don't tell me you can't feel the ice-cold air he let underneath the blanket, because I know you can. It's nothing, just you both fight with one another like you've lived together for 60 years. She wipes a tear from her eye after laughing so hard, I just roll my eyes playfully and try to change the subject. Can you believe that just a few months ago I was still a carefree high school student? Being an adult has been a struggle from day one. I laugh, but Alpha looks at me concerned, then looks back towards the game. Well, honey, I'm sure you will mate soon. Honestly, I can't believe Felix hasn't claimed you already. Just wait till you're mated, married, and a mother. You might feel old now, but after your second pup, you start feeling really old, and the struggle to keep up with it all is real. Gloria jokes, but the woman next to her nods in agreement. That's something to look forward to, I guess. I say sarcastically, that doesn't sound appealing at all. You should definitely have a pup soon so I can watch it for you. Mitchell's mom exclaims, and I laugh, even though my heart is pricked with sadness. At this rate, I may never have a pup. Felix hardly even talks to me anymore. I think I'd like to take a few years to figure my life out first, I tell her, giving her my best forced smile. I attempt to change the subject, so I comment on the score, and the conversations disperse naturally. I close my eyes for a moment and breathe in a deep breath of cold air. When I open my eyes again, I see Alpha Chi looking at me. What? I ask, laughing. What are you thinking about right now? He asks, and I give him a puzzled look. I'm thinking of putting in a request to the Alpha for an indoor stadium. I laugh. I'll be sure to let him know. Will you now? I expect to hear a response within 7 to 10 business days. I give him an arrogant look. You're so demanding. I'm not sure the Alpha is going to like your attitude. He teases. Is that so? Then maybe the Alpha should refrain from asking silly questions. I look at him and he laughs. When the game ends, everyone swarms their Alpha. I go to escape, but Alpha Chi literally pulls me right back in by my arm. We spend an hour after the game speaking with pack members and congratulating the team on their win. My phone rings and I see that it's Felix, so I excuse myself. Hey, baby, I say excited. Hey, sweetheart, you sound like you're having a great time, he says in a happy voice. I'm at the high school game and Winter Moon won. I laugh. Oh, good for them. If you're busy, I can let you go, he says, and my heart drops. No, it's all right. I miss you and I want to hear your voice. I admit. You break my heart when you say things like that, Ace. I miss you so damn much. His words make me feel a little better, and I start walking towards the car. So, how's everything at the pack? You haven't really talked with me about it, and I think I'm going to start looking for a job here because I don't know what's going on. He sighs. I really can't talk about it right now, Ace, but getting a job wouldn't be a bad thing. He says with fake enthusiasm. I saw your mother today. She told me to tell you she loves you. I let out a sigh of relief after hearing that. I have tried to call my parents a few times now with no luck. What would you think about coming here? I ask him, sliding into the driver's seat. Like to live? He asks. Yeah, I miss you. The line is silent for a moment, so I continue. I'm really starting to like it here. We wouldn't have walk on eggshells around Jameson, and we could maybe settle down. I say shyly, not wanting to push him, but we haven't talked about the future lately, and I'm confused as to what direction to go in. We should probably talk about this another night. Okay, sweetheart. I'm really sorry, but I have to go, he presses. All right, I understand, I say, disappointed. Ace, I know everything's messed up right now, but I just want you to know that I care about you a lot, and I want to be with you and only you. His words give me a little hope. I'm glad to hear you say that. I've been really worried recently. I care a lot about you too. I admit. Good night, baby. Get home safe, he says and hangs up. I lean the seat back for a moment and place my forearm over my eyes, hiding the tears that keep slipping out. Even though his words made me feel a little better, I still feel lost. I hear someone knock on the window. Fuck. I groan internally, wiping my eyes on my arm before looking to see who it is. Of course, I roll down my window. What can I do for you, Alpha? I say with a plastered smile. You can give me a ride home, he says with a grin, waiting for an answer. I stare at him for a moment. Don't you have a car? I ask. I have multiple, he says, now rubbing his arms dramatically. Fine, get in. I unlock the door. Don't be too excited now. He teases me, then looks over at me. Are you all right? I look over and see his concerned face. Yes. I lie, and he continues, You don't look okay. I sigh and give in. I'm just afraid is all. He looks at me concerned. Not of me, right? He asks, and I giggle. You are the least fearsome alpha I have ever met. He scoffs at me and replies, I can't tell if that was a compliment, but I'll consider it one. My goal is to be a great alpha, not a fearsome one. He chuckles. I'm worried about my future, Felix, and my family. I admit, I'm confused about which path I should take, and they won't tell me anything. Especially Felix. He's just been kinda short with me. Alpha just sat silently listening for a moment. Ace, you're young, intelligent, and beautiful. You could do anything, go anywhere, and capture the heart of any man you choose. Why are you clinging to this situation so desperately? Like if you can't go home, your life is over. I sit quietly and think for a moment. I already lost my mate. I don't want to lose my home, my family, and the only other person who might choose me too. A few tears slip down my cheeks. This could be your home, Ace. Alpha says gently and continues. You have family here and have made plenty of friends. You shouldn't worry about finding a mate right now. There are plenty of wolves who'd give up their goddess-given bond to be with you. He looks at me with an encouraging smile. Take some time and consider what would be best for you. No one else. Just Ace Harbor. I just nod, not wanting to talk about it anymore. I pull into the pack house parking lot and unlock the doors. Ace, he says gently. I'm fine, Alpha, really. He sighs, and we just sit in silence for a few more minutes. Seriously, why do you never have your car? I wipe my eyes and chuckle. I don't know. I run around the pack in wolf form a lot, or I just walk. He says lightly. I don't see your uppers out in public a lot. I admit. That's because they don't go out a lot, he replies and lets out a breath. Hey, I've been meaning to ask. Well, maybe not you specifically, but here you are. I laugh. Where would I go to find a job? Is it online or like old school walk-in paper applications? I look at him expectantly. Are you planning to stay? He asks. I'm just looking for a job right now. That's as far as I've gotten. I admit. Aren't you from a long line of betas? He quirks his eyebrow. Well, my dad serves as a gamma, but yes, although I'm a girl, so that doesn't really matter, unless of course you're planning to marry me off for political gain, but you honestly don't seem the type. I chuckle. He sits quietly thinking for a moment. Would you come to my office next Friday after morning training? He asks. Maybe. I'll see if I can make time in my busy schedule, I joke. All right, see you then. He steps out of the car and walks inside. The next week flew by. Monday night, I got to watch baby Ty for the first time, and it filled my heart with joy. I finally got a hold of my brother. He sounded exhausted, and I feel like something's wrong, even though he told me everything was fine. He asked me to take the money he and Felix gave me and to go buy a new phone. So Grandma just put me on her plan for now. I asked if Mom and Dad were having some financial difficulties, but he didn't answer, so I am assuming that's the case. Felix hasn't texted or spoken with me since Tuesday, but he said he had a meeting out of town, so I think it's best to be patient and not push him too hard. He sounded really tired too last time we talked. When Friday finally rolls around, I jog to the pack house in my sports bra, tennis shoes, and matching leggings. I check in with the secretary and look out the front windows while I wait. Alpha will see you now, the secretary said, and I follow her into the elevator, just like the day I arrived. Thank you, I say as I walk in the Alpha's office. Good morning, Ace, Alpha says without looking up. Good morning, Alpha, I tell him and sit down. He looks up and his eyes run over my exposed skin. I came straight from training like you asked, I explain. He swallows hard, then stands and walks over to the door and closes it. I would have shut it if you had asked, I say, tipping my head back to look at him. I just assumed you would shut it after you came in, he retorts. It's too early for this, and I'm not going to argue over a door. Have you given any thought as to what direction you may be headed in? He asks, leaning back in his chair, fiddling with a pen between his fingers. You realize I'm only 18, right? I'm not required to have my life together. Call me back in at 30. Maybe then I'll have an answer. I snort. You know what I mean, Ace. I sit quietly for a moment, thinking about what I'm going to say, and I decided to just be honest. I've just been in limbo, waiting for the day that Felix calls and tells me I can go home, but I realize that needs to change. I sigh and sit sideways in the chair, draping my legs over the arm. What were your plans before everything happened? He asks in a stoic voice. When I was little, I always wanted to be my friend Emily's Gamma. I lean my head back over the other arm of the chair and laugh. He studies my face for a moment. Then I wanted to be a teacher, because women are basically breeders and limited with what they can do in Red Forest. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would like a pup one day, but I didn't want that to be my entire existence. I look over and see him studying me and sit in the chair correctly. I would like to offer you a position here. He starts, and I look at him, waiting for him to continue. He clears his throat. My beta has been primarily dealing with all Winter Moon's business assets, so that I am able to be active within the pack, but he wishes to retire. I study his serious expression. Oh, well, to be completely honest, I don't know anything about handling finances and assets, especially on a corporate level, so I don't think I'd be a good fit. Do you need a bartender in the pack? I'd probably be a good bartender. I joke, laying in the chair sideways again. Will you let me just explain everything first? He chuckles, and I look over at him. You're always so quick to deny me. He pauses to refocus, then continues. As Alpha, I should be taking care of those matters, but not having a Luna is putting a strain on us all. He sighs. I also don't want to be your Luna, I say, laughing. You are cruel, Ace Harbor, but I wasn't going to request that of you either. Thank the goddess, you would have crushed my already fragile ego. I laugh at him. You don't have a fragile ego, I tell him matter-of-factly. How would you know? He says, amused. You're too handsome to be self-conscious, I tell him. Oh, you think I'm handsome? He asks, chuckling, and leans back in his chair. I have eyes, Alpha, I reply. He chuckles some more, then clears his throat. Sit up for a moment, Ace, he asks, then continues once I'm upright. I want to offer you the position of beta, but give you different assignments. I look at him like he is insane. You don't have anyone more qualified? I ask, caught off guard. You are qualified. Don't sell yourself short, and I won't just throw you into the position. I will help ease you into it. I think about it for a moment. Why don't you promote your Gamma or Delta and give me a lower title? I ask. First, because they aren't of beta blood, and you are. I go to speak, but he holds up his hand for me to stop, then continues speaking. I know you are. Your grandmother already told me, so don't bother to deny it. He looks at me, his ice blue eyes accusing me of a crime I hadn't yet committed. And second, because you have already gained the trust of many of my pack members in the short time you've been here. I consider his words and think maybe I would be able to handle this. Even though I haven't been trained for the position my entire life like Felix has, I do know the gist of what needs to be done. I ponder a little longer, then ask, most packs don't allow women in positions of power. Will that reflect poorly on you? He leans forward and sets the pen down. Winter Moon is not most packs, and I believe in hiring based on capabilities, not sex. I look at him and smile. Good answer, Alpha. I tease. Have you discussed this with your mate? We would have to work together often, and I don't wish to interfere with your relationship. He lets out a breath before looking at me and responding. The relationship between my mate and I would be unscathed by your acceptance of this position. I promise, she is rarely here anyway. He says nonchalantly. I look at him questioning this revelation. So, you haven't spoken with her about it? I ask for confirmation. No, she has no involvement in pack affairs. He replies. And your mate doesn't even live here? I ask before really thinking it through. No, she doesn't. Now I'm confused completely. Then what does your gamma do? He sighs. He attends to her. That is why he is not often here. This gets more confusing the more questions I ask, but I feel like this is something I should know before I accept the position. So, your gamma is not currently with the pack? I look at him confused. No, he's not. I take a moment to consider what he's told me, but he hasn't given me very much to go on. Should I let it go and just consider the position the way it is? But as beta, I should be aware of all situations concerning the gamma and delta, at least traditionally. If the situation is personal, could we send a seasoned warrior to attend to her in exchange? I look at him concerned. We could discuss that further after you're appointed. He is putting up a wall, and I need to be clear about why. Are you not telling me the situation because I'm not yet appointed? He sighs and looks down at his desk. No. I take a moment to consider what I will say next. Obviously, this is more serious than I expected. If this is because you can't trust me, Alpha, then this can't work. I'm sorry if that sounds too direct. I'm not attempting to pry for personal reasons. It's just your business would be my business, and I am trying to seriously consider the position, although I'm severely underqualified. A few minutes pass, and he still hasn't said anything or looked up from his desk. Maybe you need time to think, which is okay. I say in a comforting voice, not trying to pressure him. I'll give you some space, and you can get back to me later on. Thank you for your consideration either way. It means a lot, Alpha. An awkward silence settles in the room, so I slip out the door while Alpha Kai is deep in thought to give him some space. I push the silver elevator button and wait when I hear Alpha call me. Wait, Ace, please come back to the office. He sounds somehow exhausted now, and when I look over, his eyes have become dull. It's really okay, Alpha. There's always tomorrow. Where am I going to go? I laugh, trying to lighten the atmosphere. It's fine. Please come sit. We can clear all this up. He says sadly, and I nod. As I walk back into his office, he holds the door, then takes his place on the other side of the desk. I don't want you to look at me differently because of what I'm about to tell you. I'm not sure why it matters so much to me when it comes to you, but it does. I look at him patiently. My mate is Lycan, he explains. She is beautiful and extravagant, but she has no interest in being a Luna to werewolves. I see the pain on his face and am rendered speechless. I've had my gamma follow her for 3 years and report back to me. He pauses a long moment and swallows back his tears. Because she is unfaithful to me, often and shamelessly. He lets out a hollow laugh. That is also why, as much as I want to, I can't mark her. It would only cause me more pain. My heart drops to my stomach, and a few tears slip down my cheek. I never would have thought that this man had all that, buried beneath his smile. I just didn't want you to think less of me. He looks broken, and I wish I could somehow comfort him. I don't think less of you, Alpha. How could I? If I could take your pain for myself, I would. I admit honestly, no one deserves that kind of pain. I'm sorry I pushed such an emotional subject. I study him for a moment. He runs his hands through his dark hair, and the office is silent for a few minutes. I wait patiently for him to decide where he's going to take the conversation. Well, you have no choice. You have to become my beta now. He laughs weakly. Is that so? I tease, then think about it for a moment, and he stares at me anxiously. I will gladly serve you Alpha Chi Linden in whatever manner you see fit. Just keep in mind I already told you I'm underqualified. I can still see remnants of sadness in his eyes, but he smiles grandly. He comes over and hugs me tight to his chest. Alpha, you have a mate and I have a Felix, I whisper. Yes, I know. He chuckles a little more freely. Sorry, I got excited. I look up at him and smile. I got my first job. I laugh. Go get your grandmother and dress in something nice. I would like to have you swear in this evening, he says, sitting back down at his desk. Like this evening? Like today? I ask. Yes, like today, Ace, he says matter-of-factly. I have to inform my alpha that I will be leaving the pack, I say. Then I begin considering if there is anything else I have to do. I should let Felix know too, but I haven't been able to reach him. It should be okay until we get the chance to speak again. I'm your alpha now, so I will take care of it. All right. I won't argue with that. I don't wish to speak to Alpha Tylon any more than is absolutely required. Go get stuff done. I have a lot of work to do. He pushes me out the door. Grandma, I call from the front door. Yes, dear, she calls back from the kitchen. I walk in and see her working on a crossword puzzle at the kitchen table. I head to the fridge and take out a water, then sit down beside her. We need to go to the pack house this evening, and Alpha said to dress in something nice. I take another sip of water. Oh, what for, dear? She inquires. I am swearing into the pack, I tell her, smiling. You are, my grandmother says, excited. She stands from the table and hugs me from behind my chair. Well, let me just get the chores taken care of, and then I'll take a shower, she says excitedly. I'll do them, Grandma. Go take a shower. It will take a little while for you to do your hair up the way you like it, I tell her, and she agrees. I head out back in just my gym clothes. It's warm today, and the sun is peeking through the clouds, so I allow my body to soak up as much vitamin D as possible. I collect the eggs, feed the chickens, water the plants, get the clothes off the line, and still have some time to just relax and enjoy the sunshine. Time passes too quickly, and before I know it, Grandma steps out the back door and tells me I should start getting ready. I peel off my gym clothes and hop in the shower. I put on a white lace dress. It has only one sleeve, leaving my left shoulder exposed, and there are delicate designs sewn throughout the dress. It has an abstract cut that exposes my left thigh, but it extends past my knee on the opposite side. I put a little makeup on and do my hair in a French side braid. I find my red stilettos, and lastly, I add a white lace choker. You look amazing, my grandma admits, looking me over. Well, I didn't know there was such a beautiful lady underneath all those gym clothes you wear all the time. She chuckles. I escort her to the car, and we head to the pack house. Alpha advised me to send you up as soon as you arrived, the young woman at the desk said with a smile. Thank you, Alice, I say as she leads us to the elevator. As I walk to the office door, I see an older man in an expensive suit and a beautiful older woman speaking with Alpha Chi. Beta Nick, what a surprise. How wonderful to see you and your lovely wife here. Grandmother moves to hug them. I look over and see Alpha taking in my outfit. When he sees I've noticed, he invites me to step inside with a warm smile. I'd like you to meet our beta, Nick, and his wife, Jeannie. They have been primarily living in the city for a few years now, as that where most of our business is conducted. I shake hands with beta Nick, and his wife pulls me in for a hug. Your mate better find you soon, little she-wolf, or you'll be eaten alive, you beautiful thing. She teases, and I smile. What brings you here this late, Beta? Grandma asks. I'm here to relinquish my title to your granddaughter, he says, chuckling. I've been waiting to retire for, 7 years now, he smiles. Ace Harbor, you didn't tell me that part. My grandmother swats me playfully and I rub my arm. You're so violent, Grandma. I was busy doing your chores, remember? I tease her and she smiles broadly. You will be an excellent beta, my dear granddaughter, she smiles up at me. I'm glad you have so much blind faith in me, I chuckle. Well, Let's get this show on the road so I can clean out my office. The beta laughs and his wife slaps his arm playfully, so eager to leave me. Alpha laughs, and Beta Nick places a hand on his shoulder. You're a good man, Kai. It was a pleasure to serve both you and your father. A little emotion breaks through with those last words. Alpha unlocks a drawer on his desk, pulls out a leather-bound box, and opens it. Inside is a tablet, laid on black velvet, engraved with unique writing. Crazy enough, I can read it somehow. May I? I gesture towards the tablet and carefully turn the box around in Alpha's hands so the writing faces me, and I read it aloud. My children, born of winter moon, I pray thy heart stay true. Be thee strong and be thee brave. Against trials that pass through, the goddess grants a blessing here and gives thee strength to be. Remember, children, to be wise, and the goddess shall stay with thee. That is really quite beautiful. It doesn't seem old enough to be written on a stone tablet, though. I look up and Alpha is staring at me. I'm sorry, did I do something I shouldn't have? I ask, feeling uncomfortable, realizing everyone's eyes are on me. You can read that? Alpha asks. You can't? I question. He shakes his head slowly and places the box on the desk, deep in thought. Could you read it to us again? The beta's wife asks kindly, and I nod, repeating the short poem. It is quite beautiful, isn't it? She says calmly and takes her husband's arm. An uneasy feeling starts to spread internally, and I start to become anxious. Grandmother takes my hand, sensing that I'm nervous. You'll have to report her to the Lycan Kingdom. The beta says, so much for retirement. He chuckles sadly. What exactly is happening? I ask, shaken by what the beta just said. My eyes dart to each person in the room, then I let go of my grandmother's hand. She looks up at me and whispers, Don't, Ace. It's okay. Everyone always tells me it's going to be okay, and it's never okay. I look to Alpha Kia. He still hasn't looked up from his desk, and I chew my lip, weighing my options, trying to figure out what I've done. I start to taste blood and make a decision to leave. I'm suffocating in this office. I turn and walk quickly towards the elevator and hit the down button. Ace! I hear Alpha call right as the doors open. I walk in and move to the side so I can't see him as they close. I let out a breath, thinking I've gotten away, until I see Alpha's hand extend through the doors at the last second, opening the doors back up. He hits the close button, and once they shut, he hits the emergency stop. What are you doing? Alpha asks, pinning me in place with his arms. I bite my lip again, panicked and searching for an escape. Ace, Alpha says tenderly, realizing I'm panicking. Calm down. He reaches to my face and wipes the blood from my lip. I gaze into his ice blue eyes. You're not in trouble, so don't run, he says, his hand now caressing the side of my face, and I lean into his warmth. For some reason, his touch seems to calm me a little. I stay like that until I feel him brush a strand of hair out of my face. I realize then what's happening and catch his hand. Don't, I tell him, knowing I already made a mistake finding comfort in his touch. You have a mate, and I have Felix, I say, looking up to him. What did I do wrong, Alpha? I ask, now that my mind isn't reeling. Nothing, Ace. You didn't do anything wrong. I move to the other side of the elevator. Then why would you need to report me to the Lycans then? Anger lacing my words. I don't. It's a misunderstanding. Alpha tries to explain. You're not telling me everything. I accuse him. I chew my lip, pacing again, and reopen the cut, and it bleeds down my chin. Ace, stop. Alpha pulls me to his chest and again wipes the blood with his thumb. Please, just listen for a moment, he says gently, looking into my eyes. When it's discovered that a wolf or Lycan can read the old language, they are considered blessed and are taken to the Lycan Kingdom. It's an honor. He gives me a gentle smile. I don't want to go to the Lycan Kingdom. I just found a home with everyone here, so it's a punishment, I say, looking away. Then you don't have to go. I look back to him. You didn't report me already? He sighs and shakes his head. No, Ace, I didn't. I wouldn't have done that to you, he says softly. In fact, I was devastated, thinking that you'd want to leave. If you would have just given me a minute to process everything. He moves to touch my face again, but I step away. Sorry, I'm just trying to comfort you. You can be difficult to talk to sometimes. He laughs. I'm sorry. I'm just always waiting for something to go wrong, and then when it does, I don't handle it very well. I admit and slip to the floor of the elevator, tired of standing in heels. Did you really get permission from my alpha? I ask, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Alpha Kia hits the button starting the elevator. I am your alpha now, but yes, he chuckles, and your previous alpha is a very greedy man. I snort, knowing full well he is. What makes you say that? I ask sarcastically, but also I'm curious what was said. Well, let's just say I had to strike a deal with the devil to get you here, but it was worth it. He grins as I remove my heels and stand while he continues. Are you going to be my beta, or are you still planning to run, he asks. Maybe both, I reply. He looks at me confused, and I grin as soon as the door opens. I drop my shoes and run out of the lobby, into the woods, and shift, destroying my dress, but I'll have to go shopping soon anyways. I run into the woods with Alpha Kai close behind me. I run off all of the anxiety from earlier, then exhausted, I lay down after getting water from the lake. Alpha comes up beside me, flops down and rolls, itching his back on the ground. Stop, I'm resting. I link him and nip at his leg, that's pointing straight towards the star-peppered sky. You're always so mean, Ace, he teases. Are you going to come swearing after this? He links, then sneezes from all the dust he stirred up. I love it when he acts like a big puppy. Yes, but I'll need to run home and get some clothes first. I lay my head down on my paws. That doesn't look like you're headed to get clothes. He stands up and pounces right next to me, wagging his tail. I pretend to be uninterested, then jump up quickly, nipping him and chase him all the way to my grandmother's. When we finally make it back to the pack house, I join everyone in the dining room where Alpha had the chefs prepare a special dinner. Alpha Kai arrives shortly after with the leather box. I apologize, Beta Ace. I didn't express my surprise in the most appropriate way. The former Beta looks genuinely upset. Please don't take it to heart. We are all guilty of saying things without thinking. I laugh. I was a bit impatient myself, I admit. We enjoy a wonderful steak and lobster dinner, and when the evening comes to an end, I watch the previous Beta relinquish his title. Then it becomes my turn. I renounce Red Forest Pack, which brings a stinging sensation to the base of my head, and I immediately feel empty inside. But I quickly request membership to Winter Moon, which Alpha approves, and when I say the Beta Creed, I feel a warmth envelop me and a power fill my soul. How do you feel? My grandma asks. Very alive and capable, I admit honestly. As the night ticks by, Beta Nick and Jeannie say their congratulations and head to their new home established on the Pack lands. I go to leave with Grandma, but Alpha requests that I stay so he can show me around. Once we walk my grandmother to her car, Alpha looks at me. Ready, Beta Ace? He smiles wide. Yes, Alpha, I reply, and he leads me inside. He shows me the ground floor, which is the lobby, dining hall, a large sitting room with TVs and a fireplace, a game room, and all the maintenance and storage rooms. He then took me to the left side annex elevators, where the second floor is accommodations for single unmated warriors. He shows me a vacant room, and it's much like a hotel with the addition of an oven. Everything is very modern and well kept. I peeked into the laundry room and saw two wolves doing something I wish I could unsee. Of course, Alpha exploited my embarrassment. The third floor is for the mated warriors. They are 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. The fourth floor is guest accommodations and several meeting rooms. There is a building directly behind the pack house with a large garden in between. This building is community offices, such as the director of pack schools, housing, district leaders, the hospital director, etc. He walked me back into the pack house through the dining hall and led me to where the right annex elevators are. This annex is restricted and requires permission and an escort to enter. Alpha hits the button for the second floor. Right this way, Beta. He grins, opening the door to the office that will be mine. It's just as large as his, with 2 leather chairs for guests and an L-shaped tobacco-stained desk, some bookshelves, and a filing cabinet. I can feel my excitement growing. We then check out the third floor of the right annex, which are the Beta, Gamma, and Delta suites. He opens the door and immediately I notice how large, modern, and luxurious it is. It has an open-concept kitchen with black marble countertops, white cabinets, and a large island with a sink. All the appliances are high-tech and stainless steel. My heels click across the tile as I take in the large living room. It has a stone fireplace with a large TV hung above the mantel and a black leather U-shaped sectional. Behind the couch are glass sliding doors that lead out to a large balcony. Here's the master. Alpha gestures towards an open door off the living room. There's a brand new, white, four-poster bed against a matte black wall. The room also comes with matching dressers. To the left are more glass doors leading to the balcony. The bathroom has a beautiful walk-in shower and lots of cabinet space. There is a huge walk-in closet with plenty of shelves for my shoes. I checked out the 2 guest bedrooms and the Jack and Jill bathroom. One bedroom had a brand new queen bed and matching dressers. The other room was completely empty. I explored the room and imagined having my little pups here. "So do you like it?" he asks. "I love it, Alpha. It's beautiful. I can't wait to have a little pup and fill this room with all his or her precious things," I say sweetly and a little excited. I look back to Alpha and his ice blue eyes are illuminated. "You okay, Alpha?" I ask, unable to keep myself from smiling. He nods once, then turns and walks away. "Thank you for showing me everything," I say excited. "Not everything," he said. "I haven't shown you my penthouse, but another time perhaps." His voice is deeper than usual. "All right," I say casually. I notice my phone ringing and see it's Felix. "Do you need to get that?" I look at my phone for a moment. I probably should. I say in answer, "Ace, what the f*** have you done? I don't call you for a few days, so you go and leave the pack." He yells angry. A little taken back, I reply, "I tried to call you every day this week. I was going to tell you as soon as you called me back, Felix. I'm sorry I upset you." I say calmly, "You couldn't wait to talk to me first." I sigh now, feeling guilty, and notice my hands are shaking a little. "You were busy all week, and I can't keep living day to day waiting on you to call and tell me I can go home. I like it here, Felix. I want to stay." I admit. The line goes quiet for a moment. "No, Ace. Pack all your stuff, you're coming home," he says sternly, and my heart stops beating for a moment. "What do you mean, come home, Felix? Could I have come home this entire time? Have you been lying to me?" I ask, desperate for answers now. "I haven't lied to you, Ace," he says in a more forgiving tone. "Things are just different now. You'll be able to be with your mate soon." I choke on his words. "What?" I almost sob, but catch myself. "What does that even mean, Felix?" I ask. This whole conversation is a whirlwind of emotions and confusion. At this point, I'm not even sure I'm thinking straight. "Ace, you're coming home, so get packed up, okay? I'll explain everything after I pick you up." He sighs. "No, Felix, I don't want to leave. This is my home now," I tell him. "I'm happy here, I feel safe, and Alpha Kai even gave me a job." I try to explain, but he cuts in. "Does this have something to do with that fucking unmarked Alpha, Ace?" he growls. "Are you fucking him now? You can't go a few weeks without letting someone touch you," he yells, sending my anxiety through the roof. "How could you even think that of me? I would never do that to you." I cry. The lines goes quiet again. "I honestly don't care what you do anymore. We can't be together any longer. You're Jameson's mate." He grits out, "I found my mate." He finally admits, and I choke back a sob. "Why? Why couldn't you have just told me that instead of accusing me of being a whore?" I say sadly, "And just because you found your mate doesn't mean you have the right to pass me off to the next willing participant." I cry. "I don't understand. This isn't like you. Maybe if you just explained everything." "Ace," he cuts me off. "For once, just do as you're told. Jameson will be coming back for you sooner or later anyway. Just save us the trouble. I'll get you set up in a nice apartment near the college you've always wanted to attend, and you can take classes like you wanted until things settle down." He explains calmly. I take a moment to regain my swirling thoughts. "I'm truly happy for you, Felix. I really am. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you and your mate nothing but happiness." I take a moment to catch my breath, then continue. "I just want to be happy too, Felix, and I'm happy here," I say, and a tear falls down my cheek. The line goes quiet. With nothing else to say, I try to end our conversation. "I'm going to let you go now," I finish. "Wait, Ace," I hear him call out right before I end the call. "You have a real opportunity to be with Jameson now. You can have your mate back. Isn't that everything you wanted? Why does it feel like I can't breathe? Where is Emily, Felix? Is she not still his betrothed?" I ask calmly. I quickly glance at Alpha Kai, who is leaning on kitchen island, watching me intensely. Honestly, I forgot he was even here. Your mate wants you to come home, Ace, he says. I don't have a mate anymore, Felix. You know that. It's the entire reason you pursued me, is it not? Is it not? Where is Emily? I hear him sigh. She's not here anymore, he says in a defeated tone. Well, where did she go? Why is everything you say so cryptic? Why can't you just tell me? He says nothing. Felix, where is Emily? I say louder, my heart racing. Did you all do something to her? I choke back tears. Felix, please tell me you didn't do something to her. I beg him to tell me, but the line disconnects. I close my eyes and push the swirling emotions back as far as possible, trying to regain my composure. It must have taken a while for me to calm down because when I look up, I see Alpha staring at me with worry etched into his features. It won't do me any good to dwell on it right now, I tell myself. Probably shouldn't have taken that call. I laugh weakly, then continue. I'll be here tomorrow morning after training Alpha, if you would excuse me. I say, heading towards the door. Ace, wait. I turn and he's nearly caught up to me. He tips my chin with his index finger and our eyes meet. Do you want to talk about it? His eyes search mine for an answer. Thank you, Alpha, but I will be fine. I say as composed as possible, my eyes threatening to spill tears. He nods understanding. I don't wish to speak about it now. I still need to issue you your cards. Walk with me to my office, he says, opening the door. Yes, Alpha, I reply and follow him. He hands me a brand new pack ID, a community credit card, and a personal debit card attached to an account under my name. You never even asked what you'd get paid. Alpha looked at me amused, trying to bring the mood up an octave. I don't need much, Alpha. He lets out a laugh. $400K a year, and I have already provided you a relocation amount of $100K, so feel free to buy whatever you need to get settled. Be sure to decorate your suite. I want you to feel at home here. That is far too much, Alpha. I complain. I could agree to less than a fourth of that. What would I possibly need that much money for? He shrugs. It's yours to do with as you please, Ace. I will not reduce the beta's salary. You will soon see this pack is quite wealthy. I stare at him for a moment. I'm young and clearly inexperienced. From a business perspective, it doesn't make sense to offer that high a salary to a new employee with no credentials, no prior experience, and no proof that I'm actually capable. He looks at me with a menacing grin. Are you trying to negotiate with your Alpha to lower your salary? I nod slowly, not knowing if I pushed him too far. Why must you always be so stubborn? He sighs and leans back in his chair. Ace, that is the starting salary for an inexperienced beta. He says, laughing, but if it makes you feel better, I will take $50K and deposit it into a retirement account for you or something. But that's basically the same thing as paying me Alpha. Actually, a retirement gains interest. I mumble, and he chuckles. Let it go, Ace. I nod, but not in agreement, just in acceptance. Now, take tomorrow to go find some business attire and find some furnishings for the suite. Hey, tells me with an encouraging smile. Then continues, let me see your phone for a moment. I will add my personal number and download the bank app. It takes a few minutes, but he's done quickly. I thank him again for today, and I turn to leave. How are you going to get home, Ace? He asks. I'm just going to run home. I shrug, not wanting to talk any longer. There are limits to how long I can hold everything inside, and I feel like I'm at my limit. I head to the elevators, and he watches me step on with a concerned look. When I arrive at my grandma's, I try to call my brother, but, like always, he doesn't answer. I cry quietly into my pillow, trying to release all the sadness from my heart. It's past midnight before I'm able to sleep, but once I do, I slip into a deep sleep, exhausted from the day's occurrences. I wake to light peeking through my blinds and realize I slept through my alarm. Shit! I'm late for training, I say, whipping out of bed and moving to pull my gym clothes on. Language, Ace. My grandma scolds, having just opened my bedroom door. It's too late now, plus Alpha told me to take you shopping today. She crosses her arms and glares at me. I pause for a moment to study her. I wasn't actually going to go shopping. I'm more excited to start working, but she seems dead set on it. Maybe if I can get done shopping early, I will have a few hours to get familiar with some things. Most importantly, I don't want to give myself time to think about anything today. I get dressed quickly in a navy, long-sleeve, deep V mini dress, paired with gray ankle boots, and we head to the nearest city. We stop by a home store first. I decided to keep everything modern and simple, so I chose black, white, and gold items to decorate the suite. I got a beautiful black desk and white leather computer chair to place in the empty spare room. We shopped for kitchen essentials too. My favorite was the gold silverware and matte black dishes. I got everything I'd need for the 2 bathrooms, the extra, guest bedroom, and the master bedroom. We left everything I purchased there to be picked up and delivered to the suite. Then I went to the local retail store and bought all the everyday essentials I'd need. I also seen a really nice buffalo checkered, pack and play, and a white glider chair that would be perfect for when I babysit little Ty. I couldn't help myself and bought it all. We hit up the mall, where I got a variety of business casual outfits. Then I moved to the more sophisticated business attire. I picked up a couple modest dresses as well, so I'd have at least one for any occasion that may occur. I passed by an athletic outlet store and bought more gym clothes and sneakers than I needed, which my grandmother scolded me for. We ate at the food court before leaving the mall because I hadn't had junk food in a long while and wanted to indulge. Last, we went to a tech office supply store. After grabbing everything I needed, I passed by an entire section of those pop collectibles and happened to see a pure white wolf. It had red eyes, but I figured I could take some time to paint them blue like Alpha Kai's. My grandmother pointed out a black dog pop, so I threw that one in the cart as well. On our way home, we passed a Hobby Lobby, and I begged my grandma to turn around. I went in for paint and a small brush for the pop figures I purchased, but of course I left with a lot more than just that. I had my grandma stop at the Pack grocery store once we got home, then got dropped off at the Pack house. When she pulls up, I give her a hug, shove a wad of money in her purse when she isn't looking, and then thank her for taking me shopping. As I walk inside, I say hello to the infallible Pack secretary, Alice. Does that woman ever get a day off? I think as she greets me kindly. As the elevator doors open, a breathtaking woman stands before me, and I recognize her as the Alpha's mate. I stand to the side and bow my head slightly in respect, even though everything inside me fights against me doing so. She runs her almond-shaped eyes over me for a moment and scoffs. Wolves are such disgusting beings. She openly insults me to the woman standing beside her. She then walks right past me, with her entire posse in tow. I walk into the empty elevator, much too tired to care about what just occurred, and head to my new suite. I work into the night unpacking, arranging, and hanging pictures. I realized I forgot to even consider needing a ladder, so I left my suite for the first floor to look in the maintenance area for one. In the process of searching, I ran into Warrior Allen, my friend from training, an unofficial partner for high school football games, meaning he just kind of shows up and sits next to me. "Hey, Ace," he calls excited. "Hey, Allen," I say back with the same enthusiasm. He jogs over to catch up to me. "I heard some interesting news," he says with a grin. "Did you now?" I quirk my eyebrow at him and open the next storage door. "What are you looking for?" Allen asks. "A ladder to hang pictures. I didn't even think about needing one." A tired laugh escapes my lips. "I'll help." He goes in first, leaving me near the door, then asks what size ladder I need. I laugh in response. Actually, I didn't consider there would be different sizes. "This one should do," he tells me, carrying the ladder out of the room and walking with me back to the elevator. Hold on for just one moment. I run to the front desk, and for the first time there is another, older she-wolf at the reception desk. "Excuse me," I say, gaining her attention. "I just wanted to let you know I will be taking Warrior Allen Chance up to the beta suite." I see her eyes glaze over momentarily, then she enters information into the computer and lets me know I'm good to go. "Thanks," I tell her and run back to the elevator. Allen and I step inside and push for the 3rd floor. "So it's true," he grins wide. "Yes, I suppose since you're helping me out, there's no use in hiding it from you. I am taking over the beta position." I smile. "Congratulations, Beta Ace." He laughs. "That's going to take some getting used to." He admits. "Take your time. It's going to take me some time to adjust too. I've never been inside the beta suite before," he admits to me, looking excited. "Really? Weren't you born here? I question. Yes, I was, he says proudly. I ponder his response. Well, at my old pack, we were given tours of the pack house as a field trip of sorts in elementary school. Perhaps we could start something like that here. I smile at Alan and open the suite door, allowing him entry. That sounds like a security risk. I hear Alpha's voice call from down the hall. What are you doing out so late? I question. I notice his eyes look dull and void of emotion when he walks closer. I could ask you the same, he says with his eyebrow quirked. He looks tired and disheveled. I live here now. I laugh, trying to make light of the situation. And I'm trying to get everything put away so I can actually start work tomorrow. I admit. Did you plan on working through the night? He asks, now amused. Actually, yes, Alpha, I did. Come in. When he passes me, the smell of alcohol overwhelms my senses, and I give him a worried look. Luckily, his back is turned because it's none of my business, and I have no right to pry. Thank you, Alan. You're free to go. Alpha dismisses him. Yes, Alpha, he replies respectfully. See you later, Beta. Alan pats my shoulder and slips out. Oh, I should probably page the secretary, I say. Don't bother, I already linked her, he chuckles. You can link the entire pack now, you know. He gazes at me intensely. Oh, yeah, I say smirking, and he chuckles again. It's beautiful in here, Ace. You did all this today? He questions. When else would I have done it? I tease, grabbing the ladder Alan brought, and move it into once empty room that I've turned into an office. I tap the nail into the wall and hang the canvas. Is it straight? I ask Alpha Kai. When he doesn't answer, I look behind me and see him touching the pack and play I put together earlier. I step down the ladder and gently touch his arm, gaining his attention. Alpha? He look at me with sad eyes. Are you? He sighs. I'm not pregnant, Alpha, if that's what you're asking. I couldn't be. Felix and I never, I mean, we did things, but never. Well, you know what? That's a little personal. I laugh, not understanding why I feel the need to give him an explanation. I got this so I can babysit for Callan, I tell him. I may have gone a little overboard, I say, searching through one of the bags on the floor. Ah, here it is. I place the bag on top of the little pack and play and pull out some infant toys. Look, I show him the little black, white, and gold toys I bought. They match. Isn't that adorable? He grabs the toy from me and moves it around in his hand. Alpha, I wasn't going to ask, mostly because it's really none of my business, but are you okay? I sigh, annoyed at myself for giving in and asking. I gently take the toy back and place it back in the pack and play. No, I'm not. He admits, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to help you. He seems to straighten up a bit, and I give him an encouraging smile. Well, I can use all the help I can get, especially since you were so quick to excuse Alan. I tease and notice how tired he really looks. But maybe for tonight, you should go home and rest, Alpha. I tell him. No, I don't want to be alone. He admits. Sadness cracks into his voice, and my heart breaks. Okay, how about this? I've already finished most everything in my room. I just need to hang my clothes. Why don't you go lie down in bed while I finish that up? He nods reluctantly, and I walk him to the master bedroom. I push all the throw pillows to one side and pulled the comforter back. He takes his shoes off and climbs in, and I cover him with my new white down feather comforter. Thank you, Ace, he says, tired. Anytime, Alpha, I tell him, and move to work in the closet. After I finish hanging all my clothes, I walk out of the closet and see Alpha Kai fast asleep. I walk over and pull the comforter up higher, then gently touch his face. He looks so at peace right now. I send a little prayer to the goddess, asking her to heal his heart. I turn the light off and move to work elsewhere. I wake to the incredible smell of cooked bacon. Knowing my fridge is completely empty, apart from some alcoholic seltzers and water, I think I must be dreaming. I ended up falling asleep in the spare bedroom, and I feel like I've been hit with a truck. I get up to find my phone. I want to call my grandma to come pick me up so I can go home and get the rest of my stuff together. Well, most of it anyway. I decided I will leave some of my belongings there so I can spend the night when I'm lonely. I walk out of the room and see Alpha eating out of a foam plastic to-go container at the kitchen island. Good morning, Ace, he says cheery. I forgot he stayed here last night. Don't you have your own place? Like right there? I laugh and point to the ceiling. Yes, but regardless, I brought you breakfast because I thought you'd be hungry. I also called some omegas to remove all the empty boxes. Honestly, I'm impressed by everything you've accomplished in just one day. He's much too happy this morning, so I decide to ignore him and continue looking for my phone. I finally catch sight of it on the couch. 2 missed calls from an unknown number. I say out loud and look puzzled, but I brush it off and join Alpha at the island. I sit opposite of him and grab the takeout box on the counter. Without speaking, he opens the drawer and hands me a fork. I like these little bamboo organizers you have in the drawers, he says, and I just laugh. I'm sorry if I caused you any difficulties yesterday, he confesses, a little sad. You didn't, Alpha. There's nothing for you to be sorry for. I give him a smile and eat quietly. I hope you're feeling better today. You know, I've said this before, but it won't be difficult for you to find someone who is willing to give everything up for you. He tells me softly, how would you know, Alpha? Your mate doesn't treat you with an ounce of respect, but you'd rather be heartbroken with her than heartbroken without her. I state harshly, feeling a little annoyed by his words. Everyone who says that to me already has a mate. I mumble, then realize how harsh my words are and notice the hurt look on his face. I'm sorry, Alpha. I shouldn't have said that. I look at him sincerely. Reaching across the kitchen island, I take his hand in mine. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just upset, and I am sorry to have hurt you. I tell him, saddened by my own actions. I close my takeout box, putting the leftovers in the fridge. No, you're right. I shouldn't have said anything, he admits, making me wince. You hardly ate anything, Ace, he says, concerned. It's all right. I'm not that hungry. What do you have planned for me to do today, Alpha? I ask, getting a plan mapped out in my mind. I have some morning meetings. Take some time to move your things from your grandmother's, then meet me in your office at 1500 hours. Yes, sir. I agree. He slips out the front door, and I scold myself internally for having said such terrible things to him. I end up finishing the move from my grandmother's house early and head straight to my new office. I catch Beta Nick while he's still packing, and I offer to help, but he declines. Instead, he takes the next 2 hours going over the duties he was assigned before he took over the pack business assets. He was incredibly detailed in his explanation and answered all my questions without hesitation. He showed me how to log in and use the various computer programs, how to download the daily reports, and what information Alpha will need so I can give condensed pack reports. He helped me to navigate the pack website so I could find information for each division head. He also showed me the Delta's schedule. The poor man is basically being run into the ground. At some point, while Beta Nick was showing me the filing system, Alpha Kai came in and sat down in one of the leather chairs. Neither of us noticed until Alpha loudly cleared his throat. Alpha, Beta Nick chuckled. It's good to see you. He grabs the last of his things off the desk and walks over, placing his free hand on Alpha Kai's shoulder. You have a keeper here. He lowers his voice so that is barely audible, but I happen to catch most of it. And I don't just mean as a beta son. I want to see you happy. The beta turns, giving me a slight bow, and walks out. I see you got started without me, Beta Ace. Alpha complains. I only grin in return. Forgive me, Alpha. I couldn't pass up a lesson from the legend himself. A guilty smile makes its way to my lips. So how long have you been here? He asks with his eyebrow quirked. Long enough, I tell him, laughing. Have you eaten? He asks me, leaning back in my guest chair while I organize the paperwork the beta took out to show me. Yes, Alpha, I tell him. Oh, good. What did you have for lunch, little beta? He asks, folding his arms in front of his chest. I don't answer right away because I haven't technically eaten lunch, but he only asked if I had eaten, and I did. I ate some breakfast. Alpha, I would like to talk to you about something. I sit in the chair and spin it around once because I just can't help it. Go on, he says flatly, and I lean forward. I want to bring the gamma back into the pack. I search his face, looking for a clue as to how he feels about this. Did you eat lunch, Ace? He asks, avoiding the topic. Alpha, I say, annoyed, then sit back in my chair and cross my arms. You first. Now have you eaten lunch? He asks sternly. No, I answer flatly, then continue. Now it's your turn, Alpha. We should get you something to eat first, he says, standing up, ignoring my statement. I won't eat until you give me an answer, I say, tapping some papers on the desk and moving to file them. Why do you always have to be so difficult, Ace? He sighs, slightly irritated. Eating isn't a job requirement, Alpha, I say with my back turned. You are clearly deeply affected by everything that happened the other night, he says, now standing. I turn and sit back down at my desk. I may be, but that's a personal matter, and I'll handle it in my personal time. Alpha Chi stands and leans against the door frame, staring at me. Fine, I'll order the Gamma to return. He runs a frustrated hand through his hair. Who would you like me to replace him with, Alpha? I ask, pulling up the Warrior roster on my computer. You already know how to access the roster? He asks, dumbfounded. Yes, Alpha. Beta Nick was here for nearly 2 hours. I didn't sit around and do nothing. I wait for his reply, but he doesn't say anything. I'll print you the roster so you can look it over, I say, hitting the print button and gathering the pages from the printer. Here, I hand him the paper. When should I expect the Gamma back so I can meet him and arrange his schedule? He laughs. Could you be a little less efficient, please? He jokes. You pay me too much for me to be less efficient. I deadpan, and he chuckles. Here. He hands me back the roster, and I look at him in question. I'm not sending anyone else. I've wasted enough time this way. Now will you eat with me? He looks at me with those puppy eyes I can't resist. Please, Beta? I sigh, giving in, and walk with him to the cafeteria. Hey, by the way, Alpha, do you think I could talk to your mom? I ask, and he laughs. Why are you going to tell on me? He teases. Maybe, but also, Beta Nick told me she would be a great asset. I like assets. I laugh. I bet you do. He grins. We can video call her after you've eaten. That's fair. I agree and walk into the cafeteria with him. The last 3 weeks passed quickly. I created an efficient routine so I can gather information, be active in the pack, accompany Alpha to meetings, and complete paperwork all before dinner. I've become close with Alpha's mother. She is soft-spoken and a very patient, loving woman. I have yet to meet her or his father in person, but she promised to visit before the end of fall. Since retirement, they have been traveling the continent. My alarm clock wakes me, and I look over to see 3:45 a.m. I take some time to get ready, throw on a sunflower cotton dress, some slip-ons, and walk out into the ice-cold woods. I remove my clothes and shift. Thank the goddess, my fur keeps me warm. I run the perimeter and check in with the night supervisor. I greet any patrolmen I run into and make sure to thank them for their sacrifice. Once I get back to my suite, I put on a sports bra, tights, and tennis shoes, and meet Gamma James and Delta Brad at the Warrior training grounds for an hour of personal training together. Then move between the morning Warrior and regular pack trainings led by the Delta and Gamma. I've had both the Gamma and Delta take in an assistant who can cover their duties in the event of an emergency. Chef always sends breakfast to my suite, where I shower and change into professional attire. Today, I throw on a white pencil skirt, a navy dress shirt, and heels to attend morning meetings with Alpha Chi while he's here in town. He's needed to attend a lot of business meetings and contract signings in the city, so I haven't seen him as often as I used to. But on the bright side, his mate seems to visit him more often at his city apartment, which is a step in the right direction for them, I hope. However, it's also why I don't accompany him to many meetings in the city. She hasn't been very welcoming since I removed her detail. He got me a small, comfortable chair so I can sit in the corner behind his desk and take notes when he has meetings here. Good morning, Alpha, I say as I walk in the office. I hand him the Border Patrol report. Another 2 wolves spotted last night? He asks without looking up. Yes, Alpha, that's 6 total sightings since Sunday. Some of the descriptions seem similar. I report. Would you like me to offer overtime to the patrolmen or create additional openings, Alpha? I ask. Let's offer overtime with a max of 50 hours allowed per week. We don't want anyone overworked, he says and pushes the paper to the other side of his desk. Yes, Alpha, I say, noting my phone. I sit through Alpha's meetings and take notes on each, then email the list to him. When the last appointment leaves, I get a mind link from Alice. Amelia is on her way, Alpha. I'll take my leave now. I bow slightly. I really need to send that woman flowers. Wait, Ace, what are you doing tonight? I am meeting a group of friends in the human town tonight. Alpha, we're going to Lush. I say, not quite remembering the name of the club. He nods, and Amelia enters before I'm able to step out. I bow my head slightly. Lady Amelia, I say respectfully before I go to leave, but she grabs my arm and flings me backwards. I catch myself on the desk and growl. Why is this little here? She asks him in a demeaning voice. I rearrange my clothes. I am the beta here, Lady Amelia. I hiss. Your lover's quarrel has nothing to do with me. Now, if you'll both excuse me. I have meetings to attend. I say agitated. I growl at her as I walk out. My meetings end earlier than expected, so I drive my new sleek black Charger to town and spend some time out in the community. I grab some fruit when I stop by the community center and read a book to the kids at daycare. I also stop by and see my grandmother at the greenhouse and help water the plants. With the afternoon fading into evening, I walk back to my car with the basket of vegetables for the pack house. I drop them off to Chef and head up to my office, completing my reports for the day. I print the pack reports out and send my reviewed requests to Alpha via email for final approval. My heels clack down the hall, and I slip the printed reports into Alpha's box. I leave to get ready to go out, and I hear Alpha's office door open, but I don't turn around. There is a 50-50 chance Amelia is still here, and I've had enough of that for today. I press the elevator button, and when I step in, I see Alpha standing in the hall. He looks the same way he always does after she visits, broken. I bow my head in respect and let out a concerned sigh as the doors close. It breaks my heart, but there is nothing I can do to ease his pain. I was truly hoping that being alone in the city together was helping repair their relationship. However, it seems it's only made her more bold in her discontent with me and has her coming here to upset Alpha more often. I dress in a short, silver bodycon dress with a plunging neckline and split lantern sleeves. I put on a little makeup, pull my hair up in a high ponytail, and head out. I meet Warrior Allen and the others in the parking lot. We all threw money together to pay my Omega and her husband a good chunk to be our designated drivers for the night. We all climb into a pack van and head out. The club is hot in contrast to the cool weather outside. We head over to the bar and get started with a couple rounds of shots, then make our way to the dance floor. There are some good-looking men here tonight. A tall man with brown hair and golden brown eyes makes his way over to me. I can smell he's a wolf, and not from our pack, nor is he a rouge, so I dive in. We spend the next hour drinking and dancing with one another before he asks if I'd like to head back to his hotel. I kiss him just to make sure it's going to be worth my time, and he's either very talented or I'm just very deprived. Honestly, it's probably a little bit of both. I haven't been touched by a man since Felix left. I link my pack members. They give me the thumbs up and we walk hand in hand across the street to the hotel. He climbs over me and we make out panting into one another's mouths. Then I hear my phone ring. I look at who's calling and it flashes Alpha Ashat, which is a joke between the two of us. I pick up immediately. Just leave it. My handsome company whispers sensually into my neck. I can't, it's my Alpha, I pant. You naughty little wolf, he chuckles. Alpha, I say as normally as I possibly can. Ace, I need your assistance. I would appreciate if you could return home immediately. I move the phone away from my mouth as I let out a little moan and Michael smiles. Right now, Alpha? I whine. Yes, right now, he says sternly. I have to go, I'm sorry, I whisper and he groans. You have a very greedy alpha little wolf, but I can't blame him, he says, running his eyes over my body. Another time then, he smirks. I smile back at him. I'm coming, Alpha, I say flatly and hang up. I call an Uber, and when I arrive at the pack house, I link Alpha Kai. Are you in your office? I will be. He links back and I hit the elevator button. Diane, the night secretary, runs over from behind the desk. Come here, child, she says and fixes me up a little. Thank you, Diane, I giggle. I must look a mess. She flashes me a quick grin. Not anymore. I can't believe Alpha called you back already, you poor overworked thing. She scoffs and I step inside the elevator. Entering Alpha's office, I sit in his chair, lean back, and place my feet on his desk. My sharp black heels glimmer in the light. When Alpha walks in, his eyes are still dull from his mate being here earlier, and he looks tired. This better be good, Alpha. I was 3 minutes away from getting laid, I say. Alcohol giving me more courage than I actually have. He walks over to me and picks my legs up off the desk, setting them on the ground. Then he sits on the edge of the desk. Are you upset with me? He asks. Actually, I'm a little mad, yes. I look up at him. But I will always come when you call. I say, annoyed, then mumble, I'm just going to have to fuck some pack members, I guess. Ace, Alpha scolds me and I laugh. Alpha, I say back to him playfully. Are you drunk? He asks me with a grin. Yes, Alpha, I admit, and he chuckles. Maybe I should have let you stay then, he teases. Yes, you should have. I laugh. I think I can still make it back in time to pull another one. What time is it? I say, laughing. Ace Harbor, what would your grandmother say? He looks at me grinning and I shrug. I don't know, Alpha, go ask her. I laugh. I lean my head back and spin the chair around once. That was not a good idea. I laugh and place my head against Alpha's knee until my head stops spinning. All right, Alpha, I say and sit back in the chair. Seriously, what's going on? I look him in the eyes. I wanted to apologize. He says, I get a wicked smile and stand up, taking a step towards Alpha and grab the collar of his shirt. Please, for the love of the goddess, tell me you did not call me back here just to apologize. He puts his hands up in surrender, and I release him. That's not the only reason, he says, sounding guilty. Well, please, by all means, do tell, because I could give a less about getting an apology. Ace, he says, now looking concerned. What do you want me to say, Alpha? It's not your place to apologize for what Amelia does. We all watch her come here and leave you a mess. Every single time. I rant. Do you really feel the need to apologize for her actions? Because you shouldn't. You've done nothing wrong. You can't help but love her. She's your mate. I say truthfully. I place my hand on the side of his face and look into his ice blue eyes. It hurts me to see you in pain and not be able to do anything about it, Alpha. I feel my phone vibrating in my pocketbook. I take it out and see the number. Excuse me a moment, Alpha. I walk outside his office. It's Ace, I state plainly. We've still no sign of Emily DuPont, your father, or your mother at Red Forest. How would you like to proceed? The man's voice asks. I would like a full report on Alpha Tylon Lake, Alpha Jameson Lake, Felix Levine, and my brother Aaron Harbor. I wait for his response. We will have it to you within a week's time, he replies. I'll send the payment now, I say and disconnect. Who was that? I jump, not realizing Alpha had followed me out. I'm going to have to put a bell on you like a cat. I tease and finish sending the payment. I slip my phone back into my pocketbook. It's not pack business, Alpha. I promise it won't interfere, I tell him. That's not the point, Ace. I'd like to be there for you, like you've been there for me. You can tell me if something's going on. He runs his hand through his hair. Everything's fine, Alpha. Would you like to have a drink? I have a few in the fridge left over from game night. He looks at me confused. When did you have a game night? I wasn't invited. He whines and I walk towards the elevator. Amelia was here and no one wanted to disturb you, Alpha. I tell him honestly. I step on and press my floor. It seems to have worked out in your favor, removing her detail. She comes to see you more often. I smile genuinely at him. I pray to the goddess to heal your broken heart every night. I say hopeful. Maybe after she gets around to helping Alpha, she'll turn her eyes to me. I step out when the doors open up to my floor and hold my door open for him. I love her, Ace. He says sadly, I know you do, Alpha. I give him an encouraging smile and grab us each a drink. I keep him company until he passes out in my bedroom. I grab another drink, flop on the couch, and flip the TV on when I hear my phone ring and pick it up. Beta Ace, I answer. Ace, I hear a man's voice. I pull the phone away from my ear for a moment and see it says unknown number. I'm sorry, I don't know who this is, I admit. You do, a sultry voice says through the line. Oh, do I? I tease. Yes, very well, in fact. The man's voice tells me. I think out loud. How well? I ask in an equally sexy voice. I get up from the couch, grab a water from the fridge, and lean on the kitchen island. I have tasted your sweet nectar both on my tongue and on my... Alpha Kai cuts into my conversation. Can I get some water, AC? He jokes from behind me, looking half alive. I cover the phone mic out of habit. You know where the water is. I laugh at him, then bring the phone back to my ear. Sorry, my needy roommate is trying to avoid a hangover. I joke. Who's that? Alpha asks, and I shrug. He looks at me confused, and I show him the caller ID. He laughs and heads back to my room. You live with a man? The man on the phone asks harshly. I crinkle my eyebrow, annoyed by his sudden change in temperament. Don't worry, he's willing to share. I joke, and the line disconnects. That didn't end well, I think to myself and shrug, then go pass out watching vet shows. A week later, I get an email with a detailed report of current information on the individuals I requested. It seems there is a power struggle happening right now in Red Forest. Jameson seems to currently have majority control. However, his father has yet to pass over his title. Jameson can either kill his father or wait until his father passes it to him willingly. My parents and Emily are still missing. My brother and Felix have both been adamant supporters of Jameson, which I expected. I'm afraid if I go there alone, I'll be forced to stay, and because it's not a Winter Moon Pack concern, I can't use our resources to investigate, nor should I get myself into a situation that would affect my pack. Until I find out what has happened to Emily, and now my parents, I trust none of them. I've tried to carefully research blessed wolves as well, and haven't found anything other than folklore. With my schedule, what I'm able to do is moving at a much slower pace than I would like, but progress is progress. The best secretary in the world, Alice, links me letting me know Callan has arrived, and I leave my office excited. Hey, Beta, Kaylin exclaims as I walk off the elevator. Give me my baby, I say laughing. You've become a monster, she laughs. Here is everything you'll need. She hands me a large patterned bag. Thank you, Beta, for everything, seriously. She looks at me sincerely. No thank you, Callan. I just love him, I say and tickle his little neck. His giggles fill my heart. This is my first time being without him for over 24 hours. Her eyes water, and I hug her. Don't worry, Mama. I won't let anything happen to our little man. I see her husband walk in the front, and he places his arm around her. Thank you, Beta. He bows slightly. Think nothing of it. It's my pleasure. I smile. He leads her to the car, and I stand in the pack house entry until they pull away so she can see her little pup and wave goodbye. Let's go, Ty, I tell him, heading to the elevators. Beta, would you like me to have them deliver dinner to your suite? Alice asks. No, that's all right, Alice, but thank you. You're always so attentive. I should get her a spa certificate this time. I say hello to some pack members passing by as I wait for the elevator. Ace, you have Ty tonight, I see. I hear Alpha chuckle. He steps out of the elevator dressed in an expensive suit. I can't help but notice how incredibly handsome he looks as I step in the elevator. He's the only man in my life, Alpha, I smile. I try to steal him away from his mom when I have the chance. I laugh as the doors close. He sticks his arm in opening them back up and steps back in. I look at him confused. One of these days you're going to lose an arm doing that? I joke and continue. What are you doing? He clears his throat. I just remembered. I got something for Ty last time I was out. I quirk my eyebrow up at him. All right, but don't forget you have a flight to catch tonight. Can't you ever be a little less efficient, Ace? He pleads, almost annoyed. Alpha, don't you dare try and guilt trip me for doing my job too well. Every time I try to go out to the human town, you load me down with more work. Then you have the nerve to complain that I'm too efficient. I scoff playfully. If anyone should feel guilty here, it's you. When the elevator reaches my floor, I bow and head to my suite. I set Ty in the jumper I got for him and go over some financials while I watch his chunky legs bounce. When I hear the door knock, I mind link Alpha Kai, let yourself in. I hear a weird winding noise, and before I could get up, a black electric Jeep rolls into the room. Alpha Kai has that wide puppy smile I love. It has a remote control so he can't, drive it off a cliff, he says excitedly. I laugh so hard tears fall down my face. What? He looks at me adorably confused, and I try to calm down by taking deep breaths. Alpha, you are so sweet, I say honestly and chuckle. Why are you laughing? He asks, still smiling. Ty is only 4 months old, Alpha. I arch my eyebrow at him. That doesn't matter, watch. He says, walking out, and comes back with 3 blankets. He creates a makeshift seat, then grabs little Ty and puts him in the Jeep. shoving the blankets tighter around him. He lets go for a moment, and Ty starts to tilt to the side a little. Alpha catches him quickly. "Here," he says, handing me Ty. "I need more blankets." I laugh and call out, "Alpha, you have a flight." "I already canceled it," he calls back. "What are we going to do with him, huh, Ty?" I hold him up above me and give him raspberries on his little belly. His tiny laughter fills the room. Alpha never listens. I giggle, taking in Ty's sweet baby face. I notice Alpha Kai leaning on the doorframe, staring at us with more blankets in his arms. "Alpha, you are folding all of these when you're done," I scold. "Fine, I'll call an Omega," he sighs. "No, sir. My Omega works hard enough. If you won't do it yourself, then make your Omega do it." He looks at me laughing. Always so demanding, Beta. He grabs Ty from my arms and puts him back in the Jeep. "There," he says, and Ty coos. "Let's take him to dinner in this," Alpha says, excited, his ice eyes shimmering with excitement. "He's not even seatbelted in Alpha." I laugh, my heart full. "What has gotten into you today?" I ask, smiling. "I just really miss spending time with you like this. Honestly, you're the best friend I've ever had, and I miss you," he admits, bringing the atmosphere down. "I've just been busy, Alpha. I'll try to make some time for you every once in a while." He studies me for a moment, then says, "Also, I like watching how happy you are with a pup in your arms." I chuckle. "Well, if you'd let me go out once in a while, I'd actually have a chance to have a pup of my own." I throw a spit cloth at him, and he laughs. "I'm still young, though. I still have time, I guess. You, however, are getting to be an old man. When are you going to give me little alpha pups to play with?" I say, and his eyes illuminate with a hint of lust. Although I can't deny his reaction make my heart jump, I quickly push my emotions down and internally scold myself. He has a mate. I didn't mean it how it sounded. I clear my throat, having obviously ruined the playful banter. "Never mind all that," I wave my hand dismissively and try to save the night. "Let's go to dinner." I change Ty's outfit. Then we head to the dining hall. I had to switch up my routine a little. Having Ty with me for the day slowed me down quite a bit, but it was worth it. I was doing my rounds through the community when I got a text from Daniel, the attractive guy with golden eyes I met at the club the last time I went. We have been messaging and sending pictures back and forth. Our conversations lack any real substance, but I'm not interested in getting super serious right now. We decided to meet at a quiet little bar in the human town. I had previous permission from Callan to hire a sitter for a few hours, but Linda, my favorite Omega, just called to tell me her son is sick, and we don't want to spread the wealth, so to speak, so I need a backup plan stat. I mind-linked Alpha Kai and asked if he was busy and if he could keep Ty for a few hours. Luckily, he agreed. "How do I look, Ty?" I ask in my short, white bodycon dress. It has slits exposing my sides down to my hip. I wore navy blue heels and French braided my hair to the side. I hear a knock at the door. "Come in, Alpha." I link him. Picking up Ty from the bouncer, I meet Alpha in the living room. "You look incredible, Beta Ace," he says, grinning, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Thank you, Alpha," I say earnestly. "I'm sorry to ask you on such short notice, but I really appreciate this." He nods and I hand Ty over to him. "I should only be about 4 hours at the most. Everything you need is in the suite, Alpha. Don't hesitate to call if you need anything." I flash him a grateful smile. "Right," he says, looking away from me. I go to leave and hear him call, "Ace, wait. What if? You don't go?" I look at him completely confused. "Do you need me to stay, Alpha? You should have just told me if you are too busy. I can always just reschedule," I tell him. My heels click on the tile, walking back to where he's standing with Ty. "You would stay if I asked you to?" he asked, an odd expression on his face. "Yes, you are my Alpha," I say, still confused, not really knowing what's going on. "Are you okay, Alpha?" I ask and study his expression, trying to get a read on him. "I don't know," he admits honestly. "All right, just give me a moment." I sigh, then walk over to the living area and dial Michael's number. "Hey, sexy," I hear him say, and I grin. "Hey, I'm really sorry to call you this late, but something important has come up and I need to reschedule. Again." He sighs. "Who am I to deny a goddess her request?" He says weakly, and the line goes silent for a few seconds as I can't think of what else to say. "How about I call you tonight? I'll send you some sexy pictures to make up for everything, and we can try for next week? I ask, a little hopeful. It's a deal. He chuckles, then continues. Throw in a video call, and it's all forgiven. I can do that, I agree. In fact, I look forward to it. I'll text you later, I say, and disconnect the line after a swift goodbye. Ace, I'm sorry, I was being selfish. Alpha started. Don't worry about it, Alpha. I'll get there one of these days. I sigh, then try to laugh it off as he walks over to me with Ty in his arms. He's extra handsome when he holds Ty, and Ty looks like a tiny doll against the giant Alpha. I smile, distracted by him for a moment. I link Chef and ask if he could send dinner up for two. Dinner sounds nice, he teases. Are you listening in on my links, Alpha? I quirk my eyebrow at him. If I said I listen in because I like the sound of your voice, what would you think? He asks, and I laugh. I would think that's a creative way for you to say I'm incredibly nosy, Beta Ace. He smiles and studies me with his icy eyes. Are you ever going to have an heir, Alpha? You'd make all the she-wolves swoon. I laugh, taking in the sight of him and Ty. I just can't get enough. You seem to have pups on your mind today. Alpha chuckles a bit more freely. I also have things besides pups on my mind right now. I chuckle, thinking that practicing for pups might be a more accurate statement. But how could I not ask you that seeing you with that adorable little man in your arms? I sigh. Honestly, Alpha, I'm afraid I will never get the chance to have a child of my own. Being a rejected she-wolf has limited me, so I obsess over it a little bit. I reach in the fridge for water and take a sip before continuing. Also, being a mother is ingrained in all young girls at Red Forest. I'm not sure I will ever be able to convince myself I have truly achieved anything otherwise. I say honestly, staring off into the distance. It's unfortunate Red Forest doesn't see the potential women have beyond bearing pups, but it's very lucky for Winter Moon that we do. He gives me an encouraging smile, and I smile back. Maybe we should create a skills assessment for the children. It would allow them to experience positions available to them inside the pack based off their goddess-given gifts and interests. His eyes study me for a moment. You often think more like a Luna than a Beta, he says earnestly. I suppose it's because I was to be one once upon a time. I give a tight smile and throw my empty water bottle in the trash. I want to reject my mate. Alpha Kai states out of nowhere. I look at him surprised, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry that it's come to this, Alpha. I truly am. I say and move to take the now sleeping Ty from his arms, but he shoos me away with his hand. I linked Warrior Allen asking him if he had any liquor. He replied, and I asked him to bring it to Secretary Diane in return for triple reimbursement. Alpha sits on the island stool, still cradling Ty in his arms. I love her, he says sadly. I know you do, Alpha, I tell him, and my heart breaks for him. We sit in silence for a long moment. What did it feel like? He asks me with a sad expression, like a fire ravaging me from the inside out. I let out a hollow laugh. I remember, as soon as he said the words, I felt the fire. I refused to scream in front of my father, but the pain brought me to my knees. I pause a moment, looking off into my distant memory. My father picked me up and said, "Accept it, Ace. Let's be done with this." So I did. I accepted it. I was too young and naive to do anything otherwise. I let out another hollow laugh, then continue. I was given 5 days to recover, and in the end still gave in, which is why I ended up coming here. Hearing a knock at the door, I answer and accept the bottle of top-shelf tequila Diane handed me with a courteous bow. I got out 2 shot glasses and filled them to the brim. Tapping them together in cheers, we downed our first shots. Did you still feel the bond even after? Alpha asked. I could feel the lightest of tingles when he touched me. I smiled at that memory and brought my hand to my marking spot, recalling my mate's touch. He begged me to stay and promised my family's safety, but I couldn't trust his words. His father had already threatened my life. Maybe I should have. I admit sadly, my mind wandering into the dark corners of what could be. Jameson was my first and my last. I sigh and realize how off course the conversation had gotten. Reeling myself back in, I made another shot and took it down. Last so far, that is Alpha. I have been neglected far too long. I laugh, trying to bring a little light back to the conversation, and move to take Ty from him again. Let me lay him down, Alpha, I say with a smile. I take Ty into the room and lay him in the pack and play. I gently cover him with a blanket and turn on the portable heater. I shut the door, closing in the warmth. "You will be an excellent mother one day, Ace," Alpha says, looking at me with adoration, and I make another shot. "Where did you get this from, by the way?" He laughs, holding up the liquor bottle. "Warrior Allen is known to keep top-notch liquor on hand." I chuckle, and he looks at me a little concerned. "Have you spent a lot of time with Allen, then?" He asks, a little annoyed. "Well, he comes to all the game nights, and I've been known to attend a party or two of his Alpha. Don't hold it against me. But Warrior Allen is not my cup of tea," I admit, and shoot a smile at him. "Are you interested in any pack members?" he asks without meeting my eyes, pouring himself a shot. "Not particularly. I don't believe in sleeping where I eat, so to speak." I laugh. "That's why I have tried to go out, but you always deny me." I refill the shot glasses. "I have needs, Alpha, and video chatting isn't cutting it," I whine. He eyes me and responds, "Perhaps I don't want you to fulfill your needs." He says a little darker, "That's completely unfair, Alpha. Your needs are met. Who are you to deny me mine?" I pour another. "I am your Alpha," he says, smirking. "Equality, Alpha. You have to practice what you preach." I grin back at him deviously. "What if I didn't have a mate? Would you consider me?" he asks timidly, and it catches me off guard, but I respond anyway. "What if a giant caterpillar that breathes fire fell from the sky?" I roll my eyes and laugh. "What does that have to do with anything?" he asks, laughing. "It's the same as your question, isn't it? You have a mate, Alpha. There's not a viable response to your hypothetical question." I say and pour yet another shot. "You're wise beyond your years, little beta." He gives me a dangerously sexy grin. "Did you not already know that about me, Alpha? Sometimes you disappoint." I giggle, feigning arrogance, the alcohol clearly now having a strong influence on me. "Is that so?" He moves around the island to where I'm standing. "I will have to pay much more attention to you then, Ace." He presses me against the counter with his body, and my heart begins to beat out of control. I look up to him and see him grinning mischievously. I can feel my body begin to respond to him being so close and realize this is not a good situation at all for either of us. "Alpha, you're mated?" I push him away as hard as I can, and he looks hurt by my actions. "I don't want to merely be revenge for your mate's wrongdoings, Alpha." I study him and see he now looks torn. "I'm truly sorry, Alpha." I move closer to him and hug his torso. He hesitates a moment, surprised by my action, but eventually embraces me. "I don't know why the goddess has forsaken us, Alpha, but I hope you find the right path." I tell him honestly. "I am drawn to you, Ace, since the moment you got lost in the woods. I am drawn to you in a way I can't explain." He admits, and I laugh, remembering my first day here. "I feel the same way. I treasure the home I've found here and my relationship with you, but the truth remains the same. We aren't mates, Alpha." I step out of his embrace and hang my head, feeling defeated. "Perhaps it would be best if I did go back to Red Forest," I say sadly. "No," he tilts my head to meet his eyes. "I don't want you to leave, Ace," he says. "You have a mate, Alpha. You shouldn't think about anyone but her until the day your bond is broken. And honestly, Alpha, the longer I'm here with you, the harder it gets to deny my attraction to you." I hear Ty begin crying in the room. "You should go," I tell Alpha sadly, knowing this conversation has taken a dangerous path. I turn and walk into the room where Ty is and rock him gently until he closes his eyes again. Early the next morning, Callan comes to pick up Ty, and I reluctantly give him up to her. Alpha canceled all morning meetings and requested the Gamma escort him to a personal appointment. I didn't think it was imperative for me to pry, so I chose not to ask about it. I just hoped that it wasn't because he didn't like or trust me any longer. I pushed my fears back and continued with my normal routine until the evening. I decided to stay at my grandmother's and spent some time with her, just like we used to. With my busy schedule, I don't get to see her as much as I'd like anymore. I was woken up earlier than my alarm clock by a patrolman. The night shift supervisor reported 3 pack wolves seen, 1 captured within the last hour. I grabbed my cell to call Alpha Chi, knowing he never returned home last night, but he didn't pick up. I went to my suite and dressed in my official pack uniform, which is a navy blue pantsuit embellished with silver accents and white dress shirt. I attempted to call Alpha one last time before I took control of the situation. "Ace," he answered. His voice was groggy and uncharacteristically sexy. I cleared my throat, giving me a moment to recollect my thoughts. "We had a breach. There were 3 pack wolves spotted, 1 captured. I just wanted to inform you, Alpha. I will proceed accordingly, so please don't fret." I wait. As the line is silent, I hear him speaking to someone too softly for me to catch what's being said. "I apologize, Alpha. I shouldn't have disturbed you this early. I will take care of this in your absence and report back to you as needed." I say, "I trust you, Ace." His words melt my nervousness away. "Thank you, Alpha." I tell him honestly and disconnect. I turn my phone on silent and slide it into my pocket. He was probably with Amelia, and I disturbed him. I call for Delta Brad to meet me in lockup, with 5 additional warriors to stand guard for reassurance. When I make my way down to the cell, I start to smell a familiar scent, but I can't place my finger on it. Beta Ace. The captain of the guard comes to me. The wolf had a manila envelope tied to his back leg upon capture. He hands me the envelope. I open it carefully and remove 3 photographs. Each one was a person beaten nearly beyond recognition, holding the prior day's newspaper. It was my mother, father, and Emily. My jaw clenched and Delta Brad placed his hand on my shoulder. "Slight change of plans, Delta. I would like to see you in my office before we begin the interrogation." I mind link him. "Please ensure our guest gets an extra dose of wolfsbane before we return." I say to the captain, he bows, and I head to my office. I close the door and hand Delta Brad the envelope, and he reviews the contents. "I'm not familiar with these people, Beta." He look up at me in question. "I wouldn't imagine so," I say, leaning into my desk with a sigh, "but I am." I hold my head in my hands for a moment. "It's my father, mother, and childhood friend Emily," I admit. "How would you like to proceed then, Beta? Should we wait for Alpha to return?" I shake my head. "Alpha is currently on business elsewhere. I don't have an ETA for him, and it's my sworn duty to take over situations in his absence." I say and pause a moment. Whether these are my parents or not, I need to make decisions as if this situation was not tied to me personally. I state, mentally prepping myself for what's to come. "I need you to monitor my actions, Delta, and if you feel I am no longer acting according to my position, call a guard to pull me out with the excuse of my attention needed elsewhere." I order him. "Before we return, let me inform you of the situation occurring at Red Forest, as it has been explained to me, and fully disclose my past affiliation." I grab the documents the informant has sent me from my desk and hand them to Delta Brad to review. The click of my heels echo throughout the interrogation room. Delta Brad pulls out my chair, allowing me to take a seat, then takes his place beside me. I personally requested Warrior Allen, and he stands at attention in the far corner of the room. I lay the manila envelope on the table. "I don't wish to waste time here. I can smell you are a member of Red Forest. I can assume you were captured intentionally. You immediately surrendered, and you had this envelope on your wolf. So my question is, what is your intention here?" I ask, sitting back in the metal chair. "I was ordered to give you this message, Luna," he says, looking to me. "Forgive me." I look at the booking document. "Mr. Argent, I have yet to introduce myself properly. I am Beta Ace, and here next to me is Delta Bradley of Winter Moon." I pause for a moment. "What message would you have me relay to our Luna?" I state, plainly not giving away our current Luna vacancy. "Alpha Jameson requests for you to meet with him, Luna Ace." He replies timidly. "Did your Alpha command you to refer to me in this way?" I ask, void of emotion. Yes, Luna. Could you please have someone bring me a blank sheet of paper and a pen?" I link Delta Brad. "What message does your Alpha wish to relay?" There was a knock on the door, and Delta went to collect the materials. I slid the paper and pen over to the Red Forest wolf so he could reach it in his cuffs. "Please, if you would, write it down for me." I asked the detainee. He nodded and started right away. "Would you like some water, Mr. Argent?" I ask. "Yes, Luna." He bows respectfully. I link Delta Brad to follow me out and lead him into the adjacent observation room. I thank the warrior, who hands me 3 waters, then he leaves. I hand one to Delta Brad, take one for myself, and place the other on the window ledge. Jameson sent the pictures for a reason, I say out loud, mostly just thinking things through. He is most likely going to use the captives as collateral, I say pointedly. Are you going to participate in his schemes? Delta Brad asks, looking a little worried. I'm not sure, it depends on the circumstances. I reply. Regardless of my personal connection to these wolves, they seem to be held as hostages. I think out loud again. I believe that Jameson is looking for an exchange. Me in exchange for the hostages. I don't think he is looking to severely injure or kill me. However, if his father is still somehow behind this, I have no doubt I would be killed. I think it over some more. Delta Brad is just listening patiently. It would be best if first I can find out who the true alpha is, then somehow strike a deal. I ponder a bit longer. We will have to see what Jameson's true motive is and why the potential hostages are being held by Red Forest. I admit, chewing my lip. There is large chance this has something to do with his desire for me to return to Red Forest, the fact that Felix mentioned it before, and that he commanded a pack member to reference me as Luna, leads me to believe that. But let's keep an open mind. This could all be a distraction for something more cynical. To me, this seems like the most likely explanation, but it almost seems too simple and straightforward. If it does have to do with me, I will most likely offer myself in exchange for the hostages. I say, and Delta Brad's face contorts. If it comes down to that, it would be best to be extracted before I am brought back to Red Forest. With enough manpower, we may be able to avoid a serious altercation altogether, but you would have to be in charge of the extraction. I look up at him earnestly. Do you feel that's something you could handle? I ask. Yes, Beta, if it's your command, he replies. It's not yet, I'm just thinking things through. We may be able to delay everything until Alpha returns. Then he would take command. I add. I look up and see the detainee has finished writing and is now just fiddling with the pencil. Ready? I say to Delta Brad and finish my water, tossing it in the trash. I grab the one off the ledge. Delta Brad and I take our respective seats. Then I open the water and push it over to the wolf. Thank you, Luna. Delta Brad grabs the papers written by the man and reads over them quickly, then slides them over to me. It was a phone number and an exact account of what transpired between himself, Alpha Jameson, and Beta Felix. There was no other relevant information. I see you were instructed to answer any and all of my questions to the best of your knowledge. I look at him waiting for a reply. Yes, Luna. He bows respectfully. I see, I pause. Where is Alpha Tylon currently? I ask. Alpha Tylon is dead, Luna. He bows to me. I don't know if I can believe him completely, but this seems likely. I am giving you an order to comply with your detainment and answer any and all questions asked by any member of Winter Moon, to the best of your knowledge. This includes Alpha Chi of Winter Moon. I am also ordering you to follow Alpha Chi's each and every command. Is that clear, Mr. Argent? Yes, Luna. He bows. I will have you return to your cell now. I tell him, Alan, please arrange for Mr. Argent to receive proper meals, and as long as he behaves, discontinue the use of Wolfsbane. Also, I'd like you to assign 2 warriors to his cell until Alpha arrives. I mind link, yes, Beta Ace, he replies as I walk out. Captain, please escort Delta Brad and myself to your personal office. Yes, Beta Ace, he responds. Delta, please arrange for a recording device to be delivered to the commander's office immediately. I link. On it, Beta. He links back. I focus on the echo of my steps and prepare myself for a call I don't want to make. Once everything is set up perfectly, I excuse the guard captain from the room and motion for Delta Brad to start the recorder. I state the date, time, and phone number I'll be dialing. I place the line on speaker and wait. Alpha Jameson speaking. I hesitate only a second, then begin. Alpha Jameson, I'm glad you picked up. I am Beta Ace Harbor from Winter Moon. We have one of your pack members in custody, a Mr. Thomas Argent. I pause a moment to give Jameson time to respond, but when he doesn't, I continue. I was given your contact information during interrogation. Surely this is some sort of misunderstanding. I'm hoping that we can work together to resolve this issue. I finish and wait patiently for his response, this time having said everything I can. It's so good to hear your voice again, Ace. I've missed you so very much. Alpha Jameson lets out a sinister laugh. Alpha Jameson, I would like to clear up what has occurred here this morning. I'm sure you didn't intentionally send your pack member to Winter Moon with the intent to trespass. I ask more than state. I'm internally praying this was all a mistake, and I can go back to seeing him as the Jameson in my memories, a good man whose only flaw was his father. Ace, my love, I didn't tell them to trespass per se. I ordered Thomas Argent to get caught and asked the other two wolves to report back. If they could avoid capture, that is. So you sent more than one wolf to our territory? What possible reason would you have to do that, Alpha Jameson? I ask, and he scoffs. Why are you acting as if you don't know that there were 3 wolves? I know you're more intelligent than this, Ace, he said, annoyed. It's not my place to accuse you of what I cannot prove, Alpha Jameson. I recant. Please, baby, can you just talk to me like you used to? There is no need for this. He pleads, and I almost lose my resolve, but remind myself of the photos of my parents he sent. Alpha Jameson, I pause. Do you currently have my parents, Raymond Harbor, Linda Harbor, and my friend Emily DuPoint, in your custody? I ask, praying this has all been faked somehow. Hearing his voice makes both my heart and my wolf yearn for him, but not like this. Not if he did this. Goddess, how could he have become so cruel? Yes, Ace, I do, he says menacingly, and I choke back a sob. Are you holding them with charges, Alpha Jameson? I ask, frustrated. Stop fucking speaking to me as if you don't know me, Ace. I'm your mate. He says, angry, and I wince at the mention of mate. Alpha, I reply in a softer tone. What are their charges? I wait as the line remains silent and my anxiety spikes. Yes, Ace, they are prisoners, and before you ask, they're all being charged with treason, among other things. I pause for a moment to recollect my thoughts. Would you be willing to send me the evidence that led to their detainment? I ask carefully. I would like to personally provide representation for the accused. I respond. We both know that treason cases don't require a trial. Ace, you already know what I want. I'm done playing this game. You're smarter than this. He sneers. Stop playing games, my little Luna, and come home to me. I can't return to Red Forest. I say matter-of-factly. Can't or won't, Ace, he growls lowly. There was an agreement established between my alpha and the previous alpha of Red Forest for my loyalty and service to Winter Moon. I remind him, I am your mate and alpha. He yells frustrated, then continues sounding annoyed. I'm tired of this conversation, Ace. I will pardon your parents if you agree to return home. If not, I will proceed with their execution this evening. I swallow hard and take a moment to gather my thoughts. I push my fear for my parents' lives to the back of my mind and try to focus on what a good beta would do. I would like to make an offer, I tell him plainly. You could have just started with this, Ace. He chuckled. This new side to him was not only breaking my heart, but also strengthening my resolve as a beta. I offer an exchange, I tell him. Go on, my little Luna, he chuckles again. My parents and Emily get handed to Winter Moon. I pause a moment, and in exchange, I will come to Red Forest. I sit silently waiting for an answer. Don't you want your parents here to see your Luna ceremony, Ace? And who will help us raise our pups? He asks, seemingly amused by my turmoil. He then continues, now that I think about it, it would be better without them here. We can do it all ourselves. You will be mine, and you will bear my pups and only mine, Ace. I anticipated your counteroffer. He pauses a moment. Emily is off the table, though, he says sternly. She is the entire reason we couldn't be together. He explains, and anger begins to boil inside me. It was never Emily's fault, who chooses to be betrothed to another before they can even speak. She just made the best of the shitty situation she was placed in. Then why send the picture Jameson? I hiss, and Delta Brad touches my arm, reminding me to remain a beta of Winter Moon. I mute the line, take a deep breath, and nod at him gratefully. Emily was there to use as a last-ditch effort if you refused. But I tell you what, if you meet me this afternoon at that little Italian place, you know, the one you and Felix went to when you first arrived in that God-forsaken place, I'll throw Emily in too. He waits for my answer. He must already be here if he can meet me that soon, which means he probably knows my alpha isn't here. But regardless, I still need to try to postpone. It might take me a while to pack everything. How about same time tomorrow? I ask, and he laughs. Then no deal, he says menacingly. How about giving me a few extra hours then? We have the rest of our lives together, so what's the hurry, right? I ask, hoping to give myself whatever time I can. E can meet at 2100 hours. He laughs at my new offer. Ace, sweetheart, I know what you're trying to do. Meet me at 12 p.m., that's my final offer. I can't wait to get my hands on you, my smart little Luna. He says and disconnects. I sigh and place my head in my hands on the desk. Have the guard captain send a copy of everything, including this call over to the Alpha, please. I ask Delta Brad without looking up. Caption. I link the warrior head yes beta. He responds immediately. I need you to prepare a vial of wolfsbane resistance, 2 handcuff keys, preferably not silver, and the smallest GPS chip we have for pickup ASAP. Yes, beta ace. I close the link, then open another. Alan, have you completed everything I requested? I link him. Yes, beta. He responds. Please go to the artillery room and grab my order from the captain, then meet me at the PAC clinic. Yes, beta. He responds. Dr. Brown? I link. What can I do for you, beta? He links back, sounding groggy. Could you please meet me at the clinic? I will need you to temporarily suture a wound. I tell him. Of course, beta. Are you all right? A weak laugh escapes me, and Delta Brad looks over to me concerned. Yeah, I'm all right. See you in an hour. I end the link. I tell Delta Brad to begin planning the hostage exchange and extraction while I head to the clinic. I have the doctor disinfect and implant the GPS chip into my shoulder. We used butterfly bandages to hold it shut until it healed to avoid an odd scar. I had him do the same with the cuff keys, placing one in my left arm and one in my left leg. Before I left, he handed me a shot of wolfsbane resistance, so I could inject it right before I arrive. I headed over to the pack house to gather some of my things together. I'm surely going to be searched, but possibly not my car keys and other insignificant things. So I go get my little switchblade keychain that my dad gave me one Christmas and attach it to my key ring. I decide to pack a makeup bag. I dump my makeup remover down the sink and fill it with rubbing alcohol. I pack cotton balls, some actual makeup, and a lighter. I can say the lighter is for the eyeliner pencil. I throw some clothes into a bag along with my sharpest stilettos. I call the hairdresser and ask if she can do something with a little volume. Once she's done, I find my smallest pocket knife and try to conceal it in my hair. I watch as the clock runs down and decided to write a letter to Alpha Chi, just in case I don't come home. I go grab the 2 wolves I found when I first became beta and place them on top of the letter. I never got around to giving them to him until now. Beta, it's time. Delta Brad links me and I sigh. I look at my phone and see that Alpha has called 3 times, but it's too late to change plans. I place my phone on my island, knowing they're going to take it anyway, and head out. I walk into the restaurant with 6 seasoned warriors and realize the host at the desk is a Red Forest wolf. He leads me to the back, where I see Jameson, Felix, and about 10 guards. I stop walking as soon as they're within my sight. Where's my parents and Emily? I ask assertively. No hello. How are you, my love? Jameson teases. I look over to Felix, and he looks away guilty. We made a deal, Jameson, I state plainly. That we did, my love. Bring them in. He says nonchalantly. I see them being pulled in from out back. Clearly, they have wolfsbane in their systems and look as if they were beaten right before they arrived. That was unnecessary, Jameson. I look over them and shoot him a hateful glare. My precious Luna, they all refuse to come willingly, except Emily, that is. He says, eyeing me. I nod towards my men, and 3 warriors step forward to grab them. Start walking this way, love. Jameson grins. My men grab the hostages and leave the restaurant as commanded. Search her, Jameson commands. I watch out the window as my men load my parents and Emily into the SUV and drive away. They take and dump my belongings out, then do a basic pat-down. When they don't find anything on me, Jameson comes over and handcuffs me gently. The silver metal bites into my skin and I hiss through my teeth. I'm so sorry, love. It's just an insurance policy. Now step into the ladies' room so I can do a more intimate search. He grins. I say nothing and comply. He unlocks one of my handcuffs, and while he's removing the key, I bump his hand so he drops it. He looks into my eyes and smiles momentarily, but still goes to pick it up. When he does, I try to run. I know it's in vain, but if I didn't at least try, he'd be more suspicious than he already is. I make it out of the bathroom and get taken to the floor roughly by 3 large guards. Not wanting to injure myself just yet, I don't put up much of a struggle. I guess we'll just have to do it here then, Jameson says, amused. No, Jameson, I'll listen. I promise, I say as he straddles my back. He lifts my head by my hair in Felix's direction. Are you trying to avoid hurting him? He asks. My Luna is so sweet. He lets go of my hair and leans over me. He could give a less about you anymore, Ace. He has his own mate now, so he can stop fondling mine. He growls deeply. Oh, what's this? He pulls the pocket knife out of my hair and he laughs. You clever little minx. I would have never thought to look there, he chuckles. Isn't your Luna clever, gentlemen? He asks the guards rhetorically, but they answer anyway. Yes, Alpha, they answer, staring forward, not sparing me a glance. Jameson reaches his fingers into my hair and pulls out every single bobby pin. He grabs my arm and pulls me up, handcuffing me again. Feeling defeated, I hang my head, repeatedly telling myself it's just a body, Ace. Over and over like a mantra. Then I feel a needle stick into my neck and it begins to burn and spreads through my body quickly. I bite my lip, holding in my screams, and just like the day that started this nightmare, I watched my blood drip to floor. Even with the resistance, I still had an incredible amount of pain form the wolfsbane, but luckily my wolf remained with me. I fell asleep in the unmarked SUV because of the intense pain and woke up to a pitch-black sky. Good morning, beautiful. I was wondering when you were going to wake up, Jameson said, stroking the hair out of my face. Don't worry, love. We're almost to our destination. My heart jumps in fear. How long was I asleep? We can't possibly be nearing Red Forest already. I use my nail and cut into my arm, pulling the stored key from my flesh. I move very slowly so as not to cause Jameson alarm and work to release one of my cuffs. After about 15 minutes, I finally remove the other cuff as well, laying it gently on the seat. I keep my hands behind to avoid suspicion. We pull into a hotel just as day is breaking over the horizon. Thank you, goddess, I pray, realizing we haven't yet made it to Red Forest like I feared. Jameson opens the door, and when he steps out, I kick him backwards as hard as I can and run. You little bitch. I hear him growl with a hint of amusement. I shift into my wold as soon as I possibly can, and immediately I hear paws hitting the pavement behind me. I run faster, trying to get to the tree line. If I can make it to the tree line, I have a chance. I think to myself, but before I am ever halfway there, I see a shadow above me, and seconds later, Felix's wolf pounces. I turn and rip into his leg viciously, allowing me to escape for only a moment before I realize I am now surrounded by Red Forest warrior wolves. I growl low and search the circle they've made for a way out, but as soon as I move to jump over one of the smaller of my captors, Felix hits me hard from the side. He knocked the breath out of me and sends me skidding across the pavement into the warrior wolves. I turn, trying to grab his neck, but as soon as I do, the warrior wolves attack me from all sides, forcing me to submit. Felix pins me to the ground until Alpha Jameson walks over. Shift, Ace, he says calmly, but I don't listen. Shift now. He growls annoyed, and I realize I'm not going to be able to escape in this way, and do as he commands. When I shift back, he grabs my arm and pulls me over his shoulder, bringing me inside the hotel. I watch as 8 wolves follow closely behind, one of them being Felix, so I relinquish my current plan to escape. I realize there is not one human in this hotel. It is all Jameson's men. It doesn't look abandoned inside like I assumed it would be either. I watch as Alpha Jameson climbs stairs 2 at a time to what I assume is the top floor. We pass at least 15 female guards standing in the stairwell on our way up. He opens the door to a room and tosses me on the bed. Listen, Ace, I really need to get home, and our pack needs you, my beautiful Luna. He gently caresses my cheek, and it is both sweet and revolting. The sooner we mark and mate, the sooner we can go home. He leans in to kiss me, but I pull away. Please, Jameson, can't we take things slow? I plead. I just need some time to adjust. I don't understand what's going on. If you would just tell me what's going on with both you and at Red Forest, I could help. I say honestly, trying to get through to him and maybe establish a connection. Baby, we have the rest of our lives to adjust. He brings his thumb to my lips and brushes over at them. It's then I realize the tingles we once shared are long gone, and this is no longer the same Jameson I mated to. Please, Jameson, I'll work with you and help bring Red Forest stability. Just explain to me what is happening. That's all I'm asking for? I beg him. You are in love with him, aren't you? He sneers. No, Jameson. That's not it. I don't. We just work well together. He laughs menacingly. Then how do you even know who I'm talking about, Ace? I scoot away from him as his eyes illuminate with anger. I didn't want to have to do this, but you're forcing my hand. He says, a hint of sadness in his voice. My heart pulls to him for a moment until he pins me to the bed. You are mine, Ace, he growls. I was forced to sit back and watch as my own beta tried to take my mate as his own. Never again, he yells, making me flinch. Aaron, if you'd please. Jameson calls and I watch my brother walk in, his eyes full of regret. Yes, Alpha. Aaron says, sticking a syringe into my neck. Alpha Jameson climbs off of me and I immediately bring my hand to my neck, but it doesn't burn like before. What did you do? I look in panic to Jameson first and then to my brother. You may leave Gamma. Jameson dismisses him. Who better to serve as your Gamma than your own brother? He tells me softly and then tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. What did you do, Jameson? I ask, scared and in tears. I'm just helping things along, Ace, that's all. He whispers into my hair and leaves a kiss. I'm going to go make you breakfast, he says, pulling away. As soon as the door closes, I begin to look for a way out. I run to the window first. I could break the windows easily, but I wouldn't survive the fall here. I open the hotel closet. There is a few cotton dresses hanging, and I throw one on, now realizing I am still naked from the shift earlier. I could certainly bust through this wall to the adjacent room. I begin to punch the dry wall, and the sound must have echoed as my brother immediately walks in. Don't, Ace, he says sadly. I mean, you can if you want, but you're free to walk this entire floor if you wish. The elevator is jammed and the stairwell is heavily manned, he reveals to me. Well, womaned. He corrects and lets out a sad laugh. Why are you doing this, Aaron? I get up and grab his face in my hands, like I did when we were little. He is my alpha ace and your goddess-given mate, he replies without looking me in the eyes. He isn't my mate anymore, Aaron. Can't you see that he is different? I ask, mostly pleading with him, but he doesn't respond. Fine. I say, annoyed that I'm not getting anywhere with him, and drop my hands. He is my brother, for goddess' sake. What the hell is going on? Where's my bag? Can I at least have my bag? I ask Aaron. Alpha's not going to give you your bag, Ace. He's not stupid. He will make sure you have everything you need, he explains to me calmly. All this frustration has made me physically warm. I move over to the thermostat and turn it all the way down. Goddess, it's hot in here, I say and fall backwards on the bed. After an hour, I turn on the TV, bored out of my mind, and watch cartoons. I keep getting hotter and hotter internally, and it's almost unbearable. Brother, I think the air is broken in here. Can I move to another room? He nods. We can go wherever you want, as long as it's on this floor, he says, almost scripted. I study him for a moment. I wonder what happened to him and if he would be willing to tell me, then get up to find another room. Mom and Dad are safe with my alpha. I tell my brother as I turn the AC down in this room as well, but all at once I start to feel an ache in my lower belly, like an intense need pooling that needs satisfied. Aaron, I'm not feeling so great, I say, my worry increasing. I'll call Alpha, he says at once. No, I shout, then calm down a bit. No, it's fine really, I say, breathing harder, but Jameson walks in anyway, with a plate of food, and my brother walks out at the same time. Here, baby, I made you pancakes, bacon, and cheesy eggs, he says as he walks over to me. As he hands me the plate, he puts his hand on the small of my back, and I immediately feel my lower belly stir, and I push his hand away. That's okay, Jameson. I appreciate it, but I'm not hungry right now. Maybe later, I say, getting off the bed and moving to the other side of the room. Hold on, Ace. He sets me back on the bed and moves to place his head in my neck, but I push him away. No, Jameson, please, I plead with him. Okay, my sweet Luna, I'm not going to push you, Jameson tells me calmly. Give me your arm, though, baby. I'm going to give you another shot. I don't want to have to fight you, he says calmly. Please, no, Jameson, I plead, now crying. Yes, my sweet Luna, this is the only way to make you want me. If you don't let me do it myself, I'll have to call your brother and make him do it. He says the words gently, but they are a threat. I feel like he has complete control of the situation right now, which makes me bring my knees to my chest in an attempt to hide my body from inevitably getting poked again. Aaron, he calls my brother. No, please. I'm sorry. I'm so weak. Aaron, please, don't do this. I cry while Alpha Jameson holds me down on the bed. Tears slide down my cheeks as I fight against my own brother, and I feel the needles slide into my skin. Please, no, I plead. Shh, it's all right, Ace. Jameson holds me to him lovingly, and I push away from him. Leave me alone, I say weakly in tears. All right, I'll leave you alone for now. Call me when you need me, and you'll need me soon. He says confident and walks out. I sob on the bed as my body slowly begins to burn more and more intensely with desire. What is wrong with me, Aaron? I ask through my sobs to my brother standing in the corner. You're going into heat, Ace, he explains. It hurts so much, Aaron, I cry. I'm so sorry, Ace. If you would just mate and mark your true mate's sister, this would all be over. We need you, he explains, and I sob harder. I'll go get you some ice, all right, he says reassuringly, and I nod. So this is why Jameson has Aaron attending to me. Family isn't affected by a female's heat. I fill the tub with cold water and get in with the little dress on. When Aaron gets back, he dumps the ice into the tub and brushes my hair back from my face lovingly. I'll get more, Ace, he says kindly, and I nod. I feel like everyone in Red Forest has lost sight of right and wrong. I feel a weak link attempt to open. Beta? I sit up surprised, but quickly lay back down, my body burning. Delta Brad, I whimper through the link. Are you all right, Beta? He asks through the link. No, I'm not. You can't send anyone to help me. I let out a sob. What's going on, Beta? He asks. I pause a moment. Jameson injected me with something that induced me to go into heat. The link goes quiet for a moment. I'll figure it out, Beta. Just stay strong and focus on what you need to do. Delta Brad says in an encouraging voice and closes the link. A few more moments pass, and I start to scream and writhe in the ice water. The pain continues to grow and quickly becomes unbearable. Would you like me to call Jameson? Aaron asks, dumping another bucket of ice in the water. Why are you doing this, Aaron? I scream with tears falling. What did I ever do to deserve this from you? I sob. Let Jameson help you. Get out, I cry, scream weakly at my brother. Just leave me alone, Aaron, is all I can get out. He walks out, looking back at me conflicted, then closes the bathroom door. I feel the link open again, a little stronger this time. Ace, I hear Alpha Kai's voice say, and I whimper. I'm coming to get you, Ace. Just hold out for a few more minutes. He tells me matter-of-factly, which makes me feel safe somehow. You can't, Alpha, I sob through the link. I can and I will, Ace. I already know what's going on, he tells me in an encouraging voice, which gives me hope. It hurts, Alpha. I choke out. I know, Ace. Just hold tight. I'm coming for you. He breaks the link and I lay back in the tub, breathing in pain. Every single moment felt like an eternal hell, and all I could do is cry and pray to the goddess that whatever this is, it wears off. Aaron, I call out loud. Brother, please. I need more ice, Aaron, I sob. Please, I whimper. The bathroom door crashes open, and the entire room fills with the scent of the snowy pines found in Winter Moon. My wolf pulls forward temporarily, illuminating my eyes, and they snap to the ice blue ones standing in the doorway. Mate, I call in a whisper, pulling myself up out of the tub. Alpha Kai walks to me and pulls me from the ice bath. Tingles explode across my body, causing me another intense wave of pain, and I sob. I've got you, Ace. I'm going to take care of you now. He captures my mouth in a sensual kiss as he moves me to the bed and rips my soaked dress off. His illuminated blue eyes ravage my body. Mine, he growls deeply, making my core clench and knead. He works quickly to remove his clothes, and I rake my eyes down his body, taking in every inch of him. He has broad, muscular shoulders and a lean, defined torso. Everything about him is perfect. I drag my eyes farther down and see the considerable length and width of his erection, then squeeze my thighs together. How? Is all I can manage to ask him. I'll explain later, Ace. I'm sorry our first time has to be like this. He parts my legs and grins, his eyes dancing with lust. He crawls over me. I'm going to help you feel better. He tells me in a low growl, and I nod, biting my lip. He lines up with my center and pushes inside me all at once, causing me to arch into him and moan. His width stretches me so tight, I feel like I'm going to rip open, but it soothes the burning fire. It'll just take a moment to adjust. I'm sorry if I hurt you, little mate. He kisses my forehead sweetly and remains still inside me. Ace, you have to relax a little if you'd like me to start moving, he says, almost laughing, holding my head and looking into my eyes. I try to do as he asks, but he fills me completely. Shortly after his words reach me, he begins moving slowly. I can feel every inch of him stretching and filling me, and it's euphoric. Goddess Ace, you feel amazing. It takes only a minute and a wave of pleasure takes me over. Alpha, I whimper. It's okay, Ace. Let go. He makes a deep moaning noise as I contract around him. He lets me ride out the last of my orgasm and then starts to pound into me. Hard. Is this too much? He whispers in my ear. His warmth breath sends a chill down my spine. Be honest, he pleads, and I shake my head no. You're just really big. But it feels so good. I admit, and he laughs, still pushing himself into me harder. I feel myself tightening around him again, and I dig my nails into his back. Ace. He breathes into my neck as I release on him. I capture his mouth with mine and slide my tongue against his. I moan into his mouth in pleasure, and he smiles against my lips. I'm going to come soon, Ace. He whispers against my lips as I feel his member grow stiff inside me, and his warmth pours into my core. I take a moment to catch my breath, then push him on his back and climb on top. I lean down and kiss him in a wave of passion. I slide my tongue inside his mouth, tasting him, and move to his ear. Thank you, Alpha. I whisper and bite his ear sensually. I'm your mate, Ace. I want you to call me by my name, he says. How? How are you my mate? I ask. I definitely felt it, but none of this makes sense. I move down, licking and sucking his neck, but he stiffens as I move over his marking spot. I'm sorry. I pant into his neck. I won't mark you, Alpha. I move away from his sensitive spot, and he rolls on top of me, pinning me to the bed. I can feel his erect member nudging my opening, and my breath catches. You will mark me, little mate, and I will mark you, he says, leaning over me, sucking my marking spot, and I grind against him. Say my name, Ace, he growls. I want to hear my name come out of that pretty mouth. I stare into his eyes, and he grins, pushing inside me slowly. Please, I whine in need. Say my name, Ace, and I will give you everything you desire and more. Please, Kai, I beg, and he enters me swiftly, giving me wave after wave of pleasure. He spills his warm seed into me again and again. I lay back panting. Are you feeling better now? He asks, lying beside me, tracing patterns all over my body, leaving tingles in its wake. How are you, my mate, Kai? I look over to him. He grabs my hand and kisses each of my knuckles. I sent in a request to the Lycan Kingdom to renounce my bond. It was approved. That's what I was doing when I left. When you called, I was recovering with Gamma James. It didn't hurt as terribly as expected. I think it hurt more to hold on. He let out a hollow laugh. I knew you were my mate as soon as I walked past your office. I start to feel a heat rise inside me again, and my eyes traveled down his body, giving me the sudden urge to pleasure him. I push his shoulder, leaving him on his back against the bed. His eyes swirl with desire. I move lower and take his member in my hand, pumping it until it stands strong. He's huge. I don't know how this is going to fit in my mouth, but I'm damn sure going to try. I take my hair and pull it to the side and take him in my mouth, pushing my tongue against him, then coming up to swirl around his smooth top. Kai watches me and lets out a deep growl, which stirs up a need in my lower belly. I taste the salty, sweet reminder of the pleasure we've shared multiple times now. He laces his fingers through my hair, but let me control the movements. The fire beneath my skin starts burning again, and I moan on him. I taste a drop of sweet salt come from his tip. I take him as deep into my mouth as I can before climbing over him. I run my hand up his taut stomach, and the tingles make his muscles contract wherever I touch. He runs his hands down my sides as I lick up his bare chest to his neck and gently suck everywhere but his marking spot. I feel his hard member nudging into me again, and I push back, taking him fully inside me, and I ride him hard. He brings one hand to my hip and fondles my breast with the other. I feel myself gripping him tighter and scream his name in ecstasy. He growls, grabbing both my hips. He pushes me faster against him and slams deeper inside me. Kai, I moan as I again contract on him. You're so damn beautiful, Ace, he says as I feel him growing and feel his warm seed fill me again. We continue like that until I'm too tired to move. He leaves the bed, and I hear water running. Kai carries me into the bathroom. Stepping into the tub, he positions me so my back is against his chest. He grabs the washcloth and cleans my body with soap and warm water gently. Just when I think it's finally over, I feel a need tugging at my core again and I whimper. It's much lighter this time, but still there. It's okay. I got you, Ace, Alpha Kia says sweetly. I will always take care of you. You are mine. He kisses my neck and inserts 2 fingers inside me. He moves gently inside my soreness, causing me to moan. My sweet mate. He whispers into my ear, his warm breath pushes me over the edge and I let myself go on his hand. That's my good girl, he says, running the cloth over me again. Exhausted, I fall asleep against his chest. I wake up being held down by Alpha Jameson as Aaron sticks another needle into my skin. Aaron, please, I shout at him, but he ignores me. Stop it. Please, Aaron, I sob. Stop, I say again weakly. Shh. Ace, you're safe. I hear my Alpha's voice. I'm here with you. I open my eyes and realize it was only a dream. Alpha. I choke out, and Kai brings me onto his lap and wraps me in his arms. His scent calms me, and I stay like that until the fear and sadness relinquish their hold on me. I'm sorry, Alpha. He presses a kiss to my hair. Ace, there is nothing to be sorry for. You did a brave thing and saved 3 people, who are very excited to see you, by the way. He tells me with a smile. My parents are still staying at your pack, I say, a little excited. Our pack, my beautiful little mate. His eyes find mine, and he kisses my lips tenderly. I press myself tightly against him and kiss him back, taking his bottom lip into my mouth and biting it gently. He hums in satisfaction, then brings his hand to support the back of my neck and uses the other hand to tug my hair down, and he peppers my neck with sweet, warm kisses. You smell so sweet, Ace, he mumbles, like jasmine in spring. I chuckle. You're the second person to tell me that. He growls, annoyed. You are mine, he says possessively, and it excites me. All yours, my Alpha. I say, my lips gently brushing against his lips. He presses his lips hard against mine and slides his tongue into my mouth, tasting me. He moves one of his hands up my thigh, and I moan as his touch ignites my entire body. All right, guys. Seriously, enough. I'm trying to drive. Alpha Kai growls and looks at him annoyed, and I laugh. Thank you, Delta Brad, I say sincerely, for everything. He smiles at me through the rearview mirror. Don't mention it, Beta. He winks at me, and Kai squeezes me tighter to him. He turns my face with his long finger. Don't look at him. You're mine. He chuckles greedily and breathes into my neck. When I walk into the pack house, I'm immediately swept into a hug by my mother. It takes me a moment to register what's happening, but I eventually wrap my arms around her too. Oh, my beautiful girl, she says with tears in her eyes. I look and see my father standing a little bit behind her. I nod at him respectively. Thank you, Beta Ace, he says and bows respectfully. You're welcome, Dad. Alpha clears his throat. She will soon be known as Luna Ace, he says and looks at me with adoration. Ace is my second chance mate, he smiles grandly. Is that true, Ace? My mother asks and I nod. Yes, Mom, Kai is my mate. She chokes back tears and my father moves to hold her. It's funny how polar opposite my parents are. My mom is so emotional and my dad is stoic and controlled. If anyone in the word deserves a second chance mate, it's you, my daughter, she says lovingly. Where is Emily? I link Kai, concerned. The infirmary. We can visit her next if you'd like. I look at him and nod. Oh, you troublesome girl. I see my grandmother coming from the ladies' room. Can you imagine how I felt when I heard what you did? She playfully swats my arm where Aaron injected me the second time, and I whimper. Alpha comes to my side and pulls me close. He looks at my grandmother. Sometimes our mind holds on to things our body has forgotten, he explains, and she bows, understanding his meaning, then touches my face. Thank you, Beta, for saving my daughter and for coming home. Her eyes water, and I give her a hug, but remain silent. Delta Brad drives us to the pack hospital to see Emily, and when I walk into her room, I see she's sleeping soundly. She seems to have taken quite a few beatings, among other things. Alpha linked me as I walk over to her and pull the blanket up and push the stray hairs from her face. She looks so thin, her eyes were sunken and her cheekbones protruding. My heart broke as my eyes studied her battered and broken body. I sat there in silence, just holding her hand until Kai motioned for me and led us back to the SUV, allowing her to rest. Once we pulled back into the pack house parking lot, Alpha thanks Brad and takes my hand in his. Well, if you'll excuse us, I'm going to take my mate upstairs to rest. Delta Brad snorts. Is that what they call it nowadays? He teases and Alpha flashes him an irritated look. Kai led me to the elevator, and for the first time ever, I step into his penthouse, and I cannot believe how large it is. All this for one person? I ask rhetorically. Now two, he comes up behind me and holds me tenderly. Maybe more in the future, he says, and gently rubs his hand across my lower belly. I begin to feel a need pooling inside me, and I turn in his arms, kissing him desperately. I want you, Kai, I whisper. I'm yours forever, Ace, he says against my lips and captures them in a burning kiss again. I jump up and wrap my legs around his taut torso, and he grabs my backside tight, crashing through his bedroom door, and immediately I am enveloped in his scent. But there was something else. There is a hint of another female mingled into his scent. I push against his chest, drop down, and walk out, immediately killing the mood. What's wrong, baby? He follows me worried. I just don't want to be in there. I want to go home. I say. He freezes up, and I realize Maya's heart throbbing more than it probably should be. I know he had another mate, but knowing it is one thing to smell their scents together hurts. I walk out his door and press the button for the elevator. Ace, he calls, jogging towards me. The doors open, and I press the close button, but he sticks his arm through the doors at the last second. I look at the floor, not wanting him to see my watery eyes. Why am I being so petty? I definitely cry too much. I think to myself and internally scold myself for being so dramatic. He tilts my head up with his index finger, and when he sees my tears, he kneels and hugs my torso. Baby, what's wrong? He asks, looking up to me. I place my hands on his face. Nothing, Alpha. I respond and rub my thumb across his dark stubble. I get lost in his ice blue eyes for a moment, forgetting the entire reason I was upset to begin with. The elevator opens on my floor. He stands and scoops me into his arms. Ace, he says lovingly. Yes, Kai, I reply, staring into his eyes. He opens the door to my suite and sits on the couch with me on his lap. Talk to me, Ace. I get scared every time you try to run away. My eyes are drawn to his like a moth to a flame. I could smell her. I say sadly. He slides me off his lap and kneels in front of me. I am so sorry. He hangs his head, and I run my fingers through his black hair. It's all right, Alpha, I say honestly. His genuine regret has eased my pain, however. I don't wish to return there. I love you, Ace, he admits. I loved you before I felt the bond. I don't know how it happened, and I don't know exactly when it started, but I love you. He confesses. I love you too, Kai. I slip to the floor with him, take his hand in mine, and continue. I'm not perfect, but if you can just try to love me, even with all my faults, I promise I will do everything in my power to make you happy. I will be the Luna you deserve. I promise I will love you and only you for the rest of my life. He stares at me for a moment. You are already perfect in my eyes, my beautiful mate. He hugs me tightly and kisses my hair. All members of Red Forest Pack that were present at the hotel are either dead or detained and set to stand trial in front of the Northern Council. I have been requested to present my account of things as a witness in multiple cases, which has been difficult for me emotionally. I haven't quite come to terms with how everything went so wrong so quickly. It's conflicting to have to speak against those you once cared for deeply. The feelings I had for them and good memories we once shared don't just fade away because they hurt me. Regardless of everything going on right now, Kai has never once left my side. He is an amazing mate. The goddess blessed me beyond my wildest dreams, and I am so completely in love with him. Between my duties of beta at Winter Moon and having to attend trials, we haven't been able to spend as much one-on-one time together as I'd like, and we have yet to mark one another. I don't have the heart to bring it up to him either. I realize this is something he has struggled with this in the past, and I don't want to push him into anything. I would like us to be able to treasure that memory for the rest of our lives. I'm sure he'll come to me when he is ready, but until that time, I just don't feel right taking the title of Luna. Maybe I'm a little old school, but being marked and mated is the human equivalent to being wed. It's just my personal preference, but I'd like to wait until that happens. Luckily, Alpha Chi has been understanding of my feelings too and hasn't pushed me into anything either. The first trial I spoke at was Alpha Jameson Lake's. He was charged with false imprisonment, conspiracy to commit murder, assault, and kidnapping. Because we are wolves, he will not be charged for the lives he took in order to gain his alpha title. Even when I was not testifying, Kai and I sat in courtroom and watched the trial. Even though he has hurt me deeply and left scars that have yet to be fully healed, I still feel empathy for my rejected mate. I watched as his entire life was twisted by his father, and it wasn't just me, it was our entire pack. I have no doubt that he really believed what he did was within his right to do so. I think so many of us reject the idea of taking the time to try and understand the events that led up to people making terrible choices. I've heard that both heroes and villains often come from tragic circumstances. The difference is what they choose to do with that pain. Jameson chose wrong, and understanding his pain doesn't excuse what he's done, but it's helped inspire me to heal and extend forgiveness. I only caught glimpses of Jameson's expressions while I testified against him. I expected him to be angry, but instead he looked sad, frustrated, and heartbroken at his own actions. The sad truth is we were both forced into doing something neither of us wanted. Where my family was supportive, he was left alone and wasn't given the tools to deal with what happened properly. Before he was sentenced, I wrote a letter and requested the Northern Council consider assigning him a monitored position within the council with an appointed mentor so he could retain his alpha title and perhaps create a different life for himself. They took my request into consideration. Jameson was stripped of his pack inheritance, but, per my request, he was able to remain an alpha and given an administrative position within the council. The second trial I attended was Felix's. He was only charged with aiding and abetting. Although I feel his character is severely flawed, that is not a criminal offense. It was revealed throughout the proceedings that when he initially refused to help Jameson with my kidnapping, the life of his mate was threatened. Beta Felix pleaded guilty and willingly revealed his participation so that I was no longer required to take the stand against him. He is the only one on trial who requested the courts allow him to make a public apology to both me and all the warriors he led that day. He was placed on 5 years probation, but was ultimately able to return to Red Forest and remain a beta. The most difficult of the trials was my brother Aaron's. My mother and father attended the proceedings with Kai in my stead, as I am still unable to face him. He was always a great brother and became my rock after I was rejected. I still don't understand where exactly everything went wrong. I've come to learn that he placed a large part of the blame on me for what happened to my parents and Emily. I never realized this before it was revealed in trial, but apparently my brother harbored some unrequited feelings for Emily. His willingness to participate in my kidnapping was a misplaced grudge that had grown more and more sinister with Emily's terrible treatment. He was charged with drugging a person to commit a felony, aiding and abetting, and criminal injection of a narcotic drug. I didn't testify at his trial. I didn't have to. Jameson and Felix testified in my stead. My heart still aches due to the loss of my brother. He has no intention of apologizing. He still blames me for much of what has occurred, and for a while I was consumed with guilt because of it. After all, I was the one who left, even after Jameson told me he would fix everything. But I did the best I could with knowledge I had. I was young and made the most logical decisions I could at the time. I hope one day I will be able to face him. I do still love my brother, no matter how he feels about me. However, currently, nightmares of his betrayal still plague me. Aaron was stripped of his title. He is placed on pack probation for 15 years and is unable to ever carry a leadership position again. However, he was able to remain a part of Red Forest as Felix vowed to take responsibility for him. I still can't honestly say his sentence is what's best, but I do know that Felix will be more understanding of what he had to go through than I would be. The trials took a few months to complete, but since then my life has taken a turn for the better, and I am finally feeling more free and fulfilled. I do catch myself anxiously expecting things to go wrong because I feel like my days have been too easy and that my life has been going too well. But luckily, my mate becomes my strength when I am feeling weak. His unwavering commitment to me has allowed me make huge strides healing from the events that happened to me. Ace, a beautiful woman with raven black hair, walks towards me with arm ready for a hug. Evelyn, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I give her a hug. She is such a gentle woman. Richard, I say to Kai's father, extending my hand. Oh no, you're like a daughter to me now. He chuckles and hugs me tight. And this is Civil, Kai's brother. Evelyn explains, looking at him. I notice he doesn't quite resemble any of them with his light blonde hair and hazel eyes, but it happens. Civil leans forward and kisses my cheek. It's a pleasure to meet you, Beta. You're more beautiful than Kai let on. I nod a little, taken back by his affections, but not wanting to offend him straight away. Civil, Ace is your brother's mate. You need to be more respectful, his mother scolds. There's no mark on her neck, mother, which means I'm free to do as I please. He chuckles. I see Kai exit the elevator and stride this way, and I take in his attractive figure. While I'm distracted, Kai's mother brushes my hair from my neck to check if what Civil said was true. Hello, mother, father, and Civil. He groans Civil's name. Kai Linden, you haven't marked your mate? His mother says softly but surprised as she moves to give him a hug. You're just asking for trouble, son. She scoffs and moves back over to take my arm. I see no harm in it, mother. Let her remain unmarked. Perhaps she'll choose the more handsome of the two brothers. Civil jokes and Kai growls at him. That's enough, boys, his mother says, then faces me. We arrived a little early, but I was hoping to take you to lunch, Beta Ace. She smiles sweetly. Of course, I say excited. My mother is riding with me to a doctor's appointment in 15 minutes, but I'm free after that, I explain. Oh, I would love to meet your mother, she says gleefully. May I come as well? She asks. We can all go out afterwards, she says, her eyes dancing with excitement. Mother, Kai says, annoyed. She's going to the doctor, for Christ's sake. She doesn't need an audience. I giggle. It's fine. It's nothing serious, just routine. You're more than welcome to come. I smile. By the time we arrive at the doctor's office, my mother and Evelyn have already hit it off. You guys don't have to come in. I can leave you with the keys, I suggest, hopeful. No, Ace, you know I wanted to ask the doctor if that birth control you're on is safe. Now that you have a mate, I'd hope you and Kai would try for pups after you're marked. I roll my eyes a little annoyed, but allow her to come. You could just Google it, Mom, I inform her. Oh, you're on birth control? Evelyn asks. Yes, I admit tentatively. I'd like to wait until I'm marked to have pups. I'm not overly traditional, but... Evelyn held up her hands. You don't owe me an explanation, my sweet new daughter. She winks at me. I smile at her, then go sign in and get called back immediately. One of the perks of being Beta, I guess. Luna Evelyn, what a treat, the doctor exclaims. Just Evelyn now, child. Your future Luna is standing before you. She motions to me and laughs cheerfully. Doctor, before we begin, I'd like to ask you a few questions about Ace's medication. He looks at me, asking if it's okay to talk about it. I nod, and a laugh escapes me. He discreetly hands me a cup and shoos me to the restroom. My mom is still talking when I return, and now Evelyn has joined in. I hop up on the examination table and wait patiently for the mandatory pregnancy test to be complete so we can go. After about 3 minutes, the doctor turns towards Evelyn and my mom. If there is no other questions, ladies, I'd like to visit with Beta Ace for a moment. It is her appointment, after all. They stop chatting and stand quietly waiting for him to speak to me. Talk to her alone, he chuckles. She'll be out in a moment, he says pleasantly, and opens the door for them. I laugh. It was pretty loud in here with 2 of them. I lean my head against the clinic wall. Beta, you're pregnant. The doctor states matter-of-factly. The PAC pharmacy, I say. Then it registers. He didn't ask what pharmacy I use. Excuse me? I ask, puzzled. Your pregnancy test. It came back positive beta. I look at him confused. Well, I've taken my pills almost every day. Maybe it's not a good test? I suggest with a side shrug. That's the only explanation I can think of. He nods and sticks another test in the cup, then comes over and brushes my hair away from my neck. Have you gone into heat since you found out Alpha was your mate? He asks nonchalantly. Not naturally, no, I say honestly. I did have a forced heat, I say timidly. He looks at me sadly. Did that happen during the hostage exchange? He asks gently, and I nod. He walks over to the cup and checks the second test. If you wouldn't mind following me, Beta, we'll do an ultrasound to confirm. I nod and follow him quietly into a darker room. I lay back on the table and a bubbly nurse comes in. I'm just going to adjust your clothes here, Beta, she says, pulling my shirt up and my pants down a little. She grabs what looks like a condiment container and squirts warm gel on my stomach. All right, I'm going to get started now. Doctor, would you mind getting the lights? He nods, and the room goes dark with the exception of the monitor in front of her. She presses the device into the gel and rubs it around my lower belly. I stare at the ceiling as my heart races. Oh, Beta, how exciting! She exclaims. There is your little pup. I look over and see her smile. You look to be about, 14 weeks along, just at the end of your first trimester and beginning of your second. I'm surprised you didn't come in earlier. I look over and see a mess of black and white blobs. That looks complicated. I let out a nervous laugh and she smiles wide, then kindly takes the time to point everything out me. Congratulations, Beta, she says excitedly, handing me a long strip of blob pictures and exits the room. I guess I'm not getting that prescription. A hollow laugh escapes me. I'm afraid not, Beta. He chuckles, handing me some wet wipes and pats my shoulder. Let me get you some information to take home and get you out of here. I nod and wipe the goo from my stomach. I don't look any different, and I haven't felt any different really, I think to myself. I walk out of the back with a fabric bag full of flyers about what to expect when expecting, a prescription for prenatal vitamins, and a wide variety of samples. All right, we can go now, I say to my mom and Evelyn, trying to act normal and walk out the door. That took a long time. My mom said, climbing into the back, and Evelyn's sharp eyes kept glancing at the bag. I'll hold that for you, sweetheart, his mom said with a smile. She may look sweet, but she is sly. I panic a little, trying to decide what would be more suspicious. Would she even look in the bag if I handed it to her? I consider my options, then my mom calls out, Ace, hand over the suspicious bag before I call your father. My mom says it sarcastically as a joke. She always threatens that teasingly because she knows how much I adore my father, but this time tears immediately spring to my eyes. I was joking, honey, she laughs. What's wrong, my sweet girl? She coos. I can't even speak, so I just hand the bag to Evelyn, and my mom sits forward and peeks over her shoulder. Evelyn opens the bag and thumbs through a few papers. She pulls out a long, skinny strip of black and white photos, and a huge smile crosses her lips as she passes the ultrasound back to my mom. Evelyn rubs my arm reassuringly. Don't cry, sweetheart, she says and pulls me over to hug me. Are you pregnant, Ace? My mom says in surprise. I look down and nod. How far along are you? She asks. 14 weeks, I admit, sniffling. Baby girl, I'm so happy for you, she says with tears brimming. I promise I won't tell your dad right away, okay? She promises, and I nod. It's okay, my sweet girl. How about you let me drive? My mom asks. All right, I say, and move to get out of the SUV. Evelyn looks at us confused. I step out to walk around to the other side of the car, and I hear my mom whisper to Evelyn, my husband is very traditional as all, and having a baby unmated is not something he'd be particularly proud of her for. She admits, Ace has always been sensitive to how her father sees her. I open the door, and my mom steps out and gives me a warm hug. She makes her way around, then starts up the SUV and backs out of the clinic. Can I just go home for right now, please? I ask sadly. Of course, sweetheart, Evelyn responds. When I walk into my suite, it's empty, and I collapse on my bed. Grabbing Kai's pillow, I breathe deeply, trying to calm myself down. I thought you were taking her to lunch, Mother? She never told me she was coming home. I hear Kai's voice and sit up, realizing I must have fallen asleep. Listen to me, I hear his mom say, not angry but sternly enough. I will disown you if you don't do right by my daughter-in-law, Kai. He chuckles. Why are you being so aggressive, Mom? He jokes. What's this? I hear him say. It gets quiet for a few minutes, and I hear the front door close. I squeeze Kai's pillow and get comfortable again, thinking they left until I hear Ace. Kai's voice calls to me sweetly as he opens the bedroom door. Hey, beautiful, he says and sits on the edge of my bed. What's going on? He asks, leaning over to me and places his hand on the comforter where I'm lying. Nothing. I just fell asleep. I lie and look over at the clock. Shit. I have to go, I say, sitting up and crawling out of bed. I move towards the bathroom and Kai catches my arm. Ace, he pulls me to him and kisses my hair. What's this? He dangles the stupid fabric bag I left in the car and grins. That's mine. I snatch it from him and shove it in the drawer. If I had realized how obvious these little bags make things, I would have declined taking it. He laughs. Are you sure that's just your bag and not our bag? I look at him annoyed and go to walk away. Stop walking away from me, baby, he whines. Picking me up, he lays me back down on the bed. Kai, I don't have time for this. I need to make rounds. I sigh. He pushes me back down and climbs up next to me. Lifting my shirt a little, he draws patterns on my lower belly. Is there anything you want to tell me, Ace? He says, grinning. Not particularly, I say flatly and move to get up. Ace, he scolds me, laughing. We're not leaving here until you tell me what's in that bag, he says, amused. Pamphlets, I say matter-of-factly and move to get up, but he gently pushes my shoulder back down again. Always so stubborn, he rolls over and grabs the bag out of the drawer, then dumps it on me and stuff falls all over the bed. Kai, you're making a mess. I try not to laugh. He grabs the ultrasound pictures and drapes it on my belly. Will you tell me now, Ace? The laugh I've been holding in escapes me. Why should I have to tell you if you already know? His eyes are dancing with joy as he waits for me to say it. I sigh. Fine. I roll my eyes at him. I roll onto my side and look him in the eyes. I can't help but smile at how ridiculous he's acting. I'm pregnant, Kai. He smiles wide and kisses me all over excitedly, then pulls me over to him. I love you so much, Ace, he chuckles. You're going to have my pup. He runs his hand over my belly. Goddess, I love you so much. He holds me tighter and I giggle. Why were you upset earlier? I shrug. My mom already told me, Ace. He stares at me, waiting for an answer. I'm unmarked, so I'm basically like a single mom. I say sadly. He rolls me over so he can look at my face. There is nothing single about you. You are mine. He growls into my neck, and I laugh. I was just waiting until your heat, but it never came because I already put a pup inside you. He says, rubbing my belly. It's afternoon before I get up and leave Kai to sleep. Goddess, I'm sore. I don't know what got into him last night, but it was both incredible and exhausting. I turn on the shower and wash myself clean, throw on some warm clothes, and ask for lunch to be delivered. While I'm sitting at my computer getting some reports done, I hear a knock at the front door and move to open it and realize it's Kai's entire family, plus my mom and grandmother with a basket full of lunch. I quickly cancel the lunch request I turned in to Chef. Laughing, I open the door, allowing them entry. They all come in and set up lunch at the dining table, chatting together. Where's Kai? Civil comes over as I yawn. Rough night? He asks. A laugh escapes me. You could say that. I grin at him. Would you like a drink with spirit? I ask, walking to the fridge. He sits down at the island. Sure, what do you got? I open the fridge, which is empty of food but full of alcohol, and he laughs. I'll take a beer. I grab one out, twist the top off, and slide it to him. Ace, tell everyone to go home. We aren't having game night tonight. He calls from the bedroom, and everyone stops talking. And come back in here. I'm not done with you. I chuckle nervously. I'll be right back. I slink back to the bedroom, but before I can make my way in, Kai comes out looking like an incredibly sexy mess. He looks a little tired, with crazy hair, black sweatpants that are hanging low from his hips, and something hanging from his side. Is that the ultrasound of my grandbaby? Kai's mother said sternly and walks over to him, ripping it from his skin. I can't believe you slept on this, she said, annoyed. Kai laughed. I did a lot more than sleep on it, Mother. Evelyn gave him a dirty look while she tried to straighten it out to show her husband. Civil and Kai just laughed. I try to push him back into the bedroom before he embarrasses me any further, but he refuses to go now that he knows who's here. I give up and close the bedroom door, so at least the smell of shocks doesn't fill the whole house, and they can't see the mess we made. Well, the mess Kai made. I'm going to have to strip the sheets before my Omega comes because I don't want her to see them either. The sound of everyone's voices fill the suite, and I make myself busy getting out plates and utensils. Come here, Kai. His father calls him over. He stands up from the table and looks at his neck. What the hell is that? He says. It's Ace's mark. Kai says proudly, and the room gets loud with excitement. Evelyn, come look at it, though, he says, and she walks over. It's silver? She says and touches it. Don't, Mother, it's still tender. He complains and covers it with his hand, walking away from her. Let me see yours, Ace, my mom asks. How do you know I even have one? I tell her. You better have one. She pinches me when she comes over. Geez, Mom. I rub my arm. Yours is silver, too. I look at her confused. I honestly didn't even check it this morning. I go to the guest bathroom to look, and sure enough, it is two beautiful silver crescent moons. Kai comes up behind me and slides his arms around me and looks at the mark he gave me. Everything looks perfect to me, he says and kisses the spot, making me sigh. He licks down my neck, then turns me around, picks me up, and sets me on the marble bathroom counter. He places his hand against the mirror and kisses me sweetly while his other hand rubs up my thigh. Kai Linden, we have lunch ready. His mother scolds, standing outside the bathroom door. He kicks it shut and smiles. My beautiful mate. He growls low and his eyes illuminate. Alpha, what has gotten into you all of a sudden? I say against his lips. I just want you. I want to put another pup inside you. He growls. You already have a pup inside me, I giggle. You'll have to be patient. He moves to my neck and a small moan escapes my lips. Kai, I whisper and he growls again, making heat pool between my legs. His brother opens the bathroom door, walks in, and sits beside me on the sink, nonchalantly. Kai growls a warning at him, and Civil puts his hands up. Don't growl at me, Mom told me I had to, he laughs. Fine, Kai says annoyed, and pulls me away from his brother. Your marks look awfully familiar. I'm pretty sure I've seen a picture of similar marks in the Lichen library. Civil says, looking at my mark, and I look at him curiously. He shrugs and hops down from the counter, having thoroughly ruined the mood, as he was asked. I gently touch my mark. It tingles with pleasure, and I smile. My alarm wakes me, and I quietly move to get out of bed. Why do you insist on getting up so early every morning? Kai's groggy voice breaks the silence. Go back to sleep, my love. I lean over the bed and brush my hand over his stubble. When I come back from running the perimeter, I slip quietly into my room, change into leggings and a sports bra, then head to train with Gamma James and Delta Brad. About halfway through training, Alpha walks in and strides towards me with purpose. He removes his shirt and pulls it over me. Before I can even process what is happening, he lifts me in his arms and walks out. Alpha, I exclaim, confused and laughing. What are you doing? I say and push against his chest, but he just holds me tighter. I don't want them touching you, he says, and I let out an annoyed laugh. You have to be kidding. I say frustrated, but he wasn't kidding. Later, when I was doing my rounds through the community with Evelyn, I stopped to talk to Mitchell, who's now a senior at the Pack High School. Again, Alpha came from seemingly nowhere and forced me back to the Pack House. His behavior continued like that for the next few weeks until I couldn't take it anymore. Kai, I yelled at him as he tried to take me from his parents' house because I was sitting next to his brother at the table. Ace, he teases. You're not even supposed to be here right now. You have a dinner to attend with the warrior captain. He keeps walking with me in his arms and almost makes it out the door when his mother gently pulls his sleeve. Son, put her down for a moment. He looks at her like she's insane. She's mine, he states. We all know that, Kai. She sighs and he reluctantly sits down on the couch with me on his lap. I move to get up, but he pulls me tighter to his chest and I laughed, amused but also annoyed. Kai, I want to go get my water, I say, and he pouts but ultimately lets me go. I snatch my bottle off the table and see Civil's laughing at me. I pop him in the back of the head and plop back down next to Kai. Ace? His mother chuckles. I'm sorry to say this, but this is probably going to be a common occurrence. My eyes go wide at her revelation, and she continues, when I was pregnant with Kai, I thought his father had gone insane. She gets a look of nostalgia and laughs lightly. All males get incredibly possessive over their mate during pregnancy, but Alpha's even more so. I look at her and see she's not joking. But I have work to do, and he won't let me do it. I laugh and poke his chest. He pulls me back on his lap. You just need to focus on growing our pup. he says and smells my neck. We need to hold your Luna ceremony soon before he gets worse, she smiles sympathetically. It gets worse, I say louder than I mean to. I'll pray for you, his mom chuckles. Can we go home now? Kai whines and kisses my shoulder. I guess. I say goodbye to everyone, then leave for the beta suite. I think we should ask your brother if he'd consider becoming beta, I say to Kai while we wait in the small room for the nurse. I mean, I know he's an alpha, but maybe he'd consider it, right? I ask, looking up to him. Why are you thinking about my brother right now? We're about to see our pup. He bends over, kissing me sweetly, and it slowly becomes more heated. Hello, Beta. The door opens, and the bubbly nurse from last time comes in, looking at her clipboard. Looking up, she notices Alpha. Alpha, it's a pleasure. It's obvious she can tell what was happening, but she continues to do her job as if she didn't. All right, Alpha, Beta, she says, excited. Are you ready to see your pup? I nod and notice Kai's eyes have still not left me, since even before she walked into the room. I roll down my pants for her and she lifts up my top. She squirts the warm, gooey gel on my belly, then starts the ultrasound. There's your little pup, she says happily, moving the wand around to get different angles. Would you like to know what you're having? And Kai's eyes light up and snap over to her as soon as she asks. Yes, I laugh at his eagerness. You will be having a little boy, she smiles wide. Kai looks at me lovingly, stroking my hair gently. He leans down to give me a sweet kiss. We're going to have a little boy, he says affectionately with a grin, when someone knocks at the door. Go away, Kai yells, and I push him back laughing. I'm coming. Hold on a minute. I call, trying to slide off the counter. Ace. Alpha whines. This is our time. He tells me with sad eyes, which is his latest ploy to pull at my heartstrings and have me give in. Oh, my handsome Alpha, I coo. I love you so very much, but I'm going to get the door, I say and quickly slip off the counter, escaping his grasp. I run to the door. Kai catches me from behind just as I reach it, and I giggle. Well, it looks like you two are having fun, Civil says flatly, letting himself inside. He is followed by Kai's parents. Your family is on their way, Ace, Evelyn says while prying me from Kai's grasp so she can give me a hug. She touches my lower belly gently. You're beginning to show a little, she says, delighted. Kai reaches his hands back around me and moves his mom's hand off my belly. Mine, he states blatantly, and his mother pops his arm in reply. You stop it, she tells him and gives me a smile. Everyone moves into the kitchen and sits around the table while I put on a kettle for tea and hot chocolate. I hear another knock at the front door. Kai sighs and strides over to open it. He's so grumpy sometimes, I think to myself, and giggle at his annoyed expression. Hi, baby, my mom exclaims as she pushes past Kai. She's followed by my dad, Grandma, and Emily. I yell excited. I walk over to her and pull her into a tight hug. After she was stabilized here at Winter Moon, her parents requested we transfer her back to their pack so that they could assist her through rehabilitation. It's been a few months since I've seen her, but her mother keeps in touch, updating me and her progress. It's been a difficult road. Emily has had to pursue this path alone, as her wolf has yet to return to her. The pack doctors are uncertain of whether her wolf will return, as they have never seen a case where so much wolfsbane has been given to someone without resulting in death. I'm so happy to see you, Emily, I say and hug her again. She smiles at me, but it doesn't reach her eyes like it used to. With everyone's excitement, I didn't notice how Civil was standing ridged in the corner right away, staring at Em. I drag my eyes between the two of them, then reach for Kai's arm. Could you check on your brother? I mind link him, and his eyes snap over to where Civil is still standing. Everyone's attention still seems to be elsewhere, but it gets quiet as Kai grabs Civil's arm, and he almost drags him into the guest room. Mom, will you help me get some cups? I ask, breaking the silence. Oh yes, dear, she says, and the conversation seemed to pick back up. Kai and Civil eventually come out of the guest room, and everyone's eyes are once again turned towards the brothers. So, who want to know if our pup is a boy or a girl? Kai says, coming to stand behind me, drawing everyone's attention to us. I can see out of the corner of my eye Civil quietly approaching Em. He whispers to her for a moment. Then he walks with her into the spare bedroom. I look up at Kai a little curious, but understand what he is trying to give Civil some privacy. Well, don't keep us waiting, son, his father says. He moves to the living room and grabs the boxes we prepared earlier, leaving civils on the couch and hands them out accordingly. Inside are different shirts, but they all generally say the same thing, which is, "My grandson holds my heart." It's a boy? My dad is the first to open his box, which lets me know he must be excited even if he doesn't show it. I nod. He comes over to me and places his large hands on my shoulders. "Congratulations, Beta Ace." He kisses my forehead for the first time since I was like 6, and it almost makes me cry. "I'm so proud of you," he says softly. His gaze then moves to Kai and he reaches out his hand. "Congratulations, Alpha," he tells him, shaking his hand, then goes to comfort my mom, who is hugging the shirt, crying. I don't think I will ever get over how polar opposite they are, yet perfect for one another. "Congratulations, my sweet new daughter," Evelyn says, giving me a hug. Richard is right behind her. He pats Kai's shoulder lovingly, then moves to hug me, but Kai pulls me into his chest. "I'll hug her for you," he tells his dad. Evelyn and I laugh while his dad smirks, understanding why Kai is acting that way. "So what are you going to do the nursery in?" My mom asks once we all settle back down to the table. "Well, probably just the same theme I have for Ty," I shrug. "Oh, are you guys not planning to move to the Alpha Suite?" Evelyn asks. Honestly, Kai and I haven't even discussed it since that night. He just moved all his stuff here, and we haven't gone back. "It's being remodeled," Kai said. I look at him confused. How did I not know about this? "Oh, how lovely," Evelyn says, excited. "Can we see it once it's finished?" she asks, and he nods. "Yes, but it's going to take a while. There was a fire. I almost spit out my hot chocolate." "What?" I say. "When did that happen?" He smiles guiltily. "The day after the whole Red Forest incident." He admits. A confused expression settles on my face. I was never made aware of this, and I'm certain I would have noticed. I feel the tingles from Kai's hand touching mine. "I set it on fire on purpose," he admits. "Why would you do that?" Evelyn and I ask in unison. He just shrugs and drinks his hot chocolate. I look at him and laugh. "Is it because I cried when you took me there?" I link him. He nods, and I move to sit on his lap. Then I hear the spare bedroom door open. Both Emily and Civil come out looking a little distressed. "What have you two been doing this whole time? You missed the announcement," Evelyn says sweetly, eyeing them both suspiciously. "Emily, I didn't know you knew Civil." "What a small world," my mom says cheery. "Oh, I really don't. I mean, not until today at least," she says shyly. "Oh," my mom says and looks to my father. Silence befalls the room again. "All right, out with it," Kai says, pulling me tighter against him. "Your ominous behavior is distracting my mate," he says, and I laugh. "It is not," I whisper and I pinch him lightly. "You're always so mean, Ace." He whines and smells my neck. "She's my mate." Civil admits, gently taking her hand in his and kissing it. This now has my immediate attention. But she can't really feel the bond yet. Then that, he says, a little dejected. "But that's okay." He looks at her earnestly. "I will prove to her it's there," he says, sweetly pulling her into a hug. "Oh, how wonderful," Evelyn says, and stands to welcome her newest daughter. "2 daughters in 1 year. I am truly blessed," she says, hugging the now crying Emily. "I'm sorry, I can feel the bond," she says through her tears. "Oh, honey, there is no need to apologize. I'm just so happy you found each other." Evelyn reassures her. Everyone takes some time to congratulate them, with the exception of my dad, who only nods in acceptance. My alarm goes off at 3:45 a.m. and I go to get up, which is getting harder every day. "All right, I've had enough of this." Kai groans. He takes my phone from me and pulls me back into him. "Kai, I need to make my rounds," I say, annoyed. "I'm going to talk to my brother today and have him become beta, even if it's temporary," he tells me. "Regardless, he's not beta today, so I need to go," I say in a whisper. "I'll go instead," Kai groans, but kisses my forehead. "You shouldn't be shifting so often," he scolds. "I can still shift. The nurse said I shouldn't shift anymore at 34 weeks, and I'm only 32 weeks, so it should be fine, as long as it doesn't hinder our little pup's positioning." I rub my hand across my tight, growing belly. "I love it when you say our pup," Kai mumbles and moves his hand under the blanket to my belly. When he tries to move his hand lower, I put my hand on top of his to stop him. "Kai!" I exclaim, warning him. "There's work to be done." "Ace!" he replies, letting me know he doesn't intend to stop. After a 2-hour delay, Kai finally goes to make rounds, and I leave to have brunch with both my mother and mother-in-law to discuss my upcoming Luna ceremony. We decided to postpone it until after the baby because of Kai's unsavory behavior recently. I am grateful to have such kind and formidable women on my side. They have been basically planning the entire event themselves, so I could find time to relax. I know some Lunas would find this oppressing, but I find it to be a great relief. Here is the completed paperwork. Evelyn hands me a folder. I had Kai sign everything already, so technically you are officially my Luna and the Luna of Winter Moon, she says with a bright smile. These hard copies just need to be sent to the council. I nod at her, letting her know I can get it done. My mom grabs my hand and squeezes gently. I'm so proud of you, Ace. Tears threaten to fall from her now misty eyes, but I don't let them. Thank you, Mom, that means a lot, I say. I pat her hand and give her a soft smile. Would you like to come with me to the Northern Council building today? I ask her and take a sip of my warm tea. Oh, you know I would, but I'm meeting with 2 caterers today, she says forlorn. That's all right. I've been in need of some alone time, I say with a genuine smile. I bet Kai doesn't seem to be able to leave you alone these days, Evelyn says. Her and my mother laugh gleefully, and I make a face of exasperation. Well, that being said, I should probably get dressed and head out before Kai stops me. I would ask him to go, but he has at least 2 important meetings today. Evelyn, would you mind letting him know where I am after I leave? She nods, understanding that if I tell him before, he would undoubtedly try to stop me. It was a quiet and pleasurable 3-hour drive to the Northern Council building. When I stepped out of my car, a harsh wind blows a chill down my spine, so I pull my long, cream-colored coat tighter to my body as I make my way to the entrance. I was greeted by a burst of warm air and a cheery, plump receptionist. Good afternoon. How can I help you today, my dear? I flash her smile. I need to turn in a copy of a Luna initiation for Winter Moon. I explain. Oh, how wonderful. She sings. I can get that taken care of for you. She smiles and reaches for the manila folder. At the same time, a familiar scent hits me and I see a man come around the corner. I thought I heard your voice, the young man says and smiles weakly. I look over and see Jameson's deep blue eyes searching mine sadly. My breath catches for a moment in surprise. I haven't seen or heard from him since the trial. I immediately take a step backwards without thinking and nearly trip. He reaches his hand out from afar as if to catch me, but sees my fear and stops. Luckily, I was able to recover, and I just stood there speechless. I know this is a lot to ask, but could I have a moment of your time? I will leave my office door open. There are just some things I'd like to say. He asks with shame, lacing his every word. I nod slowly, and he gestures for me to follow him. The secretary stops me for a moment. Let me take your coat first, dear. You must be roasting as toasty as they keep it in here. She smiles. I unbutton my coat. She helps slide it from my shoulders and moves to place it on a rack. Jameson's gaze immediately settles on the large swell that is now my belly, and a sad look settles in his features, but he turns before it becomes awkward and continues down the hall. He opens the door wide and walks into a little office, taking a seat behind the large desk. I sit in one of the guest chairs and lightly touch the name plaque that sits on the edge of his desk. It seems you like it here, I state, and he gives me a soft smile. I do, he breathes out. It's my second chance at life, and it's all thanks to the mercy you've shown me. He looks at me earnestly and then continues. I know this doesn't even begin to erase what I've done to you, but I want to apologize. He stands and walks around to where I'm sitting. I scoot away from him, a little uncomfortable, and he drops to his knees and bows his head before me. Beta Ace, I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. The things I did, taking you from your home, forcing you into. He stops for a moment, and I see him swallow hard, then he continues. Precarious situations, causing you both physical and emotional pain and suffering, are unforgivable acts that I deeply regret. I somewhere along the way lost myself, but I promise to use the second chance you have allowed me to better myself, and I am forever indebted to your grace and kindness. He looks up at me with unshed tears in his eyes. You didn't have to. I tell him, a little taken back. I've wanted to be able to say this at least once. I owe you my life, he admits. I wouldn't go that far. I say and look down at my lap. I only did what I thought was right, and it was for my own peace of mind, not necessarily for you. I state plainly, but I appreciate the sentiment. I give him a small smile. He then stands and returns to sit behind his desk. An awkward silence settles in the room, so I start. If that's all, I should be going, I say. Getting up from my chair, I feel a sharp pain and sit back down for a moment. Jameson notices. He stands up immediately concerned. Are you okay, Beta? He says wearily and extends his arm to help me up, but I wave him away politely. If I was to touch him, Kai would go crazy and never let me leave the suite until after I had the baby. He patiently waits for me to get up on my own, then gestures for me to walk ahead of him. He walks me to the front and asks the receptionist to grab my coat from the rack, and she assisting me with getting it on. Congratulations, by the way, he says softly. I say, not having heard him the first time. Congratulations on becoming a mother, he smiles sadly and gestures towards my large bump. Oh, thank you. I smile warmly, looking at my belly. I instinctively move my hands there and begin rubbing circles. He watches me for a moment, and when I feel his gaze, it snaps me back to reality and makes me feel a little uncomfortable. I should be going, I state. Of course, Jameson replies and opens the front door open for me. The sharp wind hits me, making me shiver and push the unlock button on my car. Jameson strides ahead to open my car door. I thank him as I move to get inside. Then another sharp pain hits me, and I whimper. Beta, is something wrong? He asks nervously. Actually, I'm not sure, I admit. I look up, look at Jameson, unable to hide my concern. He gently takes my arm this time, and I don't pull away as another sharp pain hits, and it nearly drops me to my knees. I feel a release as I stand from my car and look down to see my water has broken. I give Jameson a panicked look, and he slowly walks me back towards the building. Let's get you back inside, huh? He says calmly, and all I can do is nod in agreement. When we reach the doors, the suite receptionist must have been watching and opens the door for us. Jameson walks me straight to his office and sets me in his chair. What is your alpha's number? He asks, a little panicked now. I shake my head. Just call my mom first, please. I don't want to worry, Kai. I say as another wave hits me and a tear runs down my face. I take a deep breath as Jameson and the receptionist look on, waiting for me to tell them the number. Okay, I changed my mind. Please call my mate, Alpha Kai Linden. I say resolved. Jameson looks hurt but nods over at the receptionist. Dory, can you make the call? He asks her, and she nods, leaving the room abruptly. I'll call for a doctor, he says out loud to himself, and takes his cell out of his pocket. Meanwhile, I rub my tight abdomen and focus on breathing. How far along are you? Jameson asks me, still on the phone. 32 weeks, I tell him, right before another wave hits me. I can't sit like this anymore, Jameson. I plead, and he scurries over to help me up out of the chair. As much as I was trying to suffer in silence, it seems I had still caused a bit of commotion, as there were a few people lined up in the hall whispering quietly. I just gave them a tight smile as I walked past. Leave it to you to be well composed, even during childbirth. Jameson let out a tense little laugh. Is that how I seem? I ask, because that is not how I feel. I joke and he smiles. Dory, the secretary, comes up behind us. Alpha Kai is on his way, she informs us. So is the doctor. Jameson tells her, then continues. The nearest hospital is an hour away. Perhaps we should prepare a space for her in the conference room, just in case we don't have time to make it there, he tells Dory. She nods and moves to make haste with preparations. I don't want to have my baby here. I say more to myself than anyone else. I know, but it seems your pup may have different plans, he suggests with a calming smile. It'll be okay, Ace, he reassures me. I nod and take his arm as another sharp wave hits. I let out a little whimper, and Jameson becomes nervous again. What can I do, Ace? Just tell me and I'll do it, he says sincerely. I don't know, I reply honestly, in tears from the pain. I've never done this before, and I'm scared. I admit, okay, how about, is walking helping? I can move a couch to the conference room so you can lay down instead, he says concerned. I laugh and cry at the same time as I realize the man I've come to fear is now panicked because I'm in pain. It's not really funny, but my emotions are a mess right now, and I can't help but to notice he is acting more like the Jameson I grew up with. I don't know, maybe that would help. I tell him and lose my breath as another wave of pain hits. "Where's the damn doctor?" he says under his breath. I laugh until another pain hits me, and I nearly fall down from feeling dizzy when the pain hits this time. "Jameson, it's getting worse," I tell him right before I lose consciousness. When I wake up, it takes me a moment to remember where I was. I sit up a bit and see that Alpha Jameson stayed true to his word and dragged a couch into the conference room. "Goddess Beta Ace, you scared me," Jameson says with a worried expression on his face. I try to sit up further, but he gently pushes my shoulder back down. "The doctor said you lay down. Your blood pressure is really high. The doctor is on the phone with your mate right now." He tells me a little forlorn. "Is Kai almost here?" I ask, feeling guilty. Kai went to extreme lengths to protect me from this exact situation. "I'm sure he will be here as soon as time allows," Jameson says, trying to be supportive, and lets out a hollow laugh. "It seems like he really loves you. I'm glad you're happy." His eyes gleam with tears and sincerity. Just then, the doctor walks in. "Oh, good. You're awake." He drags a chair over to the couch and continues to speak. "Beta Ace, I'm Dr. Leon Murch. I just got off the phone with your mate, who will be here within the hour, by the way." He lets out an amused laugh for some reason, and I'm curious to know what Kai and the doctor talked about now. "It's not uncommon for alpha pups to come early, but it's usually only a few weeks. I was able to stop the labor, but because your water broke, your risk of infection has increased. We will be transferring you to the local hospital soon. They will do an ultrasound as soon as you're admitted, and we'll go from there." I nod, taking in everything the doctor said. "But my pup is okay, right?" I ask, my eyes glistening with unshed tears at the thought. "Yes, dear. Relax, the baby is doing just fine," the doctor says with a smile. "Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to arrange your transport." After a short time, I hear Kai's voice coming from somewhere down the hall, and I let out a sigh of relief. Jameson stands as soon as he enters the room, offering Kai his chair, and Kai looks at him sharply, but still nods in appreciation. "I am grateful for all you've done for my mate, but I'd appreciate some time alone with her now," he says as kindly as he can force himself to be, but watches Jameson carefully as he leaves. When the door clicks closed, he lets out an annoyed growl. "I still don't trust him," he mumbles. I take his hand in mine and relief floods me. Tears have already begun to stream down my face as my stress melts away with Kai's presence, and the guilt I feel begins bubble to the surface. "I'm so sorry, Kai," I choke out. He just swipes the stray hair out of my face, kisses my forehead, and lets out a deep sigh. "I was so worried," he admits, and kisses the back of my hand tenderly. "Don't cry," he coos, and I laugh. How can he be so sweet? I almost wish he was irritated with me so I didn't feel as guilty as I do. "What's so funny?" he asks, wiping a stray tear from my cheek. "I thought you would be mad at me and you're not, but I almost wish you were." I tell him honestly, and he just smirks. "Well, to be fair, the doctor did tell me you would be on bed rest for the remainder of your pregnancy, which, judging by today's events, won't be very long, but you can't escape me now." He gives me a rueful smile, and I chuckle, admiring his handsome face. "I love you so much, Kai. My heart bleeds for this man." I arrived at the hospital and find my and Kai's entire families had already arrived and set up residence in the waiting room. I passed them all on my way to the ultrasound, although I wanted to stop and apologize to Evelyn for putting her in such a precarious situation. Kai gently reminded me this probably wasn't the best time. The warm gel squirted on my belly, and the nurse began spreading it around with the wand. Kai held my hand tightly as I watched the screen, not really knowing what I was looking at. After a few moments, the nurse looks over at me concerned. "You said you're 32 weeks, correct?" I nod, ensuring her that was correct. She doesn't say anything else to me, but takes the mobile phone out of her scrub pocket and dials a number. "Doctor, could you come to room 304 when you have a minute?" she asks, then disconnects the line. "Is something wrong?" Kai asks before I get a chance to. "No, not at all, just. It seems as though you're farther along than 32 weeks." I look at her confused, and she reassures me that the doctor would be there shortly to take a look. When he finally arrived, he confirms what the nurse had already told us. I give Kai a worried glance, and he just squeezes my hand tighter in reassurance. So, the doctor starts after both him and the nurse stepped out of the room for a few moments. The good news is, your pup's lungs are fully developed. In fact, your pup is fully developed, so we are going to go ahead and induce labor tonight. So is our pup's rapid development due to him being an alpha? Kai asks. Honestly, this is earlier than we would expect. I don't really have an explanation as to how or why your pregnancy progressed so rapidly at this time, the doctor explains. Is it a problem that my pup developed so quickly? I asked, concerned. Not necessarily. It's just unique, he explains. I just nod. I look up and see that Kai is in deep thought about something. After 13 grueling hours of labor, I hear the first cries of my son. The nurses allow Kai to cut the umbilical cord himself, and he does so proudly. Shortly after, they open my robe and place his little body directly on my chest. I cry tears of both joy and exhaustion. There is no denying that Kai is our pup's father, as our little alpha is an exact clone of him, with raven black hair and ice blue eyes. We decided to name him Shadow Kai Linden. Kai and I had previously agreed on Dax, but having held him in our arms and seeing with our own eyes, we realized that name didn't suit him. Kai took his shirt off and sat in the recliner to take a turn bonding with Shadow. And when I picked him up to hand him to his father, I seen Shadow's eyes had changed to a light gold. Kai! His eyes! I whisper loudly, worried, and he look at Shadow and then back at me, surprised. Kai takes Shadow and places him on his chest without saying a word. He can't have a wolf this young, can he? I ask Kai nervously. My mind is now racing. Kai runs his free hand through his hair and lets out a distressed breath. I think maybe. He starts, but just then a nurse walks in, so he stops. Kai, what were you going to tell me? I link him. He looks over to me and places his hand over mine. We'll talk about it later. It's nothing you need to worry about now. After 24 hours and having to watch a few ridiculous videos about breastfeeding in car seats, Shadow and I were finally able to go home. I thought after I had my pup, everything would go back to normal, but I feel like I've been more emotional. I can't tell you how many times my rampant hormones had me crying at the most ridiculous things. Anytime our pup did anything new and adorable, especially when he was in Kai's large arms. I didn't think it was possible, but I found Kai even more attractive now. Everything he did was handsome, and anytime he did anything with Shadow, I felt like my heart would burst. I could go on and on for hours describing all the precious moments I witnessed that had my emotions brimming over. After a 4-hour drive back to Winter Moon, we finally pulled into the car park. I will never get over how beautiful it is when snow sits on the rooftop and covers every flower bed outside our home. Our entire family arrived ahead of us and waited in the entrance to welcome us home. It was such a warm and loving welcome that I will remember it for the rest of my life. Emily was the first to approach me with her mate close behind. She had tears of joy in her eyes as she peeked into the car seat to see the sleeping Shadow. She congratulated me and then stole the car from me so I could greet the rest of the family. After seeing everyone, Kai grabbed my hand and took me over to the elevators. I tried to take Shadow back from Em, but she popped my hand playfully and pushed me inside. Kai stood by my side and took my hand. Then I noticed the floor leapt to the one above the beta suite, and I looked at Kai concerned. I have a surprise, is all he says with a lopsided grin. When the doors open, we walk into a short foyer with light ashwood double doors to the left. When I open them, they lead into an office with double desks and computers. Kai comes up behind me and wraps his arms around my now empty pupless torso. I made it so we could work together from home. He whispers sweetly into my neck, sending shivers down my spine. I turn in his arms and kiss him passionately. Thank you, Kai, I say earnestly. His ice blue eyes pierce my heart, and I feel like I could stay in his arms forever, but he breaks my gaze after only a few moments. There's more, baby, he tells me excited and turns me back towards the hall. We walk into a large family room, and there's a beautiful white stone fireplace with a marble stoop and a large TV hung above it. There were 2 large, floor-to-ceiling windows letting in plenty of natural light, and 2 white couches with light blue decorative pillows. To the left was an open-concept kitchen, done in natural ash woods and beautiful white marble. The dining room was exquisite as well and led out to a large outdoor patio. Our master bedroom and bathroom was right off the kitchen and quite large. The entire house was done in light, airy blues and greens, with fresh flowers and live plants to add to the tranquil essence. To the right of the family room was a hall that led to 3 additional bedrooms. 2 of the bedrooms shared a large Jack and Jill bathroom, and there was 1 additional full bath with hall entry. It was all so beautiful and felt like home. It looked like everything was cut right out of a magazine. I heard the elevator ding, and a very happy Emily walks out holding hands with Civil, who has our little pup now tucked into the crook of his arm. Kai immediately walked over to take Shadow, but Civil shooed him away, eliciting a small annoyed growl from Kai. Emily and I laughed nearly in sync, and I took a moment to really take her in. I haven't seen much of her since the lunch where she met Civil, but she looks so much like her old self. She's glowing, happy, and genuinely smiling. I moved over to her and hugged her tightly, forcing Civil to let go of her hand, and he let out an annoyed groan. I can only imagine what his face must have looked like. When I pulled away, I tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "You look amazing, Em," I told her honestly. Pure, unbridled happiness suits her. She smiles wide and looks at Civil before she responds. "I'm still healing from some of the things that have happened, but it's an amazing feeling to know you're not alone." Unshed tears threaten to fall from her eyes as she and Civil look into each other's eyes lovingly. "All right, we get it. You love each other." Kai interrupts, and I laugh as he takes this opportunity to scoop Shadow away from his brother. Civil only scoffs at his brother's antics. "So I don't know if Kai has had a chance to tell you or not, but Emily and I have decided that we would like stay in Winter Moon permanently, and I will serve as beta. That is, after you officially relinquish your title over to me." Civil smirks, and I look at Em excited. "You're going to stay here with me?" I ask, and she nods excitedly. Shortly after we finish congratulating Civil and Em, the rest of the family makes their way up to the Alpha Suite to explore. The nursery is the highlight of house, and I must say that Kai did an excellent job picking out the decor. Shadow's room is done tactfully, in gray wolf pups and blue arrow-patterned blankets. When our small pup begins to stir to life from his sleep and becomes hungry is when Kai begins to push our visitors towards the elevator. Once everyone has left, I slump on our new couch exhausted, and Kai reluctantly hands me our son. I laugh as his face contorts into a pout. "I gave birth to him, you know, and I'm the only one who can feed him." I tell him jokingly as I place Shadow near my breast. Kai sighs. "I know," he begins, "but I just feel this overwhelming need to protect you both, and I feel at ease when I have him in my arms and my eyes on you." I smile up at him and he continues, "I love you both so much, Ace. I can't ever let anything happen to either of you." He laughs for a moment, realizing himself how ridiculous he sounds, and I study him as his expression changes. "What is it, Kai?" I ask and reach my free arm up to his cheek, and he nuzzles into my hand. "I just never imagined I would ever be able to love someone as much as I love you, and yet here he is, the other half of my heart." He smiles down at us, and my eyes brim with tears at his sweet words. "How are you so perfect?" I say, my heart filled with joy. The next day, we held an informal ceremony to pass over my rights to Civil and for Evelyn to pass down her Luna rights to me. Of course, my family, as close as we've all become, decided to invite themselves. It was common practice in Winter Moon for titles to be held until a successor stepped in, which is why my mother-in-law still held the official title of Luna. We invited the former beta of the pack, but it seems him and his lovely wife were otherwise engaged at an event at the Lycan Kingdom. As we all gathered together, the harmonious atmosphere was nearly overwhelming. It was hard to believe that not long ago, there was a time where all these people were strangers. When I first got here, I only dreamt of getting to go back home. Now, the home I've created here in Winter Moon is greater than anything I could have imagined for myself, and it's all thanks to a certain, very stubborn alpha whom I love with all my heart. We took a few moments to pass our titles along, Then Kai asked me if I was willing to read the Pax tablet to all those present for the ceremony, letting them all in on my secret. Before the night came to an end, I noticed Kai look at his phone. He handed me Shadow, which is unlike him, and left the cafe. When he returned, he looked angry and called both his father and Civil to meet him outside. I hear the small ding come from down the hall in the Alpha suite and stand to see who it is. Kai. I call out softly. Within a few seconds, I see his broad stature step into the dull light of the living room. Ace, you should be in bed, baby, he says softly, taking me into his arms and smelling my neck. What happened tonight? I asked, worried. Kai pulls back a bit to look me in the eyes. Can we talk about it in the morning? It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just I'm exhausted and want nothing more than to lay beside you and hold you in my arms right now. He tells me, dropping his head to my shoulder. I nod and lead him into the bedroom. As soon as his head hits the pillow, he falls fast asleep. I lay beside him and trace his masculine features with my fingers and realize how tired he looks, which leaves me more frightened than I was before. Perhaps it's nothing. I try to comfort myself to stop my reeling mind. Eventually, I too fall asleep. My reign as Luna of Winter Moon has begun, which means even as a new mate and mother, there are responsibilities that can't be ignored, no matter how tired, worried, or sore I may be. Although I would really like to speak with Kai about what happened yesterday, I have matters to attend to, and he is not really an early riser anyway. I quietly make my way to bathroom and dress for the day. My new status does require me to dress a bit more modestly, so I choose my outfit wisely. After I finish braiding my long hair to the side, I go to Shadow's room, and he stirs as I switch on the bedroom light. I pick up my sweet pup, smell his soft black hair, and hum in delight. There is nothing quite like the smell of a newborn, especially when that baby is the blood of your blood. He coos lightly as he wakes from his slumber. His ice blue eyes come to focus on me, and he smiles. I change him and check his bag to make sure I have everything I need. I sit in the silent living room to breastfeed him until he has had his fill, before leaving to meet with Civil and Em. When I approach the door, Civil opens it as if on cue. "Good morning, Luna," Civil says, grinning sarcastically, but still bows slightly in respect. "No need to be so formal, Civil. We are family after all." I tell him, and Em comes rushing towards me as I enter. "Thank you so much for letting me watch Shadow for a while today, Ace," she says excitedly, and I laugh. "Well, in all fairness, you're actually doing me a huge favor," I admit, laughing. "Kai is not exactly a morning person," I tell her, grinning, and she chuckles. "It must run in the family, then." She glances over at Civil, and he rolls his tired eyes. "There is no need to get up this early when you stay up late," he grumbles. Em and I both laugh. "The early bird gets the worm, my lovely." Em sings to him, and he chuckles. "But the second mouse gets the cheese," he grins, and moves over to where she's standing, kissing her forehead sweetly, and she smiles. Well, as much as I'd love to stay and chat, I promised Civil I would walk him through my daily routine as Beta to help him forge his own path. I reluctantly pass Shadow over to Em, and my heart throbs more than I considered it would. I stand watching him in her arms until Civil places his large hand on my shoulder, reassuring me. "Emily will care for him with her life if that's what it takes, Ace. Don't worry." He links me. I look up to him and nod. "Em, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to call," I tell her before I gather enough strength to walk out of the Beta suite misty-eyed. "You did this every morning?" Civil links me as our wolves head back towards the pack house. "Most mornings, yes." I tell him, and I hear him groan through the link. "I don't expect you to do the exact same things as me, Civil. Take this position and make it your own," I say, looking over at him. "So what are you and Kai thinking to do about the former Beta's wife?" he asks, and I stop running. He notices and turns back to face me. "What do you mean?" I ask Civil, confused, and he scoffs. "My brother didn't speak to you last night, did he?" And my wolf shakes her head. "What a complete idiot." Civil mutters and turns towards the pack house again. "Wait, Civil, what exactly happened last night?" I ask, padding over to him, and he groans through the link, obviously annoyed that he's been put in this position. "Luna, is that like an order or, you know what? Actually, I'm really sorry. Let me just apologize on Kai's behalf because my brother is a complete but you deserve to know since it's about you. He tells me with a sigh, and his wolf looks over to me before continuing. The former beta's wife accidentally let it slip that you were a blessed wolf at the party she attended last night. The former beta called Kai right away to tell him what had happened, but by then the damage had already been done. I consider what he said, and I don't know enough about blessed wolves in regard to how they function within the Lycan kingdom to honestly be able to form an opinion about it yet, so I'll save that for later. When you say accidentally, like that, you mean? I mean, I personally don't believe it was an accident, but Kai seems to see it that way, Civil explains. Well, how do you see it then? I ask him. I think she was using your abilities to elevate her own status, or in common terms, using you for bragging rights, not caring how it will affect you or Winter Moon. Oh, I responded. Yeah. Civil said, what would happen to me if I was discovered? I ask and Civil sighs. Luna, did my brother ever mention to you that I am adopted? He asks, and the question seems out of context, but I figure there must be a purpose to his admission. No, Kai did not. I tell him honestly, and he huffs. Of course, he didn't. Civil complains, and I start to feel like Kai has been withholding a lot more information than just about what happened last night. I'm like an ace. I was an orphan, taken in by the church before the Lindens found and adopted me. Civil says, nostalgia reflected in his eyes. I worked as scribe in the temple since I could read. Blessed wolves are used to translate old texts, so I've come to know my fair share of blessed wolves. He pauses for a moment, then continues. In my knowledge, there has never been a blessed wolf able to bear children. All blessed wolves I knew were tested by the kingdom and found to be barren. There is an ancient text that reads, children born of the blessed shall be exalted, king among kings. The Lycans know of this, and I am afraid that if they find out about you, they will take shadow, he says sadly. I freeze in place at his last words while fear and anxiety fill my soul. During training with the Beta Civil, Gamma James, and Delta Brad, I get several attempts from Kai for a mind link, but I shut him out. I am hurt that Kai has kept so much from me. I know it probably wasn't his intention, but that doesn't make me any less angry right this moment. Also, I have yet to fully process all the information Civil has revealed, and for right now, this training session is the only thing helping me hold it together. After, Civil and I popped into the warrior and pack trainings for a moment. Then we made our way back to the pack house so that Civil could get ready to attend meetings with Alpha, and I could take the afternoon to spend some time with Shadow and Emily. When I walk into the lobby, I see Kai speaking to Alice. He stops as soon as he scents me, turns and strides over to where I'm standing. Why haven't you answered me all morning? He asks in a worried tone and moves to embrace me, but I hold out my hand to stop him. Ace, he whines, and I almost lose my resolve. Kai, I'd just like some time to myself for a little while. I have some things I need to think through before I talk to you about them. I tell him honestly, evading his gaze. I know as soon as I look into his sad puppy eyes, I'll lose all sense of reason. Ace, he whines again, but I shake my head. I love you, Kai, no matter what, but we both have things to do right now, so we can talk about this later. I tell him and try to walk away, but he pulls my arm and I fall into his chest. He breathes into my neck while I struggle to get out of his embrace. How old are you two? Civil tells Kai sarcastically. Stop using the mate bond to try to force her into speaking with you right now. Kai growls annoyed at his brother, but lets go of me with a sad sigh. Thank you, I tell him softly, still not willing to look up at him. We'll talk later. I pat his arm and walk towards the elevator. Emily and I meet my mom and Evelyn for lunch to go over the Luna ceremony. The date has been set and it's taking place this weekend. It will start with a traditional ceremony, binding Guy and Kai and I together before the goddess as the pack stands witness. It's similar to that of a human wedding in that after the traditional ceremony commences, a reception will be held. After talks of the Luna ceremony die down, I decide to head back to the Alpha Suite with Shadow and take a few moments to myself. But when I walk into the kitchen, I see Kai slumped over the table deep in thought. As soon as he realizes I'm here, he stands and makes his way over to me. Ace, I'm so sorry I didn't tell you the truth about everything earlier. His sad eyes gleam with sincerity. He reaches for Shadow. I sigh and hand him over to his dad. The sight of them together always makes my heart skip a beat. I place the bags I'm holding down on the kitchen island and take a seat on a stool while Kai moves to the other side so he can face me. Kai, do you not trust me anymore? I ask. He never hid things from me when I was just his beta and not his mate. No. Why would you even ask that, Ace? If anything, I trust you more, he tells me, concern etched into his features. I just shake my head. You haven't been telling me everything, and I know you didn't mean to hurt me, but you did. You used to tell me everything. So I'm trying to figure out what's changed. He looks at me with regret in his eyes. Ace, I was just trying to protect you, and I didn't want to worry you. We're a team, Kai. I'm not someone you need to protect, I say, frustrated and regret yelling instantly. I know, and I'm sorry. Silence settles into the room. I look over to Kai and see him hanging his head in shame. Kai, I love you more than I can explain with words alone. But I want to be your partner. I don't want you to see me as helpless. I admit. Tears come to my eyes, and Kai makes his way over to me and uses his free hand to wipe my eyes. I don't see you that way, Ace. I won't keep things from you again, he tells me. I nod and lean my face into his hand, allowing the mate bond to calm me. After a few minutes, I remove his hand from my face and ask what's exactly going on. Kai explains that former Beta Nick's wife, Jeannie, revealed that I read the tablet to Lycans at a party she attended. Although he doesn't personally feel she did it maliciously, if someone believed or took interest in her story and found out I was able to conceive, it could become an issue. However, as of right now, we don't know that anything will come of it. Former Beta Nick and his wife were escorted home after Nick reported the incident. Jeannie was placed on house arrest. Warriors have been appointed to monitor her movements 24/7, and all forms of communication have been removed from the residence. Being that former Beta Nick was the one to report his wife's discrepancy, he is merely restricted to Winter Moon and must request Alpha's permission prior to contacting anyone outside the pack. I have to admit, I feel a little relieved knowing that nothing has actually come of the situation. Kai, did you know I might be barren before you marked and mated me? I asked him and he nodded. I didn't care. I just wanted to be with you. He tells me with love in his eyes and I stand and kiss him. Thank you for choosing me, even knowing I might not be able to. I know how much having an heir means to an alpha. I tell him and he smiles. That never mattered to me. You mattered. You are my everything, Ace, he says and kisses me, sweetie. There is so much more we have to experience and accomplish together. But for tonight, I plan on giving all my attention to my mate.